Chapter 1. "I'm not really an expert at missing persons, Mrs. Taylor," I said to the small woman sitting across from me, even as I wondered what she changed into when the moon was full. I was betting it was something sweet and fluffy. She had that look about her. With shifters, it's always the eyes that give them away. But I couldn't really explain it to you. You have to learn to read the signs. There's something about the way they move and the depth of color in a shapeshifter's eyes that's different than a regular human being. If you watch a shifter long enough, their body movement will also give them away. They move with more fluidity than we do. But again, it's something you have to be trained to see. "I was told you were a private investigator." Mrs. Taylor's chin came up, and I would have bet money that she spent some of her time as a deer. There was a grace about the way she held herself. I was out of practice, but my every instinct screamed prey animal. Sometimes at night, I have strange dreams, which, given my unique background, shouldn't be surprising. One of those dreams has to do with the police training exercises they put newbies through. They have you walk through a fake city street, and little cutouts of people pop up, and you have a split second to decide if you shoot or not. You want to shoot the bad guy, but not the mom carrying the baby. If Mrs. Taylor popped up, I would make the instant decision to not shoot. My father held a different worldview. He would shoot them all on the off chance the baby had a gun. You could never be too careful in my father's world. This was precisely why I had gotten out. I'm a licensed private investigator, but I mostly help insurance companies investigate accidents. I answered her, but most of my brain was working on how I would get her out of my office. I had some serious solitaire to play, not to mention the fact that it was already 1:30, and I hadn't eaten lunch yet. I take lunch seriously. My brothers often joke that I eat like a hobbit. I had missed 11sies due to a line at the Hearst Police Department, and I wasn't about to miss lunch. Big brown eyes went all watery on me, and I noticed that she had her purse in a death grip. It was a sure sign she was ready to explode. "Maybe I could refer you to someone else." I searched my brain for a name to give her. I didn't get a whole lot of actual in-person clients, so I was a little at a loss as to how to handle this one. My job mostly consisted of retrieving police accident reports for liability claims adjusters. I went out and took pictures of intersections and determined light sequences. Sometimes I interviewed witnesses when they were hard to find or refused to talk on the phone. I followed the potentially less injured than they say they are and took pictures of them doing various activities that they shouldn't be able to do. My favorite? The dude who was suing for $2 million due to complete loss of leg function, dancing with strippers. I have it framed. I took on the occasional divorce case, but I tended to side with the women, so I preferred female clients. It worked out because most men in a divorce case didn't go looking for a female PI. "No," Helen Taylor said, as the tears started to fall. "It has to be you." I glanced around for anything I could use as tissues. I suppose most seasoned PIs keep a box on their desk, but I wasn't that seasoned. I was 26, and had only been on the job for 6 months. Atwood Investigations was a one-woman operation. I didn't even have a secretary. It was all Kelsey Atwood, all the time. I had lucked into the contract with driver's insurance, and I was riding that sweet wave of lower middle income because I didn't have the energy to be ambitious. My mom was high school friends with the local district manager, and by chance, the company's former PI on retainer had recently retired. Unless you wanted someone to walk into a suburban police department and request a report, I failed to see how I was the only one to do the job. I was about to go to the bathroom for a roll of toilet paper when the blonde woman pulled out her own little pack of tissues and daintily blew her nose. I was sympathetic, but resolute. I didn't want to get involved in something messy, This client deserved better than I would be able to give her. She needed to be someplace that could really liaise with the police. I told myself 1,000 different reasons why I wouldn't help this woman, and almost all of them were noble. Of course, only one of them was true, and it wasn't self-sacrificing. I wouldn't help her, because she was a shifter, and I wasn't going back to that world. "Please," she said, her feminine voice tremulous. "She has been gone for 5 days. She's never been out of touch for that long. We talk twice a day, Joanne and I. I work the night shift as a janitor at a school. She calls every night to make sure I get home after my shift. Something bad has happened to her." And I totally sympathized. It must be terrible to not know where your daughter is. I tried not to think about my mother being in that situation, but I knew she had been. My father would take my brothers out for long periods of time and not tell my mother where they were. He'd only taken me on a trip once, and my mother had been hysterical by the time I'd called. She'd had the right to be, though I never talked to her about it. My brothers and I still keep those secrets from her, even after all these years. It was better she never know. Helen Taylor slid a photograph across the desk. She was small, but she had elegant-looking hands with long fingers. I bet she was really beautiful in her animal form. "Joanne missed her sister's first dance. She would never let Nancy down like that. She's a good girl. My girls. They're all I have." Her speech moved me. It really did. I'm not heartless, though sometimes I wish I were. I looked down at the picture she had given me, not because I wanted to, but because somehow I was required to. I had 2 brothers, and I knew where they were. It seemed wrong when my siblings were safe to not acknowledge this woman's pain. Joanne Taylor was a bright and smiling face in the picture. She was surrounded by her beaming mother and her little sister, who stared up to her like she was the sun in the sky. In this picture, Joanne was roughly 17 or 18 years old. She was wearing the black robe of a graduate and had her cap in one hand like she'd just gotten through tossing it up in the air. She was blonde, like her mother, and had big brown eyes. She looked like a girl with a lifetime ahead of her. "When was this taken?" I heard myself asking, before I could stop the question. Helen Taylor sat up, obviously eager to answer my questions. 2 years ago. She's a sophomore at SMU today. Oh, she's so bright. She got a full scholarship. She's studying to be a teacher. I work at the school she went to. She wants to give back, you see." That was great, but it didn't solve my problem. I sighed. I was going to have to be blunt. "She sounds like a wonderful girl." I slid the picture back across the desk and into Mrs. Taylor's unwilling hands. She took it back, but flipped it over and over, like she didn't know what to do with it. "But I don't take cases like this. Besides, I work here in the suburbs. I don't work with Dallas police. I don't have any contacts." It was a lie. My brother worked for the Dallas police as a contractor. I wasn't about to mention that fact. "But your brother James has plenty of contacts," the woman said, looking confused. I took a deep breath in and wondered who the hell had sent her. She knew so much about me. I didn't exactly advertise, and certainly not in the supernatural world. James works specialized cases for the police. He tends to work alone. That wasn't a lie. Jamie preferred to work alone. The one partner he'd taken with him on a job had spent a little time in a mental hospital after the case. He only occasionally worked with his best friend, who happened to be a Texas Ranger. My younger brother, Nathan, had the good sense to get out altogether. He worked retail at a software store, while he put himself through night school. He made less money than the rest of us, but he didn't have to deal with this shit. Mrs. Taylor stood. She looked confused, like someone had told her to expect one outcome, and she'd been given something entirely different. She turned toward the door that would lead her into the parking lot, and I thought I'd made it. I would close up shop as soon as she was gone, and eat my turkey sandwich and go home. I looked forward to a nice, quiet evening, sitting in front of the TV while I made lists of things I needed for this weekend's renovation project. I was changing out the faucets in my little house. I found working on updating the 3-bedroom ranch my grandmother had left me soothing. All those plans were blown to hell when Mrs. Taylor turned around. Her brown eyes flared as she stared at me. "No, I won't be brushed aside. You're the only one who can help me. And you will." I would have bet a lot that she didn't rebel like this often. I was the lucky one who got to take the brunt of her frustration with a system that had probably ground her down for years. I threw up my hands and stood to face her. "Why? Why am I the only one who can help you?" "Because you're a hunter." I slumped back into my chair. She'd managed to say the one word that was sure to send me to the bottom of a bottle. I had promised myself I would break off my relationship with Jose Cuervo, but it looked like I would be having a one-night stand with my ex tonight. "I am not a hunter. Not anymore." "You people think we don't know you," Helen said, with a certain righteousness that put me on edge. "But we keep track of you. We have to. We have to know who's coming for us. My husband was killed by a hunter. He was so gentle. He changed into a buck. We played around the forest together. He was gunned down in the street because your kind can't stand that we exist. He was 35 years old. God. I hoped it wasn't my father who had done it. My stomach felt sick, but I tried to keep it together. I didn't have anything to do with that." Mrs. Taylor took a second. When she spoke again, she was quieter, more sympathetic. "Of course you didn't, Kelsey. I don't blame you. I'm sorry if I made it sound like I did. I know how your father raised you. It's a testament to who you are that you aren't like him." I wasn't so sure of that. I was a lot more like my dad than I wanted to admit. "How do you know so much about me?" She sat back down and looked quite motherly. "I work with someone who knows you. When I told her my problem and how the police won't help, she said you would. She said you were the best." I only knew one person who she could possibly be talking about. "You work at Olivia's school?" She smiled at the sound of Liv's name. That wasn't surprising. Most people who knew Olivia Carey brightened at the thought of her. I, on the other hand, was going to kick her ass. "Yes, she's such a nice young woman. She hadn't joined the school when Joanne was there,
But I look forward to Nancy getting her for English next year. She works late sometimes, and I talk to her while I clean her room."
"What did the police say?" I asked, though I was pretty sure I knew what they had told the freaked-out mom. Helen's face twisted, and I knew she was pissed as hell at the police.
"They said she'd probably run off with a boy. They said it happens all the time. They took a report, but that was all they were willing to do."
And it was all they would do for the daughter of a janitor. In my experience, justice was for the people in Highland Park. The police had bigger problems to deal with than chasing down some poor co-ed who, by all statistics, likely had simply run off with a boy. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. Because she had me. I would do the job because if I didn't, I would be adding Joanne Taylor's sunny face to the rotating players in my nightmares.
"I want you to do what you do best."
Mrs. Taylor opened her purse and took out an envelope. She laid it on the desk.
"I want you to hunt my daughter."
Chapter 2. I let my mind drift as I drove along 183. At this time in the afternoon, it was a fairly easy thing to do. In another hour or so, it would be a suicidal prospect, as the entire freeway would be moving at breakneck speeds, with little distance between cars. That was driving in DFW during rush hour. Now, in the early afternoon, driving through Irving to Dallas was peaceful. If you live in the DFW area, you get used to driving. Some people might think that a 30-minute drive was a big deal, but I did it at least 4 or 5 times a week, and every time my mind drifted, despite my best efforts. I could have the radio on or off. I could try to play mind games to keep my brain away from dangerous places, but nothing worked. I tried audiobooks once, listening to the last Harry Potter as I drove around the Metroplex in my old Jeep. But I had to back up and listen to the same chapter 4 times, so I gave up. My mind wandered. Now I let it drift to revenge fantasies. It was far better than the usual horror movies that played out in my brain. I was going to kill Olivia Carey and become the villain I always knew I could be. I imagined throngs of weeping students at her memorial. They would leave little teddy bears at the site of her horrible murder, which would occur wherever I happened to find her, at that freaky school she worked at. If she was in her classroom, then that was my killing ground. Same thing with the cafeteria or the library. I wouldn't discriminate. Nor would I let a thing like love get in my way. I loved Olivia Carey. I've often thought that life would have been easier had I been born a lesbian. It was one of the universe's wicked mistakes that I needed a penis to make me happy sexually, because in all other ways, Liv was the girl for me. I don't know how normal friendships work. I never had a real friend before Olivia, so I don't know if the intense bond we share exists between other girlfriends. Liv and I hadn't bonded over pedicures and crushes over boys. We bonded because she saved my life. I don't mean that in a how would I get through without you way. I mean that in a stop the bleeding and convince me not to ever try that again way. Did that really give her the right to fuck with my life? I knew she thought I was wasting my talents on police reports and catching cheating hubbies. She thought I should put my skills to use helping the helpless and shit. She'd watched one too many superhero flicks. I wasn't that girl, no matter how much she wanted it to be true. I would help Helen Taylor because she'd gotten through a chink in my armor, and I felt a responsibility to her. But I would be fixing that fissure as soon as possible. Liv needed to understand that if I decided she was my weakness, I might have to dump her ass. She could find a more suitable friend, and I would be happy alone, without anyone's expectations to live up to. Fuck! I banged my hand against the steering wheel as I took the exit, and then I winced, because that hurt. I was smart enough to know that I was never going to kick Liv out. I could bitch and moan all I liked about being a loner, but I needed her. The thought of a world without Liv left me cold. I even tried to get along with her deadbeat boyfriend, Scott, and I hated him with a passion. I dreaded the day I had to stand beside her as maid of honor while she threw away her life on that idiot because she was way too loyal to her college love. Sometimes I thought Liv collected people the way others collected stray dogs, though I should point out she collects those too. Once a person got into Liv's circle, she would never kick you out, no matter how bad your taste in music or how surly your outlook on life was. Sadly, that last bit could be me or Scott. Like I said, I'm honest with myself. It was almost 4 o'clock when I pulled into the parking lot of the Montrose School for Special Children. I wondered if it bothered the students to be considered special. I was sure the outside world heard that moniker and assumed special needs. These kids had special needs, but they had nothing to do with what you normally associated with the term. These were children of supernatural citizens. The teachers here knew how to handle teen werewolves when the moon was full. They had classes to teach young witches how to control their power. I hopped out of the Jeep, noting that Liv's little hybrid was still in the half-full parking lot. The school went from kindergarten through high school. It was a small school, but they had lots of after-school activities. At this hour, it would mostly be the high school kids left attending their Spanish club meetings or the mandatory Dealing with Demons seminar they held twice a year. "Hey, Kelsey," I heard someone say. I glanced over and saw a young werewolf walking toward her car, carrying a stack of books that I was surprised she could see over. Ellen Yardley was a student of Liv's, and I ran over to grab a couple of those books hindering her sight. "Thanks." She was a lovely 17-year-old who would graduate in the spring. "It's not the weight that bothers me, but boy are those things unwieldy." I laughed as she opened her trunk. "Is your teacher trying to kill you?" We dumped the books in the trunk. "No, it's a book drive. It's my service project. I'm collecting books for a big sale. All the seniors have booths, and we're donating the proceeds to the homeless." "That's great, Ellen." My high school had been more about keggers and pot than helping the public. I wonder if Ellen knew those same people she was helping would likely kill her if they knew the truth about her. That was the world I'd grown up in. I kind of liked Ellen's more. "I think y'all are doing some good work." "Well, I'm glad you think so, because I expect to see you there buying stuff," the teen replied with a saucy smile. She hopped in her old sedan. "See you later." I walked back to the building, trying to ignore the lump in my throat. I waved at some of the teachers heading out. They were supernaturals, too. They accepted me, and most of them knew my background. They were just people trying to live their lives and do the best they could for their kids. I hated my father so much in that moment, I had to shove the emotion down, or I was sure the look on my face would scare the kids. I opened the door and walked down the hall to Liv's room, and decided to think about another emotion. I always felt it when I walked these halls, and people called out cheery greetings. It was acceptance. And sometimes it felt awfully close to redemption. Nope. I was still gonna kill her. She was making me tear up, and I couldn't accept that. I'm not the kind of girl who cries. I threw open the door, and Liv was sitting at her desk, grading papers. She looked up with a sunny smile. that immediately turned wary. "Okay," she said, in her most patient voice. "Maybe I shouldn't have talked to Helen, but—" My eyes narrowed. "No buts, Liv. You sold me out." She snorted and rolled her brown eyes. "You're such a drama queen. It's one little case. You know you need something of substance. You can't spend your whole life hiding from the world." "No, I can't hide from anyone if you keep giving away my hiding spot," I pointed out. She was tapping her foot, the 3-inch heeled shoes making a rhythm of judgment on the tiled floor. "Damn it, Liv. I'm not a missing persons expert." Her eyes softened, and she smiled. "Yes, you are. You're an everything expert when it comes to this. You have amazing instincts, Kels. You just don't trust them anymore. You have to stop punishing yourself." Sitting against the edge of her desk, I crossed my arms defensively. "It seems like you're the one punishing me." Again with the overdrama. "You're worse than my students." She sighed and rested her chin in the palm of her hand. "She needs you." "And what if I can't find her daughter?" I gave up on the angry approach. I couldn't keep it up with her. She leaned beside me, letting our shoulders touch. We sat like that when one of us needed comfort. "Then you'll at least have tried. And Helen will know someone gave a damn. I'm not asking you to succeed, Kelsey. I'm asking you to try." Fine. How was I supposed to say no to that? Liv gave me a hug. "Excellent. Now that we have that out of the way, I can move on to the freakier news." Her pretty face twisted into a rueful grimace. "I'm moving to public school as soon as possible." "But you love this school." She was the one lying, because I happened to know this was her dream job. "Yeah, well, at public school you don't get memos like the one I got today." She handed an important-looking piece of paper my way. It was meant to catch the eye, printed on bright yellow paper so no one could possibly miss it. "That memo informs all teachers that no matter your chosen method of birth control, you should also begin using a condom." "And you're getting this advice from the principal. Why?" "Because we have a fertility god in 3rd grade this year, who came into his powers over the summer," she said with a playful frown. "Apparently being around the little sucker makes you ovulate. Mary, the 3rd grade teacher, is already 2 months along." I tried to place the name, but all I could see was a 50-year-old with a sweet smile. That couldn't be her. "But school's only been in session for 2 months. Yep. That's the point. It gets worse. Mary swears she went through menopause 5 years ago. Does Costco sell condoms? I'm making Scott put 2 of those babies on if he wants to touch me." "Be really safe. Go for 3. I sighed, because the day was getting away from me. I'd already gone over all the information the super-organized Helen Taylor had left me. I had a list of all Joanne's contacts, and every bit of information her mom could think of. I had her driver's license number and her social security number. I had the names of her roommate, her RA in the dorm, and a schedule of her classes. The first thing I had done was search some of the social networking sites for any sign of her. You would be surprised how often kids hide things from their parents that it would be so simple for them to discover if they checked their kid's Facebook status. No luck with Joanne, though. Her Instagram page hadn't been updated since the week before. And then, all the smiling pic told me was she'd been studying for a biology quiz. I needed to go and talk to her roommate. I wished I could say that Liv was wrong, and I didn't have any instincts, but something was telling me that the police were wrong. Joanne Taylor was in trouble, and waiting until tomorrow to get started wasn't in my nature. Now that I was on the case, I had to get going. "All right," I said, pushing myself off the desk. "I need to get over to the SMU campus." Liv smiled, seemingly excited at the prospect of my working something more interesting than a rear-end collision. "Do you want some company? I can play Watson to your Holmes." I shook my head at the thought. "Sure. Come along, and make sure I don't spook the co-eds. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then I'll be good to go." Liv pulled her shoulder-length auburn hair out of its sedate ponytail. "I have to call Scott, and then I'll be ready." "What are you gonna call him? A douchebag?" I was only half joking. He really was a douchebag. "Ha ha," Liv replied, her hand already on the phone. She dismissed me, and I ran down to the nearest bathroom carrying my version of a handbag. It was big. I'd heard someone call it a messenger bag once, but I'm not sure if there's a technical term for it. It was where I kept the files I was working on. I also had a notebook, my phone, a bunch of business cards, and my little .38, which I had a permit for. I hadn't needed to use it yet. So far, all of my clients had been polite, and I was good enough to not get caught when I took pictures of cheaters. I opened the door to the bathroom and headed to the sink. If I was really honest with myself, I would admit I didn't carry the gun because I was scared a client would get pissed. Deep down, I knew one day my father would show up again, and I wanted to be ready. The cold water felt good on my hands, and I couldn't quite resist the urge to splash it on my face. I wasn't wearing much makeup anyway. I took a deep breath and prepared myself to go back into that world I'd never really left behind. My best friend was a witch, and I spent a lot of time at this school surrounded by teen werewolves and shifters, and even a pre-teen fertility god. If my dad had any idea what went on at this school, I didn't even want to think about it. He'd left town 10 years ago, and I hadn't seen him since. I needed to stop hearing his footsteps behind me. Liv was right. I needed to come out of hiding. I needed to find a way to forgive myself for that day when I was 16. Not going there. I stared at the face in the mirror. So familiar, and yet such a stranger at times. My dark brown hair was in a utilitarian ponytail. When I took it down, it would reach halfway down my back. It wasn't practical, but I couldn't bring myself to cut it. It was thick and had a natural wave to it that the humidity wreaked havoc on. I should cut it short, but I liked the way it looked. I liked the way it felt when a man's hands ran through it. It made me feel feminine and pretty, and sometimes it was the only thing that did. I'm not unattractive. My features are perfectly symmetrical, and I have big brown eyes. My mouth is a little on the smallish side. I have a fit body, but I think my boobs are on the small side. I'd had men describe them as a nice handful, but they aren't as round and lovely as Liv's. That was what I needed. If I was going to get through this case, I needed a guy who thought I was hot. It had been a while since I got laid by an actual, real, doesn't require AA batteries man. I needed some mind-blowing good sex to take my mind off things. I grimaced at myself in the mirror. I didn't exactly know anyone who could give me that. I'd tried a few one-night stands with guys I met at the local bar, before I realized that drunken men are not the best lovers. I might need to settle for good sex. I needed something more than a one-night stand, and less than an actual scary relationship. "Oh, God," I heard Olivia say from the doorway. Her eyes were wide as she stared at me. And she was shorter than before. She had changed into her beloved Converse. "You're thinking about getting laid. That's your I can't find a decent man face." I turned. "I didn't know I have a face for that." She nodded seriously. "You do indeed. You also have a stay out of my business, Liv face." It was my turn to nod. I was really sure I had that face. "I'm using that one right now." She chewed on her bottom lip, a habit she'd had since I met her in 10th grade. "Yeah, that's probably not happening. I think it's a good sign that you're interested in sex again. Come on, put on your serious PI face, and let's go back to college. It'll be fun. Maybe we can find a hot college boy for you to play with. You're a mysterious older woman. I bet they'll go crazy for you." I groaned at the thought of Liv pointing out potential boy toys the rest of the afternoon. But I put on a little lip gloss before I left anyway. I turned off Mockingbird onto Ownby Drive, while Liv shoved another CD into the player. "When you get all big time with this gig, I think we should get you a better car," Liv said, as she fiddled with the volume. I liked this car. I'd had the blue Jeep since I was 20. I'd gotten her after saving up for 2 years, and even then my mom had chipped in. Jamie had done the needed mechanical work to get her running at full speed, and still did the upkeep on her. I had zero desire to drive anything nicer than the navy blue Jeep I'd lovingly kept running for the last 6 years. Liv laughed as I started looking for parking. "Do you ever get rid of anything? Okay, how about this? How about you get a couple of big paychecks and we replace the sound system in here?" "That's a deal." I had no idea where she thought those big paychecks would be coming from. Mrs. Taylor had given me a $500 retainer, and I wasn't sure she could afford much more than that. Liv liked her music loud and very rock and roll. Though she dressed like the high school teacher she was, her taste tended toward hard rock and punk. I wondered if her students knew how much time we used to spend in clubs banging our heads and drinking beer. I always got wistful when I thought of those days. It seemed hard to believe they were gone. I was only 26. I should still feel young, right? "Will you just park, please? The building is right there." Liv pointed to the stately-looking dormitory. "I have to look for an open visitor space. The campus police are always on the lookout for a ticket-writing possibility." She pointed. "Take that one, right there." It was a prime spot, and obviously reserved for staff. I pulled in anyway, because Liv can be bossy at times, and I didn't have the energy to argue with her over how far she had to walk. "I'm sending you the bill for the ticket." She reached into her stylish bag. She pulled out a piece of plastic. It was shaped like one of those parking stickers that you hang from your rearview mirror. But it was completely blank. "Oh, ye of little faith," she said, as she placed it properly. New charm? Liv was a practical witch. She was always looking for new ways to use her talents to make our lives less expensive. "They'll see exactly what they expect to see," she said with a proud grin on her face. "I already tested it out. I left my car at Love Field when Scott and I went to Vegas. I parked in the arrival section for 3 days. And presto, no ticket." We got out of the car, and started to walk up the lovely tree-lined sidewalks toward Joanne Taylor's campus home. I reached in my bag and pulled out a business card. I hoped Helen Taylor had done her job as we approached the front desk. It was manned by an efficient-looking girl in her early 20s. "Hello, how may I help you?" Her name tag identified her as Sharon. I smiled my most professional smile as I handed her my business card. "Hi, Sharon. I'm Kelsey Atwood. Helen Taylor was supposed to call and inform—" Sharon's eyes went big, and tears started to form. "Yes, absolutely, she did. The director told me you were coming. We all love Joanne. I can't believe this is happening. Do you think it's a serial killer? Do you think she's just the first? How should I protect myself?" The questions were rapid fire and hit with the blast of a machine gun. It was all I could do not to step back because she was leaning forward over her desk. I shot a look at Liv. We sometimes communicated silently. "And you call me overdramatic," my eyes said. Liv shrugged, because she had nothing for that. "Sharon, we have no reason to believe Joanne has done anything but freaked out a little and took an impromptu vacation. Really, that's the likeliest possibility." I was lying through my teeth, but if I didn't, then the rumors would run wild. "Her mom just wants me to look into it." "How well do you know Joanne?" I wanted to smack Liv, because she was staring at me with a maternally proud look on her face. I might be out of practice, but I knew how to handle a freaked-out girl. It was my experience that the most innocent of people tend to be the ones who freak out first. If you never struggled while growing up, it was harder to deal with the realities of the world when you got older. Sharon was obviously a child of privilege, and from her open face, I suspected that Mom and Dad loved their baby girl. I wasn't about to begrudge the girl her happy childhood. The world needed Sharon's to keep it a pleasant place. "She's in my Spanish study group," the blonde said. "We also lived in the same dorm for 2 years. She's a super nice girl. She even gets along with that roomie of hers. And let me tell you, that's a job." Interesting. I leaned closer. "Bitchy?" Sharon shook her head. "Try witchy." Liv tensed beside me. "What do you mean?" Sharon was a font of gossip. "You know, Cassie's a goth, but not like cutesy. She's all pretentious and stuff. She talks about the goddess and Wicca and cursing people who do her wrong. It's all weird, but I'm a Presbyterian and we're supposed to be tolerant, so I just smile and let her talk. It kind of freaks me out, though. It didn't seem to bother Joe." I bet it didn't. I wondered how much Joanne's roommate knew about her. It all depended on whether Cassandra Lydell was a real witch. I doubted it. 2 things gave her away. Wicca is a religion, and not one where the followers tend to curse people. They have their 3-fold laws and stuff. Wicca had nothing to do with actual witches. The real things tended to not run around talking about the goddess. But I was grateful Liv was with me. She could tell me in a minute flat if I was dealing with the real thing or not. I thanked Sharon, who showed me to the elevators. We made our way to the 3rd floor. Room 315 was halfway down the hall, and I knocked on it shortly as I read the many notes on the corkboard secured to the door. Though it stated plainly that this was Joanne and Cassie's room, almost all the notes were for Jo. The notes started out asking her to call so-and-so, or saying someone had dropped by, but the newer notes begged her to get in touch. They spoke of deep worry. This wasn't a girl who bugged out on her friends. "Wannabe. I'm getting nada. And if she was even a minor witch, I should feel something." There was no judgment in Liv's pronouncement, merely truth. The door opened, and I was face to face with a walking, talking Hot Topic mannequin. Cassie Lydell had the goth thing down. She wore black on, surprisingly enough, more black. Her combat boots were black, as were the artfully torn fishnets that covered her legs. Her miniskirt was a more faded black, which spoke of much use. But the t-shirt looked new. It was some band's tour shirt, and apparently the band really liked demons and poorly drawn hell symbols. "What do you want?" she asked through her black-tinged lips. I elbowed Liv, because she was trying hard not to laugh. Apparently, she'd forgotten what it was like to be young and hyper-pretentious. I would have to pull out the pictures of her in her surplus army coat. It was a phase that came right after her skater year. "Hello, I'm Kelsey Atwood. I'm investigating the disappearance of your roommate." I would have handed her a business card, but she would just stare at me like I was an idiot. She did it anyway. "Okay." I held my temper. "We need to come in and ask you a few questions and maybe look around at Joanne's belongings. It can tell us a lot sometimes." She shrugged, her black bob shaking. She was a tall, lanky girl, and she opened the door, not bothering to wait for us to walk in before she tossed herself on her bed and started thumbing through a magazine. I wasn't buying it. I could see Liv getting pissed, but she was missing some important signs. The minute I mentioned Joanne's name, Cassie swallowed, not once, but twice. Her jaw had firmed into a hard line. It was the kind of thing you did when you were trying to control yourself. "When was the last time you saw Joanne?" I kept my voice quiet and sympathetic. I didn't need to give her anything to rebel against. She didn't look up from her magazine, but I noted that she wasn't reading. Her eyes stared straight forward. "I don't know. Couple of days ago." "Do you even care that your roommate is missing?" Liv asked, outrage in her voice. Cassie tensed, but didn't look up. I widened my eyes at my friend. It let her know she wasn't helping. She sighed, and her hands went up in submission. I needed to give her something else to do. "Why don't you look through her clothes?" Liv loved clothes. She knew they said a lot about a person. "Tell me what you see." "All right," she said, apology blatant in her tone as she walked to the small closet and started to look through it. I turned back to my problem. Cassie had gathered her armor tightly around her, and I was going to have to push through it. I sat down on the edge of Joanne's bed and regarded the girl, deciding on the best tactic. "Did Joanne ever have any trouble with the girl at the front desk?" Cassie glanced over the magazine with startled eyes. "Sharon? She's annoying, but I don't think she had a problem with Joe." "Did she say something bad about Joe?" I managed to suppress the self-congratulatory grin that wanted to come out. Now I knew she liked her roommate. Her default position was to never show she cared about anyone. "Oh, she didn't say anything. I got a feeling that she was one of those chicks who gets weirded out by anyone even slightly different from what she considers normal." I wasn't lying. Sharon had said the words herself. Cassie's black lips turned up a little. We were making progress. "She's not that bad, actually. There are way worse than Sharon. But Joe gets along with everyone. She doesn't seem like the kind of girl who ups and walks away." I took in the small room. The differences were well delineated. Cassie's side of the room was messy and cluttered with clothes and makeup and CDs. Joanne's side of the room was pin neat. Her bookshelves held her textbooks, a couple of notebooks, and a stack of paperbacks with cracked spines. Cassie set the magazine down. She's not. I tried to tell her mom that she'd been acting weird, but Helen didn't think Cassie should be saying anyone acted weird, I could guess. I leaned forward. I wasn't going to make the mistake of not taking her seriously. How was she acting weird? She bit her bottom lip, as though wondering exactly how much to tell me. I had to put a stop to that. Cassie, I'm not here to judge her. The crap I've done in this lifetime makes me unfit to judge anyone. I'm here to find her. The only thing I care about is figuring out what happened to her. I ain't the cops. You can tell me whatever. And trust me, I've probably been there and done that. Cassie groaned in frustration. I don't know exactly what's going on. I just know she's been acting weird for Joe. She's been going out late at night and staying out all night sometimes. Clubbing? I heard Liv ask. Maybe, the girl said, still a little wary. Liv walked out of the closet carrying a handful of dresses on hangers. Look at the labels. I obediently read the labels on the beautiful dresses. They were awfully sexy for a sophomore good girl. I don't know who Versace is. Liv groaned, and I guessed I hadn't pronounced it even close to right. Holy shit. That's a Versace? Cassie asked, and it was obvious she didn't borrow the other girl's clothes. They were in the back. Liv went through the dresses one by one. Gucci, Zac Posen, and Monique Lhuillier. I found 2 pairs of to die for Jimmy Choos. I take it those are expensive? I'm not a fashionista. I wear jeans and t-shirts. I have exactly 1 little black dress and 1 pair of good heels. It's all I need. But the fact that Joanne had clothes she shouldn't have been able to afford made me curious. Check her underwear. Liv was game. She opened the top drawer of the dresser. Plain white cotton. Panties and bras. She tends to sleep in a t-shirt, Cassie offered. I wasn't buying it. Check the back of the drawer. Liv's hand disappeared, and her eyes widened when she came back with a handful of silk. Wow! La Perla! This is freaking gorgeous! I wasn't an idiot. Not even close. This particular leap I was taking had nothing to do with my so-called instincts, and everything to do with connecting the dots. Do you know when Jo lost her scholarship? If she'd ever had it in the first place. Cassie's mouth dropped open, and she stared at me for a moment. How did you know that? I wasn't about to tell her I knew, because most nice girls didn't prostitute themselves if they weren't seriously hurting for cash. She wouldn't be doing it if she still had a free ride. She might not be hooking in a traditional sense. I doubted that, given the designer clothes and fancy undies. But she was making cash off some man somewhere. It was an educated guess. Cassie shook her head and sat up straight. I transferred in last semester in the middle of the year. Jo's roomie had dropped out, so she got paired up with me. We got along okay. She was always studying or doing things at home. I was surprised when she requested to room with me again this year. But I was up for it. She's a nice girl, and she doesn't freak out about the weird stuff. but I knew something was different this semester. She was out a lot, and her grades weren't that great. I know it's only October, but she missed a test because she slept in. It wasn't like her. I asked about it, and she said the foundation that administered her scholarship went broke this summer. There was some sort of scandal. She lied to her mom so she wouldn't worry. She said she was working at some club, but I don't know where. Were there any particular men who would come by wanting to see her? Well, there's Darren. Joe's known him since they were kids. Obviously, he has a thing for her, but she doesn't see him as anything more than a friend. Cassie thought for a second or two. She's spent some time with a professor. She had him last year for freshman English, but she's taking a special class with him this year on mythology and folklore. I think his name is Hamilton. She called him Peter, which I thought was a little weird. The profs around here tend to be conservative. She was doing some sort of project for him. I stood up and glanced around. If Joanne was on the game, then it made sense that she probably kept an appointment book. Where is her laptop? She took it with her the night she went missing. For the last month or so, she took it everywhere because she'd gotten so behind she had to work whenever she got a few minutes. I made a mental note to get her email address from her mother and checked to see if there was any activity. Hopefully, Helen knew her daughter's provider. Do you know if she had an address book or a day planner? Not that I've seen, Cassie said. Wait. Now that I think about it, she'd been getting calls, but not on her usual cell. When she came back to school this year, she had 2 phones. She would get a call, and then she would write stuff down in a spiral notebook. I thought it was school stuff, and she was making notes about a class. Liv was already pulling out spiral notebooks. There was a thick stack of them on the shelf above her dresser. On notebook 5, we hit pay dirt. There were 3 different addresses. One was in the suburbs, one was downtown, and the last one was in North Dallas, not far from campus. There were a series of numbers that looked like times and dates after the addresses, and a couple of names. The name Alexander came after the North Dallas address, with the last date listed and a time of 1 a.m. The notebook in my hand felt like hitting the mother lode. This is what I needed. I stood and faced Cassie. Thank you. This is exactly what I need. There was a brisk knock on the door, and Cassie got off her bed to answer it. I gave her my business card, and this time she took it. If you think of anything else that might help, please call me. Cassie started to open the door, but whoever was on the other side wasn't waiting. A young man shoved the door open, obviously not caring that he pushed Cassie aside. I was at her back, quickly propping her up so she didn't fall on her ass. Fuck me. You've got some nerve. I couldn't believe it when Sharon told me he was here. I had to see it for myself. He stormed into the room. At first, I assumed he was talking to Cassie, and I thought I was going to have to defuse a situation with a bad ex. After his next words, I had no doubt as to whom his target was. How dare you come here asking questions about Joe? I know who you are, Hunter. I pushed Cassie away because I wasn't hiding behind some little college kid. The young man in front of me was stocky, but nowhere close to filled out the way you would be in a few years. His eyes were dark, probably brown, but filled with rage, they appeared black. He was dressed in a flannel shirt and worn jeans. His brown hair was overgrown, and he could have used a shave. He was everything one would expect from a werewolf, and a young alpha at that, I would bet. "Let's get out of here, Kels," Liv said, her tone reflecting the thick tension in the air. "Darren, what are you doing here?" Cassie looked around, her eyes wide, because she obviously had no idea why everyone was on edge. Darren ignored her, but then I was betting he usually did. "I tried to convince Mrs. Taylor that this was a mistake. You think I haven't searched for Joe? You think I haven't tried to track her? What are you going to do when you find her? Are you going to shoot her down like you did her father?" His eyes were rapidly flickering back and forth between his forms. He might be an alpha, but he wasn't a terribly strong one. He still didn't have good control of himself. I needed to keep the situation as calm as possible. Though what I really wanted to do was throw up that turkey sandwich I'd eaten. It sat heavily in my gut. I didn't have anything to do with that, and Mrs. Taylor knows it. My voice held a calm I didn't feel. I didn't even think about going after my gun. It was in my bag, right there in reaching distance. I could have had it in my hand and pointed at the angry wolf in a second. But I wasn't even tempted. If he'd attacked in that moment, I likely wouldn't have defended myself. He got right up in my face, and I tried not to flinch. "Maybe you didn't pull the trigger, but you were there in spirit. You're always there. I know you call each other and tally up your kills. You hang out in your bars and talk about the carcasses you bagged. Tell me something. Do you stuff your prey like some hunters do? I hear you have to get the head to the taxidermist real quick, or we're rude enough to disintegrate before you get your trophy." "What the hell are you talking about, Darren?" Cassie stared at him like he was speaking a foreign language. "Shut up, bitch," he growled. "This is between me and the hunter here. You want to try to take me out? You want to test me? Or do you just go after prey animals and children?" I stayed on my feet, but inside I was swaying and telling myself that there was no way he could know. No one knew except me and Liv and Jamie and my father, but I didn't count him. Darren couldn't know what had happened that night. "Back off." Liv got between us. Her voice was low, but it was full of menace. "You stay away from her, Wolf. Joe's roomie might be a dabbler, but I promise you, I'm the real thing, and you won't like what I do to you if you so much as lay a hand on her." "Traitor," he hissed at Liv. She glared at me, and his eyes made a promise. "This is not the end. Maybe we should start turning the tables on you. See how you like being hunted." He backed out the door, careful to not let me out of his sights. "Holy crap." Liv let out a relieved breath. "Let's get out of here. I think you have everything you need." I swallowed and was sure my face was perfectly composed. I should be upset that I'd been saved by Liv. Sweet, gentle Liv had to get between me and an angry werewolf. I wasn't pissed at myself. I was a little pissed at Liv, because there was a big piece of me that wanted everything Darren's twitchy hands had been promising. "Yes, we're done here," I heard myself saying. I turned to Cassie, whose eyes were wide. "If you think of anything else, please give me a call. You can also call me if he gives you any trouble." I doubted he would. He'd barely noticed she was there, but I wanted her to feel like she had someone to call. I felt numb as I followed Liv back to the car. I felt like I had missed something essential in the confrontation with Darren, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. I was using my every brain cell to block out the images his words brought back. I drove back to Liv's school on autopilot, responding to her questions, but not really hearing her at all. "Are you sure you're all right?" Liv hesitated, getting out of the car. "You could come home with me. I'll make some dinner, and we can crack open a bottle of wine." I could listen to Scott bitch about the things Liv did wrong and hear him mutter under his breath about how pathetic I was. No. I had other plans. "I'm fine." I decided a little truth was necessary to really sell this particular lie. "Well, I'm not fine exactly. He brought back some shitty memories. But I have to move on." "You do," she encouraged. "You aren't that person. You never were. You can't blame yourself for something that happened when you were 16 years old." I nodded, because it was what she wanted me to do. She didn't blame me for what happened 10 years ago, but she was wrong if she thought I couldn't blame myself. I wasn't the only one. There were ghosts that damn sure blamed me too. But I already had a plan for exorcising those demons. At least for a little while. "I'm fine," I assured her. "I'll talk to you tomorrow." She reached out and gave me a quick hug. "Okay, Kels. I'm sorry if I got you into something you aren't ready for. I was trying to help Helen. I really thought it would be good for you to work a case that meant something." I shrugged off the concern. The goal now was to get Liv out of the car. "Everything is fine. I need to get home and get some sleep. I'll be ready to go in the morning." She stared at me, her hand on the door. "You're going straight home?" "Yes, Liv," I said, in my best don't mother me voice. She got out with a sympathetic smile. Idiot believed me. Chapter 3. Wow. I managed to slur, once I pushed my head off the bar and downed my shot. "This is really good tequila. It's so sweet and smooth." Gil looked at me over the bar, and he frowned. But I didn't really process it as disapproval. I was way too far gone. "That's because it's apple juice," he said with a shake of his bearded head. "I cut you off 30 minutes ago, sweetheart." "Seriously? Are you sure? Because I think this stuff is awesome." "I'm glad you like it, darling." Gil hadn't been thrilled when I walked in several hours before, but he'd done his job and gotten me nice and toasted. I wasn't even thinking about that asshole Darren, or how guilty he'd made me feel. I was happy, and really horny. I looked around the bar to see if there was anyone worth going home with. The River Bottom Pub was an out-of-the-way tavern in the bottoms along the Trinity River. It was a ludicrously crappy prefab building with a backyard filled with plastic tables and a place for horseshoe games. There were several subdivisions that had developed in the area, and all the locals came here to forget their troubles. Unfortunately, most of their troubles had to do with wives and kids. I didn't play around with wives and kids. "I called your brother about 10 minutes ago," Gil said. "Damn it, Gil. Why would you go and do that? I'm perfectly fine." I don't need my brother to come and get me. I can find my own damn ride home."
"With whom?"
Gil asked, looking around because it was a Thursday night, and it was after midnight. All but the most hardcore of drunks had gone home. It was a testament to how fucked up I was that I was still here. I glanced around the bar. At this hour, there were exactly 4 men still in the bar, and none of them would be potential partners on a sober night. Then again, I tended to not get laid when I was sober, so I figured sobriety was way overrated. I pointed to the least hygienically challenged of the 4. "How about him?"
"Sweetie, he's gay,"
Gil said. "Seriously?" The truth was, my gaydar didn't work after 14 tequila shots.
"No,"
Gil replied, shaking his long beard.
"But the fact that you have to ask whether a fat-ass guy with a tattoo of a naked chick on his forearm is gay or not is a testament to your inability to make proper choices."
I laughed long and hard, because it struck me as funny. I liked this place. It was nice. Oh, sure, it was followed by vomiting and a horrible headache, but for now, it was a little like heaven. I was only thinking of pleasant things. I texted Liv and told her how much I loved her. If I'd had anyone else to call, I totally would have called them to express my love and appreciation. But I didn't have phone numbers for my World of Warcraft guild. I would have called Crozier and told him to meet me at the tavern for a drink or two. Oh, he was a shaman in an MMORPG game, but he was the closest thing I had to a crush on an actual human being. He was a nice guy, and not related to me, so I sort of fantasized about him. If he'd been there, I would have jumped all over that, and I had zero idea what he looked like. My shot at getting a little something was low this evening. "How about it, Gil?" The bartender was safe to flirt with. "I've been coming in here for almost a year. When are we going to stop fighting this attraction we have?" Gil threw back his thickly bearded head and laughed. I was too drunk to be insulted, so I joined him.
"Darling, if I was 30 years younger, you would still be too much woman for me to handle. I would take one look at you, think about how amazing the sex would be, and run the other way."
Is that your polite way of calling me a hot mess? I played with the shot glass that apparently hadn't held anything vaguely resembling liquor for a while. I needed to give apple juice another try. It was good. There was a little drop at the bottom of the glass, and I licked the glass, not wanting it to go to waste. Gil shook his head.
"Hot doesn't begin to cover it."
A good song came on the radio, and I let Gil's comment go, preferring to sway to the music. Then I decided swaying wasn't a good idea, and staying on my bar stool was.
"Wow, that was fast."
Gil's eyes stared past me toward the door.
"I thought you were in Dallas."
I started to try to turn, but then my head kind of hit my folded hands, and it was really comfortable, so I didn't feel like moving. I laid my head down and started to drift off to a blissful sleep.
"I had my friend bring me out. He's faster than a speeding bullet."
Ah, my brother Nate was here.
"I like to think so,"
a deeply sexy voice said. That got my head to move from its comfy place. I turned and saw a really gorgeous blonde guy standing in the doorway, looking out over the bar. He was sexy as hell in a leather jacket, and my hopes of getting well laid shot up. He was roughly 6'2", with big, broad shoulders and the kind of straight jaw you only saw on movie stars. So very nice. Unfortunately, he was standing there with my brother, who looked really disapproving.
"Geez, Kelsey, what the fuck happened to you?" Nathan asked as he approached me.
"Life?" I replied with a little smile, because I was still looking at hot blonde guy. Wow. He was a hunk of masculinity. He stood there in his Green Lantern t-shirt and tight jeans, and I knew he could rock my world. Sure, he looked like he was all of 20 years old, but it was a confident 20. Looking at him, I could tell he was a dangerous boy. "Hello," I said with a boozy grin. I tried to thrust my chest out appealingly. They're small, but well-rounded. I saw Nathan go bright red.
"Stop it, Kelsey. Leave him alone. He's married with 3 kids.
I stared at hot young blonde guy again and wondered if I had lost count of my shots.
"Seriously? He looks too young to have 3 kids.
2 boys and a girl," Hottie said, in that deep Texas drawl that made my insides clench. I sighed as he smiled, slightly embarrassed at my attempts to hit on him.
"And my wife is going to be pissed that I left Evan with Justin and Blake. We have to get your sister home so we can head back to Dallas."
Nate frowned at me. He was only 11 months older than me, but he could seriously play the big brother card from time to time.
"Let's go, Kels. Give me your keys so I can get you home."
I was so not ready to go, unless Hottie with 3 kiddos wanted to drive me somewhere.
"Don't worry about me, Nate. Gil shouldn't have called you. I'm perfectly fine. I didn't mean to disrupt your game. Were you playing D&D?
He sighed.
"No. We were in the middle of a game of Shogun. We probably won't be able to finish."
"Dave." I snapped my fingers as I figured out that Hottie McHotterson must be Nate's friend Dave. My brother had played with the same group of guys for about 10 years. They got together almost every week to run D&D campaigns or play board games. It was strictly guy time, because at least 2 of the men were married and needed time away, although apparently Dave brought his son along. Dave laughed out loud.
"Yes, I'm Dave, and you're Kelsey Atwood. I've heard an awful lot about you over the years. It's nice to finally make your acquaintance, since we've played online together for the last 6 months."
My eyes got wide.
"Oh. Tell me your Crozier."
He nodded, and his deep blue eyes sparkled. There was something about those eyes, and I wondered if Dave was completely human. They caught the light in a way that made me question him.
"At your service. You might recognize my voice if you ever put on your headset and talk to the rest of us."
I didn't do that for numerous reasons, but my mind was racing. There was something about Dave that had me sobering up mighty fast. Every instinct I had was on high alert. Dave wasn't simply hot. He was supernatural.
"You aren't human. What are you?"
My question was curious. I wasn't really afraid of him, but something deep inside said I should be. Dave's smile vanished, and I could hear Gil chuckle.
"Damn, girl. You'll be seeing UFOs next," he muttered. "Time to go."
Nate hauled me off the bar stool. I felt bad, It was an unstated rule of our world that we kept quiet around humans who didn't know about the supernatural. I'd been horribly rude to Dave, but Nate didn't give me a chance to apologize. He tossed me over his shoulder. Gil slid my keys across the bar, and I wondered when he'd taken them from me. The world was dangerously upside down, and my stomach revolted at the change of perspective. I'll try to make sure she doesn't do it again. I heard the sheepish embarrassment in Nate's voice. It did more to sober me up than anything else. I hated the fact that Nate was ashamed of me. He hauled me out of the bar, and the brisk night air hit me. Nate's sneakers crunched against the gravel as he stalked toward my Jeep. He set me down against the Jeep as he got the door open. The world sort of tilted, but I managed to keep it together. I looked at Dave, whose eyes glittered in the dark. And I knew exactly what he was, now that he was in his natural element. The night suited him. "I'm sorry," I said to the vampire. He seemed more curious than angry at almost being outed. He regarded me seriously. "How did you know? I'm pretty good at blending in." "She always knows." Nate opened the back door to my Jeep. He was less than gentle as he hustled me into the back seat. "If you decide to puke, do it out the window." "Maybe you shouldn't be so hard on her," I heard Dave say. "You don't know how many times I've had to cart her ass out of a damn bar because she's got to find the bottom of a tequila bottle. I don't like to think about the times I didn't get a call." Nate opened the driver's side and angrily started the car. Dave got in on the other side, and Nate took off. I watched the dark trees pass by as Nate drove toward my house. This part of Hearst was underdeveloped, mostly because it tended to flood during heavy rains. The trees were thick on either side of the darkened road. I stared into those woods and knew there were creatures out there. I could see their eyes reflecting off the lights from the Jeep. "Has she always had good instincts?" Dave asked, his voice quiet. "It was like growing up with Scooby-Doo," Nate replied. "She always solved the mystery. If I lost something, Kels could find it in no time flat. She used to be a big old bundle of potential. And then my dad took her on one of his little trips and she started pulling this shit. She was 16. I'd like to meet your father someday," Dave muttered, his voice dark. "Well, if he ever shows up in town, I'll be sure to make the introduction," Nate replied. And then it hit me, what I had missed before. Why would a wolf be following a doe? Nate turned down Highway 10 and then made a left into my quiet neighborhood. The houses were all older here, and many had been converted to rentals. "Probably hungry, I bet." Dave turned and looked at me, but now I wasn't so sure his name was Dave. Dean? Dale. Something with a D. "You were talking about a where?" I probably shouldn't be talking at all, but my defenses were down. "Yeah. I'm working on this missing persons case. She's a shifter. Turns into a doe. The only lead I have is this werewolf. But don't wolves date other wolves?" "For the most part." Dave was serious as he thought about it. "Wolves tend to be almost exclusively attracted to other wolves, especially the males. It's why they make such damn good bodyguards for the rest of us. They don't tend to have any interest in our women." This guy was interested. I wish the world would stop spinning. I was kind of moving to and fro as the car kept speeding on. I concentrated on my line of thought. I don't know if I would call it love, but he definitely feels something for her. And why couldn't he track her?
Maybe he's a weak wolf?
Dave watched me carefully, and I got the feeling I was being sized up. Nah. I wished Nate would slow down. It was really getting to my gut. He was a baby alpha. He didn't have great control, but he was strong. He should have been able to track her. She hid her scent from him. She'd masked her scent so Darren wouldn't know what she'd been doing. She was either afraid of him or worried he'd tell her family. Nate pulled into the driveway. He stopped the Jeep with an angry jerk.
Well, that explains it. You said you were going to stay out of the underworld. You're supposed to be pulling police reports for insurance companies, not trying to track down missing shifters.
I had to take the case. I was getting sleepy, and my stomach was still really upset.
No, you didn't, Nate complained. You couldn't resist. You couldn't stay away. It sounds like she's trying to help someone.
Dave was the voice of reason. Unfortunately, my brother wasn't big on reason.
No, she's trying to self-destruct.
You hang out with vampires, I complained, because he was being a little hypocritical. Nate's eyes were hard, his mouth a flat line when he turned on me.
Yeah, well, I never tried to off myself because I couldn't handle my father's chosen profession.
Tears sprang to my eyes, because Nathan couldn't have humiliated me more if he'd tried. I opened the door to the car.
Fuck you, Nate. The next time you get a call about me, pretend it's a wrong number.
I slammed the door behind me and heard Nathan cursing. I would have to find another way to spend my free time because I sure wasn't going to hang out with Nate and his friends online anymore. That shouldn't hurt so much. But it did. I wasn't good at making my own friends. I kind of sucked at it. Olivia was the only friend I'd made, and she didn't have time for me anymore. God, I was so pathetic. I stumbled to the front door, and then remembered I didn't have my keys. Shit. I wiped my eyes, wishing I wasn't so emotional. I didn't leave a spare key with anyone because I didn't trust anyone enough to give them the key to my house.
Here.
Dave held my arm to help me steady myself. He had the key in his hand, and he opened the door for me. Thanks, I muttered, not wanting the confident man who probably never had a single self-doubt even once in his preternaturally long life to see me crying.
Nate's taking a breather.
The vampire followed me into the small living room. I sank down on the couch and closed my eyes, hoping he would take the hint. I'm fine. I promised not to touch another drop of tequila and to switch bars the next time I feel the need to drink. I'll leave my cell phone at home so there's no chance of ever disrupting Nathan's game night ever again.
I don't think that's what he wants.
Dave's voice was quiet, but it filled the room.
Okay. I'm going to get back home. It's late, and my wife really will kick my ass for keeping baby girl out so long. We're going into the dungeons on Sunday night. See you there?
I think I'm going to take a break for a while." He sighed.
"Yeah, I thought you might say that. I wish you wouldn't, but I understand the instinct to push people away. I hope you find someone who won't let you. Good night."
I sat up and watched the vampire turn and start out the door. "Dave?" He turned with a sweet grin on his face. He had adorable dimples when he smiled.
"It's Dan, Kelsey."
Dan. Daniel. Right. "Sorry. It'll bug me forever if you don't tell me." I was at least self-aware enough to know I had to ask. How the hell does a vampire end up with 3 kids? Daniel's smile was radiant, and I knew he loved someone very much.
He opens himself up to possibilities.
And then he was off. I let my head hit the soft cushion on the side of the couch, and the world slipped away from me. I woke up to the horrible urge to get to a toilet as soon as I possibly could. I threw back the covers, not bothering to wonder how I'd made it to bed, and stumbled to the bathroom, slammed the door, and made it to my knees just as everything in my stomach decided to make a repeat appearance. After I'd finished the business of getting rid of the toxins left in my gut, I sat on the cold tile in the tiny bathroom, listening to the argument going on in the living room. It didn't help the shakes I had.
"Give her a fucking break, man,"
I heard Jamie say.
"How about you give me a break, Jamie?"
Nathan shot back.
"You're not the one who has to scrape her off the floor and haul her ass home every time she pulls this crap. You don't have to see her like that."
My oldest brother's voice was serious, and I wondered how long they'd been at this fight.
"She hasn't pulled anything like this in almost a year. What the hell happened?"
I could see Nathan's hazel eyes roll.
"She took a missing persons case. The person is a shifter." "Damn it,"
Jamie cursed.
"Who the hell thought that was a good idea?"
"Me," I whispered, because they couldn't hear me, and probably wouldn't listen even if they could.
"Probably live."
Nathan sounded exasperated, and I wondered if he'd slept on the couch last night.
"I already left a message on her cell giving her my opinion." "Maybe it's a good idea."
Jamie sighed.
"She can't hide forever." "Why not?" Nate asked. 95% of the world is normal. Why can't she ignore the 5% that's weird? She can't handle it." "What do you mean she can't handle it?" "Trust me, Kelsey can handle just about anything out there. I would take her in as backup any day of the week. She's a badass. The only reason I didn't offer her a job with me was you talked me out of it. You were the one who thought she should come out here and bury her head in the suburbs."
It was nice to know my brothers didn't think I could make a single decision on my own. I'd worked damn hard, well, somewhat hard, to build my business. But for Jamie, it came down to letting me bury my head in the sand. I turned on the cold water in my shower and thought about crawling back into bed. I could pull the covers over my head and let the boys fight it out. Instead, I shucked last night's clothes and nearly screamed as the cold water hit my body. Crawling back into bed wasn't going to help Joanne Taylor. It was Friday, and I had a full day planned. I needed to talk to Professor Peter Hamilton, and then tonight I was going to check out those addresses in her book. It wasn't Joanne's or Helen's fault that I got my ass roasted last night and felt like shit. After I was vaguely clean, I turned off the water and wrapped a towel around my body. I brushed my teeth and decided to let my hair dry on its own. I was thinking I could sneak out, stop by Sonic for breakfast, and be in Dallas before noon. Before I'd gone on my bender, I'd managed to check into Joanne's email accounts, with her mother's help. I'd found nothing there. I'd also looked up her class schedule. There was only one that really interested me. Professor Peter Hamilton's office hours were from 1 to 3 on Fridays. I just needed to get past the arguing boys. They didn't need me to decide how my life should go. The truth was, I was feeling a little better. No matter what Nathan said, I was trying to help someone. And that felt good. I swung the door open and ran into the middle of a hunk of nicely made masculine flesh. I caught my breath because I hadn't sensed him there at all. And that was definitely a different experience for me. Usually I could tell when someone or something was close to me. It was all a part of having great hunter instincts. I was aware of my surroundings. This guy had been completely off my radar. I looked up and into the most seriously blue eyes I'd ever seen. They were so dark they were almost purple. Again, not human, but I couldn't tell for the life of me what this man was besides gorgeous. He made my breath catch.
If you're done with the physical parts of your hangover, might I tempt you with some coffee?
His generous lips cracked into a lopsided smile. His Texas accent was slow, but there was nothing at all uneducated about it. If I had to place a bet on his voice and the way he carried himself, I would say he'd been raised by wealthy parents. I clutched the towel closer. You're tempting me with my own coffee? And who the hell are you? I should have been worried about a massive hunk of non-human male accosting me outside my bedroom door, but I was too busy staring at him.
Well, sweetheart, I didn't bring any of mine.
His eyes roamed the expanse of my skin not hidden by the white towel. I forced myself to back away. The man in front of me was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. He had well-worn cowboy boots on his feet. I would have pegged him as late 20s, no more than 30. He was a big, broad man who stood almost a foot taller than me, which made him roughly 6'4". And he spent a lot of time in a gym. I'm not your sweetheart. I didn't like the way he made my heart pound.
You can't possibly know that,
the man said, with a smile in his voice. I looked up, and that smile was on his face as well. His hair was a dark brown and cut way too short. I would bet it was thick and wavy when he grew it out, but his cut was almost military.
We just met, so there's absolutely no way for you to know if you're my sweetheart or not.
I snorted. Not a pretty sound. I bet you say that to all the girls you accost coming out of the bathroom.
Would it help if I told you there weren't that many?
He backed off a little, giving me the tiniest bit of space.
Normally, I'm a rat bastard with everyone I meet.
My hand was on the door to my bedroom. All I had to do was turn the knob and slip into the room. He wouldn't follow me. I stood there, unwilling to leave him just yet. What makes me so special?
Well, you're my best friend's sister to start with,
he said. You're Grayson Sloane. Well, that did it. Jamie's best friend and part-time partner. His grin faltered for the first time.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Jamie talks about you all the time. I quickly relegated any fantasies I was already having to the scrap pile. I wasn't about to start playing around with my brother's bestie. I tried that with Dan last night, and it had gotten me in hot water. Nice to meet you, Sloan. I slipped into the bedroom and shut the door behind me. And I quickly realized that I'd been wrong. He did follow me. Dude, privacy? My towel had been about to hit the floor. I clung to it.
Do not dude me, Kelsey. Get dressed, and I'll make you breakfast.
Gray was cool as he stood in the doorway, like he often found himself in a strange, half-naked woman's bedroom. I can find my own breakfast, thank you. I could feel my face going stubborn.
10 minutes, okay?
Have you listened to anything I said? I'll pick up something to eat on my way out.
All right, then. 10 minutes.
He smiled like I had politely agreed with him.
See you then, Kelsey. Don't try sneaking out. I'll catch you. Do you like your eggs scrambled or fried?
I like my eggs in between a biscuit and wrapped in foil so I can eat it while I drive. No matter how hot he was rapidly getting on my last nerve.
Scramble sounds good to me, too,
he said, as he closed the door behind him. I stared for a minute and wondered if the dude had been damaged. In his line of work, it could totally happen. I dressed quickly and used the towel to dry my hair as much as possible. Unfortunately, I caught sight of myself in the mirror, and then I was a little nauseous again. There was no doubt the girl in the mirror had a rough night. My eyes were bloodshot, and there were dark circles under them. I was insane to think that whatever Grayson Sloan was up to had anything to do with wanting my glorious body. Because I looked rough. He was probably here to... Oh, God. A really horrible thought hit me. I prayed he wasn't here to do that. I wouldn't be able to handle the mortification. I shoved my feet into my sneakers and stalked to the kitchen to confront the big guy. Are you here to haul me into rehab? Sloan stopped turning over the bacon he was frying and laughed.
No. I'm not here to drag you kicking and screaming into some 12-step program. Jamie and I were practicing at the gun range when Nathan called. I asked Jamie if he minded if I came along. It was easier than dropping me back at my house.
Are they planning an intervention? The thought made me a little sick. I couldn't imagine a whole bunch of people sitting around begging me not to drink myself to death and sending me to a place where a psychiatrist would ask me why I drank. I would say, "Hey, Doc, have you ever seen a werewolf cut down in the prime of life? Ever been responsible for multiple homicides?" And then I would be placed on a 72-hour hold. No, I wasn't heading to rehab. Sloan pulled 2 pieces of bacon out of the skillet and laid them on the plate that already had eggs and a couple of slices of toast. The smell should have sent me reeling, but my stomach was pretty strong, and it grumbled at the thought of my stubbornness costing me the bacon. Healthy appetite doesn't begin to cover what I have. Luckily, I've always had the metabolism to go with it.
Are they planning an intervention?
Sloane's deep voice washed over me like a calm, warm rain. That voice was soothing.
Maybe. Nate seems a little freaked out. Jamie seems encouraged, maybe. He thinks it's a good thing you're working again. According to him, you're talented, and you're wasting your gifts working for insurance companies and angry divorcees. He handed me the plate, and I gave up the fight.
I sat down at the kitchen table and dug in with gusto.
It's not like I've been sitting on my ass.
Sloan set a cup of coffee in front of me and then settled his big body onto my dining table chair. The morning light was kind to him, softening the hard planes of his face and making what was almost certainly a tough man look a little gentle.
Jamie thinks you should start working with us.
I laughed. Sloan was the only person Jamie worked with on a regular basis, and even then, it was only when Sloan brought him in. Grayson Sloan was a certified badass. That's the only way to describe a real Texas Ranger.
Yeah, I bet I could pass whatever test your captain gives to contractors.
He shook his head, setting down his coffee.
Probably not. But then I'm given an enormous amount of latitude when it comes to who I work with. I answer to the B Company captain, but that's technical. He doesn't want to know what I do. He wishes he didn't have to deal with me at all. It's why he doesn't question the recs I put in for Jamie's services.
I took a long drink, the caffeine starting to work in my system. I supposed it was hard to be the Mulder of the Ranger world. Sloan handled all the weird stuff, meaning anything even vaguely supernatural. He was probably an outcast among his own peers. It made sense that he and Jamie were friends. They understood the same world.
"Hey, little sister,"
Jamie said, walking into the kitchen.
"I like the new paint in the living room. How are you feeling?"
"Like shit," I replied, before polishing off the toast. Yeah, food had done wonders for me. But I still have a job to do, so I'll suck it up. I'm sorry Nate felt like he had to call you. Last night was a slip-up. I ended up in a tense situation with a wolf, and he apparently knew Dad. Jamie let out a deep breath and slumped into the chair across from me. My 32-year-old brother seemed so much older as he thought about our father.
"I'm so sorry, Kels."
I sat back in my chair. Do you run into many people who knew him?
"I do,"
Jamie acknowledged.
"The bastard cut a wide swath. There's no getting around it. He hurt a lot of people. And they don't forget that he's still out there. But they get used to me. And if they don't, I kick their ass. I won't lie to you. If you want to work in this world, you're going to have to make them accept you. Believe it or not, Nate can help you more with that than even I can. Nate has some powerful friends."
I laughed at the thought. Yeah, well, I probably won't be meeting them. I met one of his gamer geek friends last night, and I'm sure he'll run the next time he sees me. I kind of hit on him. Jamie laughed, but Sloan didn't. He got up and poured himself another cup of coffee.
"Tell me about this case of yours,"
Jamie said. I shrugged, looking at the clock. I needed to get out of here soon if I was going to make it all the way to Dallas. It's a missing person case. She's a shifter, lost her college scholarship, and went on the game. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure she's in trouble. I've got an appointment with one of her professors in 2 hours. It's probably a dead end, but she'd been spending a lot of time with him, according to her roommate.
"Hey, aren't you working on some missing person cases?"
Jamie asked Sloan as he settled back down.
"Yeah," the Ranger replied. "We have some missing soups. It's not a bunch. 4 cases. All young women. But considering how small the community is, I was asked to look into it."
Were they hookers? I asked, getting that tingle in the back of my skull that told me I was onto something.
Not Exactly.
Sloane prevaricated.
Look, it's an open case. I really shouldn't talk about it.
Something about the way he spoke had me sitting up tall again. He was hiding something. It was there in the way his eyes tightened. If not hiding something, he was definitely blowing me off, when he shouldn't be. If he was working missing persons, he should want to trade notes. But if I could get a look at your files, I could maybe see a pattern. Were the girls all in college? Were they all from Dallas? What do you mean, not exactly? How do you not exactly prostitute yourself?
Whoa. Slow down, sweetheart.
Sloane turned to Jamie, his eyes wide. My brother chuckled.
I told you. She's a bulldog when she's on a case. She really might be able to see something you missed.
Sloane seemed to consider it for a moment, and a little thrum of excitement rode through me at the thought of looking through Sloane's files. The puzzle would be there, laid out for me to solve. Just for a second, I thought I could do something important. He turned his blue eyes on me.
How about we make a deal? You promise to not get trashed again like you did last night, and I'll let you have a peek.
Humiliation swept over my body like a wave, and I watched Jamie tense. He was waiting for me to explode, but I was done wasting energy like that. Sloane wanted to be an asshole? Who was I to stop him? I certainly didn't have to take it, though. I stood up. Keep your files, Sloane. I don't need them. Lock up when you're done, Jamie. I take it Nate's looking for drugs. I ignored Sloane's stare and focused on Jamie, who relaxed a bit when he realized I wasn't going to make a scene.
You know how he is. Someday promise me you'll throw him a bone and leave a little bag of parsley or something hidden in your underwear drawer for him to find.
I leaned over and kissed my big brother's cheek. Sloane didn't matter. He didn't mean a thing to me. He was one more hot guy who thought he was better than everyone else. I promise. Now I'm going. I can't stand all the brotherly concern. Call you later. I walked out without another glance at the gorgeous man I wasn't going to be seeing again for various reasons. I heard Nathan going through the drawers in my bathroom. I should have yelled and screamed and told him to keep his hands out of my business. But I didn't. Nathan had been the one to find me bleeding that day so long ago. If it hadn't been for Liv, he would have been the one to hold me while I died. He deserved some leeway. I hid my hardcore stuff in with the tampons, Nate, I yelled, and giggled a little at the thought of him pawing through feminine necessaries. Nathan's head poked out from the bathroom door. Don't think I won't look, Kels. I know you will. Despite our fight the night before, I felt a great rush of love for him. He didn't understand me the way Jamie did, and I annoyed him greatly. But he never backed away. Dan was wrong. I already had a couple of people who wouldn't let me push them away. Your vigilance has kept me from becoming a heroin addict. Nate's face softened, and he gave me a little smile. That's the plan. I decided to needle him a little. He's my brother. It's my job. Hey, and when you get to the little drawer in my nightstand, why don't you go ahead and change out the batteries on the vibrator? They were a little low a couple of nights ago. I heard his strangled scream. Disgusting, Kels! I was smiling as I turned and ran into the brick wall that seemed to be shadowing me that morning. I tried hard not to blush, because it would have been nice to have not mentioned a vibrator around Sloane. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Sloane didn't move an inch.
I didn't have any right to make a dumbass statement like that. I was rude. But you threw me off a little when you mentioned meeting Nate's friends. It's a bad idea to be vulnerable around them. I don't like the idea of some of them taking advantage of you. But I don't have any right to judge. I wasn't really doing that. I was thinking more along the lines of protecting you. And I get that I sounded like a judgmental douchebag. I'm sorry.
I shrugged, unwilling to think about why I got a warm, gushy feeling when I thought about Sloane protecting me. He was so stinking gorgeous, from his perfectly square jaw to his broad shoulders. He was so not for me. Not a problem, Lieutenant Sloane. I'll keep my drunken affections away from my brother's friends. Have a nice afternoon. A big hand settled on my arm and pulled me around. Before I knew what was happening, I was really close to Grayson Sloane. He was taking up all the space, making me feel small. It takes a whole lot to make me feel small.
Let me make something plain to you, Kelsey. I'm not your brother. So don't lump me in with them. I wanted to come here today because I'm interested in you. And I have been for a long time. I've asked Jamie to set us up for a while now. But he thinks you're too fragile to date. I think if you're strong enough for meaningless one-night stands, then you can handle an honest-to-goodness date. Dinner tonight.
I was sure my eyes were wide as saucers, and I realized Jamie was right. I wasn't ready for this. No way, no how. Luckily, I had an excuse, and it found its way out of my mouth. I have to work tonight.
You can take a couple of hours off,
Sloane said smoothly.
You have to eat, right? I'll bring my files, and we can talk about any similarities in our cases. We can call it a working dinner, if date is too much for you.
But it wasn't work. I stood there with big, gorgeous Sloane looming over me, and I knew this wouldn't be professional. It would be personal, and it wouldn't end there. If I thought for 1 second I could take what I wanted from Grayson Sloane and happily send him on his way, I would have thrown down with him at the first given opportunity. But something told me he wouldn't take his walking papers with aplomb. I smiled with a jauntiness I didn't feel and pulled my arm out of his hand. I think I'll skip working with you, Sloane. I'm kind of a loner. How about I promise when I solve my case, I'll let you know so you can close yours too. I winked at him and walked out the door, got in my Jeep, and took off. I drove to Dallas like the devil was following me. Chapter 4. I walked across the tree-lined, stately campus of Southern Methodist University. I had unhappily parked about a flippin' mile off campus because, unlike Liv, I didn't have a magical parking pass, and I really needed to avoid tickets. I couldn't afford them. I hated to think about what my drinking binge had cost me last night. My local bar might be a shithole, but they still charged for drinks. I stopped and studied the map I'd picked up at the student center, then took a quick left as my cell rang. I was prepared to ignore it, as I had ignored all of the increasingly pissed-off texts from Liv. If she was escalating to actual calls, I might have to turn off the phone. I glanced down at the number, and a cold chill went through me. I ran my thumb across the screen, because this person would never accept that I didn't answer. She would call and leave message after message. "Hi, Mom. Kelsey, this is your mother, she said in a too loud voice. I know, Mom. You don't have to yell. I need you to call me, Kelsey. She carefully enunciated each word. I talked to your brother, and I'm worried. Mom, why should I call you? I'm talking to you now. I was the one screaming, because she always thought she was talking to a machine, and this could seriously go on forever. Oh, it is you, dear. My mom sounded delighted. It's so refreshing for you to answer. You know how bad I am with these new tech things. Yes, like cell phones. Although my mother might have been talking about regular old telephones. It wasn't that she was old. Her upbringing had been unusual, to say the least. I'm fine, Mom. Nathan didn't need to call you. I read the name of the building I was standing in front of. Not the one I was looking for, so I kept walking. Well, I'm glad he did, Kelsey Jean, she said, her voice firming. I sighed. I was in trouble. It was no big deal. I'm even up and working. I'm on a case, a paying case, so I should really... Mom ignored me entirely. Nathan believes that drugs might be involved. I groaned and rolled my eyes as far back as they could go. Nathan always thinks drugs are involved. Nathan is clinically insane. Talk to Jamie. He'll tell you I'm fine. I already talked to Jamie, and you're obviously not fine since you turned down a date with that nice Grayson Sloan. Jamie said Gray was devastated. I bet that's what Jamie said. I was betting Jamie had said it while laughing his ass off at the thought of his sister turning down his super hot friend. I think he'll recover, Mom. I stopped in the middle of the sidewalk as the hair on the back of my neck started to tingle. Eyes were on me. I wasn't anonymous anymore. Something was watching me. Well, you're not getting any younger, Kelsey. That man is quite the catch. He's attractive and respectful, and he has a good job. You already know he gets along with your brother, so he would fit in well. My mother continued, as I turned slowly, searching the crowds to find who was watching me. The students rushed around as the hour changed, and classes were being released, only to start again in the next 10 minutes. It was Friday, and everyone wanted to get where they were going. I studied the campus for signs of someone not terribly interested in getting somewhere. My mother continued to expound on the many blessings of Grayson Sloan. He's so polite. He's come to dinner a couple of times with your brother, and he always comments on your pictures. I wasn't sure how I felt about Sloan studying my high school graduation photos. What was his real interest in me? I wasn't in his league, looks-wise. It was hard for me to believe he'd seen my picture and known instantly he wanted me. I shook my head because I needed to concentrate on figuring out who was following me. My mother's voice went low, like she didn't want anyone overhearing her next words. And dear, I think he would be a considerate lover. Then really, Mom, you should give him a try. Ah, my eyes lit on a familiar face. There was my little stalker. He watched me from a tree across the quad. The wolf from yesterday stood there. Darren's brown eyes narrowed as he caught me staring. Look, Mom, I gotta go. I bore down on the werewolf, and there must have been something in my eyes as I closed in, because he looked startled at what he saw there. Well, I won't keep you then, she said breezily. Don't forget to come by for dinner, and we'll talk some more about Grayson. Goodbye, Mom, I said between clenched teeth, and I dropped the call. Don't you say a word
The hunter was talking to her mommy. Sorry to interrupt,
Darren bit out sarcastically. I was just about done with Darren. I felt like shit. My head was still pounding despite the caffeine, and I really wanted to be back in bed. I didn't want to be here dealing with Darren's obvious mental problems. Look here, Wolf. I'm trying to help the Taylors. I haven't done anything personally to you. I'm not my father. I realized what a horrible human he was a long time ago, and if he were here, I would shoot him myself. So back the fuck off and let me do my job. I turned and began to stalk away. The baby wolf was hard on my heels.
Are you really trying to find her?
I sighed and stopped. I'd finally found the right building, but I didn't want to go into the professor's office with the werewolf in tow. I'm looking for her. I think she's in trouble. You dogging my every footstep isn't helping. Darren, who was in another flannel shirt and jeans, seemed to deflate.
I think she's in trouble, too. She told me she was working, but I followed her one night, and she went to this club downtown. It was a school night. She never used to do stuff like that.
Did you follow her into the club? So Joanne had a reason to mask her scent. Darren was obviously nosy. Darren nodded.
I followed her to the club, but I couldn't get in. It was real busy. They have this line waiting to get in, and the bouncer has to let you go. That night, the bouncer was this asshole from the pack who's jealous that my dad is the alpha. Dad put him in his place a couple of months ago, and he was getting back at us by not letting me in. Jerk.
So it was a supernatural club. That made things harder. But Joanne got in. Darren nodded.
They let her walk right in. I waited for her, but when she came out, she was with some guy. I'm pretty sure he was a vamp.
Blonde guy? I'd only met one vamp, but in a city the size of Dallas, there wouldn't be many. I hoped it wasn't Dan. He seemed like a nice guy. It would be a shame to have to kill him.
Nah. This one was dark-haired and really creepy looking, the wolf said. I mean, the dude gave me the creeps, and that's not easy. I started to yell at him to leave her alone, but then there were bouncers and threats, and they kinda hauled me out and told me not to come back. It got me in trouble with, well, everyone. Jo was pissed the next day. She wouldn't take my calls. She wouldn't see me. I was worried about her.
I believed him. At least, he believed himself. Sometimes denial could be a powerful thing. Why are you willing to talk to me? A flush stole across his skin.
My dad came by last night and told me to leave you alone. He said some bigwig came by and ordered all the wolves to either help you out or get the hell out of your way. His name's Trent. He works for the big guy.
I don't know anybody named Trent. Why would he care who gets in my way? I glanced at my watch. This was one mystery that would have to wait. I was going to miss the professor if I didn't hustle. I pulled out my card and handed it to Darren. If you think of anything else, give me a call.
Okay.
He clutched that card, looking at me like he'd been hoping for more. I regretted leaving him like that, but false hope wasn't going to help. I walked up the steps to the building where Professor Hamilton had his office, feeling Darren's eyes on me all the while. Who the hell was this Trent guy? And why would he think to look out for me? It was possible he knew one of my brothers. I would have to ask them if they had mentioned my problems with the wolf to anyone. It pointed out a major issue I had. I'd been out of this game for a long time. The truth was, I'd never really been in it. I didn't know anyone. I started climbing the steep stairs to the 3rd floor as my mind whirled. My father only knew who the alphas of the local packs were in order to hunt them. He certainly didn't try to work with them the way Jamie did, or have supernatural friends like Nathan. Dad might have known the local players' names and habits, but I needed to get them to cooperate with me. Jamie had told me Nathan had powerful contacts in this world. It was hard for me to believe. Nathan managed a software store. He was slowly working his way through college, a class or 2 a year, but he certainly didn't scream power player. I would have to talk to Nate and see if he knew who this Trent person was. If he had an inclination to help me, then I would call him and introduce myself. Peter Hamilton's office was halfway down a quiet, dim hallway. It was so quiet, I wondered if he'd skipped out on his office hours. It was a Friday afternoon, and from the lack of students roaming around, I would say most of the building had called it a week. Who kept hours on Friday when the fall air was crisp and the sunshine was practically perfect? I knocked briefly on the professor's door and was surprised when he called out, "Come in." I pushed open the door, and Peter Hamilton was sitting at his neatly appointed desk. It seemed incongruous for a college professor to be so neat and organized. The books on the shelves that lined 3 of the walls were neatly placed, and I was certain he could find any single one of them in a second. There were efficient-looking file cabinets behind his desk and a small refrigerator. His desk was clean, only a sleek laptop marring the perfect lines.
"I don't believe I know you."
Hamilton was as neat as his office. He wore the uniform of a stately college professor, trousers, white dress shirt, and a snazzy sport coat. He was maybe pushing 40, and he wasn't an unattractive man. He was kind of bland. "My name is Kelsey Atwood." I introduced myself, and he briefly shook my hand. I was surprised by the softness of his skin. It wasn't that there wasn't strength in his hands, but they were soft, much softer than mine. He took special care with his hands. "I'm working for Helen Taylor."
"Ah, yes. Joanne's mother. I spoke with her briefly. She hasn't been to class this week, I'm afraid."
His voice was cultured, with a hint of a British accent, though I knew he'd been born in Tallahassee. It was a pretentious affectation. I nodded, and he indicated it was all right for me to sit down in the chair across from his desk. "I'm aware of that. I was told she spent a lot of time on your class."
"We meet twice a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, for an hour and a half per class. But it's a late afternoon class," the professor explained. "I'm afraid some of our discussions run long. We get involved in the work. We often move from class to the pub across the street, where we argue long into the evening."
"Sounds like you have some dedicated students." A smirk crossed his face as he sat back.
"I'm grateful I've instilled such loyalty and passion in my students."
If he were female, I'd have started counting up the cats. I wondered briefly what male spinsters filled their houses with. I was betting a whole lot of well-organized books. His shelves were full of them. There was the requisite literature by luminaries like Joyce, Forster, and Dickens. But there were other, less obvious choices. There was a large volume titled The Encyclopedia of Vampire. I was unaware that vamps had started writing reference books, but I was willing to go with it. There was a field guide to identifying demons. I could have saved him the hours reading that one. Demons are the ones who try to eat you. I turned my attention back to the professor. "This is the second class Joanne has taken with you?" He nodded shortly.
"Yes. Joanne is an excellent student. She did her final essay last year on the relevance of Bram Stoker's Dracula to today's genre fiction. It was a good paper. I invited her to join us for this class. It's mostly made up of sophomores and juniors, but there are a few seniors. Her roommate said she spent more time than usual on this class. He shrugged. It's a rigorous class. I know some people think there isn't a lot of value in what I teach, but I think we can all learn from history. History? I thought you taught English. I do, but you can't study literature and the minds of great authors without understanding history. My class is contextual. I teach freshman English and any number of literature courses, but over the last 10 years I've become interested in lore and mythology. It was my classical mythology and urban legends that Joanne was in. So she was studying Greek gods and stuff? He shot me a dismissive smile, and I knew my intellect was coming into question. So much more than that. The religions of the past are the mythology of today. Zeus and Hades perform the same functions as the gods of today's religions do. They were a way for people to explain the unexplainable. They were a conduit between humans and the divine. But our lore, our stories, are even more important. They seek to unveil that which is hidden. And what is hidden, Professor? I asked, interested in his answer to my question. He had the look of a man who truly believed. And then it was gone. He smiled, and it was a smooth expression. He was back to lecturing. Our hidden desires, of course. That which we desire is what mythological creatures represent, and our fears. Do you know that to this day, true Romany gypsies still bury their dead standing up? I returned his smile with one of my own. He was speaking my language. Yes, they do it so when their dead relatives become revenants, they will only be able to walk forward through the dirt rather than clawing their way to the surface and giving in to the insatiable desire to consume living flesh. He clasped those super soft hands together. Very good, Miss Atwood. I'm rather surprised. It's a small folk legend, but still practiced in some areas. The dead consume living flesh to become immortal. Like vampires? I tried to lead the discussion to my place of interest. Joanne was obviously involved with a vampire. At least according to Darren, she was. It would be interesting to see if she was studying them as well. He shook his head and frowned. Not at all. A revenant is nothing more than a zombie with reasonable intelligence. It insults the vampire to put the two in the same sentence. A zombie mindlessly seeks flesh. The flesh is temporary, useful, but dumb. Blood is the basis of life. It holds the soul. This is the nourishment the vampire seeks. I wanted to roll my eyes, but I was turning over a new leaf. I nodded like he was telling me something important. I understand. Vampires are important in this class of yours? Professor Hamilton's eyes lit up, and I knew I'd hit on something. Vampires are the pinnacles of our desires, Miss Atwood. They are death and life immortal. They are the gods of this age. I couldn't argue with that. Pop culture-wise, they were experiencing a renaissance. You couldn't turn around without another brooding vampire trying to sink his fangs into someone. I wondered if Daniel had seen Twilight. I doubted seriously that he had ever once sparkled.
I really liked Buffy, I admitted with fondness. He huffed, showing his utter disdain. I'm talking about the real thing, Miss Atwood. Vampires have been taken over by simpering romance novelists and their ridiculous female fans. The true vampire is a creature of great darkness. They don't spend their time whining over human females. They are the bringers of death to the unworthy, and life immortal to the blessed few. Which proved that the good professor didn't know crap about vampires. My father had, for the most part, avoided vampires like the plague. He told me he avoided them because they were dying out on their own anyway, but I thought it was because they were too badass to risk a confrontation with. What the professor had wrong was how a person is made a vampire. They aren't. You're either born one or not, and no one can tell who's a vampire until they die and rise again. I heard a rumor a few years back that a king could actually sense latent vampires and turn them while they're vital. But as far as I knew, it was just a rumor. A vampire king is so rare as to be legendary. It's a story vampires tell fledglings to scare the crap out of them. So, you sat around and talked about vampires? I didn't need to set him straight. He wouldn't believe me anyway. He sat forward, his eyes narrowing. You don't believe in the supernatural? You would be surprised what I believe in. Imagine if they were real. Lonely gods, walking the earth. What if you could talk to one? What would you ask it? Would you worship the vampire, leave it gifts, and pray for the hands of those who defy death to seek you out in kindness? He gave me a moment to ponder his completely pretentious words. Then he sat back and let out a deep breath. These are the questions we ask. It was time I asked one of my own. Professor Hamilton, were you having a sexual affair with Joanne Taylor? His swift reaction told me a lot, which was precisely why I blindsided him. His face went blank, as though the question caught him completely off guard, and I knew in an instant that he hadn't even considered it. No, I don't sleep with my students. That might be what other professors do, but I consider it beneath me. I believed him. I apologize. I had to ask. You're an attractive man, and she was a lovely girl. He preened under the compliment. Well, I will admit, Joanne had a little crush on me. It's inevitable. Young girls look for powerful, intelligent men to protect them. But I have my work to think of. I could be dismissed if I was caught with a student. I owe them my work, you know. Was Joanne involved with anyone in class? He thought about that for a moment. Not that I could tell. She actually held herself apart a bit. She certainly participated, but she had odd ideas about things. Once she posited that vampires were almost exclusively male, which makes no sense. She got laughed at, and she was quiet for a while after that. I don't know. Wow. Joanne had seriously skirted trouble with the council. If she'd been giving away secrets, she could have been hauled to the Vampire Council and tried for treason. It wouldn't matter that she wasn't a vampire. Those men, because she was right, they were almost all men, took their privacy seriously. It was another line of questions I should ask, but I needed a vampire to interrogate. I may have to go back on my vow to stay off the computer for a while. Dan was the only vampire I knew, He seemed like an odd sort of vampire since he had 3 kids, but maybe he could point me in the right direction. Possibly he could introduce me to some of the power players, if I asked nicely. I thank you for your time, Professor. I sent him a grateful smile. He was a weirdo, and he gave me the creeps, but it was hard for me to see him as a hardened killer. I would check a little more into his background, but I wasn't going to get anything more from talking to him than a lecture on his intensely wrong views on vampires. I had a sudden thought. Can I get a class roster from you? He stared at me, seemingly befuddled by the query. I don't know that I have a copy. Why would you need that? It's standard procedure. I lied. I didn't have any standard procedures. I need to know who Joanne's classmates are. I might need to question some of them. He frowned. I don't know if I like the thought of you harassing my students. Do you like the thought of one of your students going missing, Professor? If your precious students have any information on where Joanne is, I would think you would want them to step up. He backed off immediately. Of course. I'll talk to the office staff about putting that together for you. I really must ask you to leave. I need to work. You've taken up enough of my time. I saluted the professor and quietly exited his office. I made my way to the stairs, all the while plotting. I didn't believe for an instant that a man as organized as Peter Hamilton didn't have his class rosters at his fingertips. He probably could produce every roster for every class he'd ever taught. But he'd lied to me. He didn't want me to know who was in that class. Well, I was going to find out. I wasn't sure how yet, but I could ponder it all night while I staked out the first address in Joanne's notebook. I stopped at a convenience store and stocked up. There's a reason most PIs are overweight, with a tendency to have coronaries. Salads simply don't work as stakeout food. I bought a 6-pack of Dr. Pepper, some M&Ms, a bag of Doritos, and a single beer. Okay, I bought a single Dr. Pepper and a 6-pack of beer. I was still freaking hungover. I stand by the beer choice. I stopped by a street vendor on Good Latimer and bought a couple of tacos and a churro before heading north into a much nicer section of town. I located the building indicated by the address in Joanne's little spiral. It was one in a long line of Victorian townhouses. I took stock of my surroundings and was pleased to find a small office building across from the residential street. It came complete with a parking garage that would nicely serve as my nest for the night. It was a little ways away from the actual house, but I had my camera with a high-powered telephoto lens, so I didn't need to be super close. I tried to turn into the parking garage, but it was private and required a security code. Luckily, there was no actual guard on duty, so I parked the Jeep down the street, shoved all my gear into a backpack, and hiked. It was after 6 by the time I found the perfect perch. Everyone seemed to have gone home for the weekend, and there wasn't a car in the garage. I walked up to the 5th floor, which afforded me an excellent view of the townhouse. Like all the houses on the small block, it was well maintained, and obviously expensive. This was North Dallas, the nicest part of town. The small complex of townhomes was surrounded by superior stores, restaurants, and small exclusive companies. I noted, as I polished off a really excellent beef taco, that while all the other streets in the area had pedestrians walking on them, this street was completely empty. It was kind of odd. I studied the small block of townhomes. There were 6 in all, and they looked like they had serious square footage, probably 3 bedrooms or more. So where were the cars in the driveway? Where were the silly signs on the door that announced the house was established in such and such a year? Where were the bikes dumped in the yards by kids running in the house to dinner? Where was anyone at all? The lights in the middle townhouse came on at precisely 6:43. Sundown. The hairs on my forearms stood straight up. Now I knew why there weren't bikes on the lawns. I would bet my life that all 6 townhouses were connected on the inside, and I was staring at a vampire club. I took a deep breath, because a couple of things were becoming clear to me. 1. Joanne Taylor had been playing a dangerous game. She was a hooker, but it went beyond that. Vampires wanted more than sex. Oh, from what I understood, they wanted sex. Vampires could feed off sexual energy, but their primary source of energy was always blood. Sometimes the vamp got a little overeager and took too much. Joanne might be stronger than a regular human, but she needed the proper blood volume to survive. The second fact I realized while staring at the club really scared me. The freaking Vampire Council had to be involved. If she was working at a vampire club, then the council knew about it. I didn't want to get involved with the council. Everything I knew about vampires, I knew from my father, and from the stories my mother has told me. Mom's dad was a hunter, but not exactly one like my dad. He'd hunted at the request of the council, or a pack, where, for political reasons, the alpha chose not to dispense justice himself. Every so often, my grandfather would get a call, and he would leave his backwoods home in East Texas and hunt down some supernatural creature that had gone crazy or caused too much trouble. Granddad was particularly good at hunting werewolves. He always had an order of execution, and he only killed wolves who met the criteria for a righteous kill. My dad was pretty much the opposite. While Granddad had many friends in the local packs and was respected, my father was a revenge hunter. I twisted the top off a beer and let it coat my throat as I thought about my father. His mom and sister had been torn apart by a wolf who went crazy. My granddad had been the one to hunt the wolf, and he'd found my 17-year-old father in the process. He felt bad for the kid and brought him home where he taught him everything he knew about hunting. I would like to have known my granddad better, but he died before my father left us, and we weren't permitted to have anything to do with a traitor. Mom had only managed to sneak away to visit her dad a few times, while my father had been more than happy to take my grandfather's training and his daughter. Once Dad had everything he needed, he decided to have nothing more to do with the old man. Having a friend or two in the non-human world was the same thing as treason in my father's mind. I suppose my brothers and my lifestyle were a big old fuck you to Dad. I shook my head and took another swallow. My mind was wandering. Dad had known the basics about vampires. Rule number 1, don't fuck around with vampires. Rule number 2, see rule number 1. Vampires are a genetic anomaly. There's something in their DNA that clicks on when death occurs. The vampire rises and takes blood, and then, as long as he continues to take blood, his body functions. The vampire is stronger than a human. Most are stronger than wolves and shifters. They develop different powers over the years, and this forms their class system. Warriors tend to be the strongest of the strong. They're fast and kill with ease. Most vampires can be described as warriors, but there are others as well. Some have exceptional mental powers, and others can make you see things that aren't there. I've heard that some can even fly, but until I see it, I ain't believing that one. They also have the most organized, powerful central system of government in the supernatural world. The Vampire Council rules the supernaturals with an iron fist. I'd heard vague rumors that there had been a change at the top of the council. But trust me, they're still the same assholes, different faces. If Joanne Taylor was killed by a vampire, it would be hard for me to prove it, and even harder to bring him to justice. The council protects their own. I sighed and settled in because I wasn't going to let some group of old, and I mean old, politicians stop me from finding out the truth. I pulled out my camera and concentrated on the front of the building. I took a bunch of pictures, getting the lay of the land, so to speak. The first limo arrived shortly after full dark and contained a group of females. It surprised me, because I had understood that the women who worked in the vampire clubs tended to live there. They were slaves. These women didn't look like slaves. They were dressed in heels and short dresses and ready to party. Their clothes reminded me of the dresses Liv found in the back of Joanne's closet. I made sure I got close-ups of the girls as they headed into the building. A big guy opened the door, and I caught the briefest glimpse of a blonde-haired woman greeting the girls. I twisted the cap off beer number 2, and my body was finally relaxing after a day of tormenting me. I shifted on my knees and decided that I would put a pillow in the back of the Jeep for times like this. My knees were hurting from kneeling on the hard concrete, but I didn't want to stand up. Even though I was a long way from the club, vampires have damn fine senses, and I didn't want to get caught. A Mercedes pulled up, and the big guy was moving quickly to get to that car. He hauled ass to open the door for the dark-haired man who tossed his keys at him. I snapped off a few quick photos before really studying the vampire through the lens. I engaged the zoom and got my first good look at a vampire who didn't play games with my brother. He wasn't the tallest man I'd seen, but he was powerfully built. His eyes were gray and seemed extremely cold to me. His hair was brown and slicked back. He wore a tailored suit and black tie. The male radiated superiority to everyone around him. He breathed in the night air, and I felt the air of anticipation from him, even across the block and 5 floors up. He was hungry, and he wanted blood. The vampire took the steps 2 at a time in his eagerness to get to the door. The thin blonde woman was waiting to greet him. She nodded formally as he entered the house, and she closed the door behind him. I sat back on my heels. He'd given me the serious creeps, and I hadn't even seen the dude's fangs. I made a mental note to buy a crossbow at the earliest given opportunity. I was taking another swig of my rapidly warming beer when every single one of my instincts went on full alert. I can't properly describe it, but it's never steered me wrong. I know when I'm no longer alone. I slowly put the beer down and reached into my bag, carefully palming my .38. I closed my eyes and opened my ears. Whoever was coming for me was making their way up the ramp from the lower levels. The sound was somewhat slow. There was something impatient about the brisk thuds. Whoever it was, they weren't really trying to hide their progress, but that didn't mean they weren't dangerous. I pulled myself up onto the cement column, making sure my sneakers were hidden from view. I had to let one foot dangle off the ledge to make sure no one could see where I was hiding. I pulled the .38 close to my chest and made sure the safety was off. I closed my eyes and listened. The sound was getting closer and closer. The click-clack getting more and more pissed off as it made its way up the ramps. I was beginning to suspect who was after me, but I couldn't be sure until I had visual recognition. Even with my suspicion, I intended to give whoever was coming up the ramp a reason to reconsider. "Damn it," I heard a feminine voice say. The female sighed and started up the ramp to go to the top floor of the parking garage when she stopped and turned. I smiled. She'd seen my stuff on the floor of the garage, but she still hadn't seen me. "Kelsey?" Liv asked hesitantly. "Are you here?" I leapt from my hiding place and had her perfectly in my sights before she had a chance to breathe. "Holy shit!" Liv screamed, and jumped back at least 2 feet before landing on her ass. I grinned down at her. "You were looking for me?" "Bitch," she breathed, her eyes wide. "I hate it when you do that." I have to admit, I enjoyed the way she had to catch her breath and clutched her chest, like she could stop her heart from racing. "Then don't try to sneak up on me." Her eyes narrowed, and I knew she was no longer thinking about her fear. "Sneak up on you? I've sent you 20 texts. I left 10 voicemails. I told you in the last one that I was working on a locator spell, and that I would be here in this very place in 20 minutes. I don't know how else you want me to announce my damn presence." I shrugged and clicked the safety back on the gun. "I guess I missed that." Liv scrambled up, her heels clacking against the cement. "Yeah, right, I believe that. You ignored me all day." "I'm working," I said, because I knew that tone. I was about to get a massive lecture on the evils of alcohol. I smiled bitterly as I twisted open beer number 3. "I can tell." She shook her head at the empty beer bottles and food wrappers. "Nathan called me last night. Between that and your drunk texting, I figured out you fell off the wagon last night." I wasn't aware I'd been on the wagon. I got back on my knees, because Liv might want to throw an intervention, but my night was far from over. Another limo was pulling up. I was clicking pictures of 3 vampires and 2 women. These were kind of strange-looking vamps, I thought, as Liv's tirade continued. She was saying something about me throwing my life away. I was thinking that vamps don't normally wear jeans and hockey jerseys. The tall, lanky vampire was wearing just that, and he had his arm wrapped securely around the shoulder of a dark-haired Hispanic girl who, if I had to guess, was a werewolf. Curious. I wondered if the wolf was a hooker. Liv continued on, telling me how dangerous it was to get drunk when I had no backup. But I was thinking no on the hooker bit. The vamp's smile was a happy one. There wasn't anything salacious about it, just a sweet joy. I doubted the woman in his arms was anything but a girlfriend. He was careful with her. The other vampire with a female seemed a little European to me. They had a certain style that American men didn't have, and confidence in their own sexuality that few American men possessed. This vampire was wearing a dusky rose silk shirt over dark brown slacks, and he looked wholly masculine in them. He held hands with a blonde in a short skirt and a wide smile. The last vamp seemed young, and I meant that in a vampire fashion. If I was a betting girl, I would lay money that he'd recently started walking the night, and the 2 older vamps were showing him the ropes. "Have you listened to a word I said?" Liv asked, her hands on her hips. I turned and tried a conciliatory smile. "Alcohol bad, sobriety good." She rolled her eyes. "Give me a damn beer." I tossed her the coldest one I had left. She sank down and regarded me with serious brown eyes. "What are we doing here, Kels?" The limo drove off, and I wondered if that was it. "I am working a case you sent me on. You're bitching at me. That's what we're doing here." "You know what I mean." I looked down at my best friend and gave up the fight. "It's a vampire club. It's one of the addresses in Joanne's book. I think she worked here." "Shh." Shit.
Liv took a long swig.
A real vamp club?
She knelt beside me, looking over the concrete barrier. 4 vamps have already gone in, and it's early, I commented.
I've heard they like to get the whole dinner thing out of the way.
4 vampires. From what I understood, they were rare and tended to spread out. Do you think that's the whole population of North Texas? Liv snorted. Not lately. I pursed my lips as I thought about the implications of diving in. I knew that Liv, Nate, and Jamie had been careful to keep any news of the supernatural world out of my hearing for the last 10 years or so. I was about to open the door. What do you mean? Liv's shoulder-length golden brown hair was in her right hand as she twisted it around. It was an unconscious mannerism she used when she was contemplating a problem.
You know Nathan doesn't think it's a good idea for us to keep you in the loop. He really thinks it's best for you to stay out of this world entirely.
He worked you over good, didn't he? Liv sighed.
He showed up after school and yelled at me for a while. He told me I was driving you to drink.
It wasn't you, Livy, I said with a sarcastic grin. I totally drove myself. That's what got my ass in trouble in the first place. Next time, I'll walk. She punched me in the arm.
Don't joke. I think Nate's wrong. I think you need this. I don't think you'll be able to live in the normal world. You'll have to keep too many secrets and deny too much of yourself. So, do you want the lowdown on the vamps?
I hesitated, but only for a moment. Liv was right. It wasn't like ignoring the supernatural world had made me blissfully happy. Hit me.
The council moved to Dallas almost 10 years ago, she said.
Now my eyes were wide. Seriously? I thought they were based in Paris and had been since forever. What the hell are they doing in Dallas?
The king lives here.
There's an actual vampire king, and he lives in Dallas?
Yeah,
Liv replied.
He's the real deal. He took out the old council 10 years ago when they started to threaten the wolves and shifters. Only one member of the old council survived the war. Now the council formally governs the supernatural world, and the seats are held by the various species. The king is the head of the council. There's a seat for vampires, werewolves, shifters, witches, humans, and the fae. The king only votes in the event of a tie.
Wow. I finally understood what it meant to be flabbergasted. That's amazing. And everyone's getting along?
Not as well as the king apparently expected, Liv admitted. He's already had to put down 2 attempts to overthrow him. I think after all those centuries of iron-fisted control, some groups are going a little too far with their newfound freedom. My coven leader says the king's looking for a solution. He wants to create a kind of law enforcement for the soups.
I laughed, because whoever took that job was a fucking idiot. Nice. He wants a sheriff. Well, good luck to him. I got back to watching the house. They were careful. I couldn't see a damn thing through those windows, and I started to wonder how good an idea it would be to try to sneak in. Or maybe I could get a date. They seemed to be letting dates in,
From what I understood, only vampires, companions, and slaves ever got into one of those clubs. Then my mind made another mental leap. He got rid of the slaves, I whispered. Liv shook her head enthusiastically. It was one of the first things he did. He freed all the slaves, though a lot of them stayed with their vampire masters. But the vamps have to prove they're paying their staffs. Then, who's feeding all these visiting vamps? If the king is here, then I assume he has a court. If the slaves are gone, who's going to feed the vampires? I asked, already knowing the answer. Liv's mouth formed a perfect little O. Hookers. Holy crap, Kels. You're right. Someone's bringing in hookers to fill up the clubs. But other soups would be better than grabbing a bunch of human girls off the street, I commented. Some asshole is recruiting supernatural college girls to prostitute themselves to vampires. Liv thought about that for a second. I get your point. But what else are they supposed to do? The vampires have to eat. The king won't let them enslave humans anymore. Look, Liv, I don't have some moral problem with it. If some chick wants to work her way through college on her back, then good for her. But Joanne is missing. And I don't think she's in Mexico with a John. I think she's dead. And I think it had to do with her job. Really? Liv teared up. Sorry, I said, taking a deep breath. If I had to bet on it, I would say I'm hunting for a corpse. Helen's going to be devastated, Liv whispered. I hated that I couldn't be more positive. But I knew that girl was gone. I also knew the possibility of finding a corpse was small. Supernatural creatures deteriorate quickly after death. It was one of the ways they hid from humans. Vampires turned to ash, and wolves and shifters decomposed at an accelerated rate. After a few days, there wouldn't be much left. I need to talk to someone about getting into that club. Liv went a pasty white. Oh no, Kelsey. They don't let humans in that club. You have to have a vampire escort to get past the front door. And I wouldn't try sneaking into the back if I were you. The club would be trapped. It should have weird charms and wards all over it. Then get me a meeting with the king, I said simply. He can get me in. Yeah, I'll get right on that, Liv said. Kelsey, I think going into that club is a bad idea. Oh, nice car, I commented as a black Bentley purred up the street and stopped in front of the club. I got behind the lens and took a good look at the vampire who gracefully got out of the beautiful beast he'd been driving. He was immaculately dressed in a three-piece suit that had to have been made for him. The pinstriped suit hugged his body perfectly, and he moved with a predatory grace. I pegged his height at right around 5'10". Not the tallest man, but he had presence. He was old. I pushed the button on the front of the camera to get a close-up of him. His face was slightly hawk-like. His dark eyes were fringed by some really spectacular lashes any girl would have been proud of. But there was no question about his masculinity. He screamed male, and I responded to it. His sensual mouth was turned down, and he was controlled, emotionless. He smoothed back the black silk of his hair and made sure his jacket was perfect. But I knew it was just a habit. I almost felt as if an odd connection formed between us at that moment. I could practically sense what he was feeling. He wasn't meeting anyone. This whole thing was routine for him, and he was bored with it all. He needed something. He needed someone to shake him up a bit. Lonely. He was lonely. The vampire handed his keys to the valet politely, and I saw him sigh as he walked up the steps. It was like he was forcing himself to do something that had become dull for him. His ennui was evident in the slump of his shoulders once the valet was gone, and he thought he was alone. Something in him called to me. I knew him, not in any real sense, but I understood the man standing there, wondering if it was even worth it. I probably looked that way 100 times a day. The inanities of life were an anathema to me, and yet they were, at times, the only things that kept me going. I wondered what it would be like to touch him. Would he view sex as something boring as well? Would it be a mere physical function that needed to be attended to? Or was what he needed a lover? Did he long for a woman in his bed he could share more than an orgasm with? I prayed Liv hadn't caught my bald interest in the vampire. I didn't want to have to explain why I was imagining all manner of dirty play with the handsome nightwalker. I didn't take my eye off him, enjoying the view of his nice backside as he made it to the top of the steps. I was about to get a picture of that hot ass when he turned. It took everything I had to stay as still as possible, because he was looking my way, his eyes taking in the building I was in. He smiled suddenly, and I caught my breath. That smile was honest and revealed white, even teeth. He stared directly at me and put his right hand over his heart. The vampire bowed, a courtly gesture, as though he was a knight and I a lady he wished to greet. He cocked a single eyebrow. He was inviting me to join him. I let the camera drop from my face. I was both scared shitless and completely fascinated at the idea of running down the ramp, taking his hand, and walking into that club with him. I could ask my questions about Joanne. I could find out who she'd been seeing and how long she'd been on the game. I could find out how good a vampire's bite felt. "Kelsey, I think that vampire can see you," Liv said quietly. "Maybe we should go." I stood up, not taking my eyes off him. I let him see me. He wouldn't hurt me. Somehow I knew it. His lips curled up in the sexiest smile. He would be my escort. My guide. "You go. I'm going in that club. I think I just got a date."
Nice.
A low voice growled behind me, and I was something I almost never am. Startled.
If I'd known I needed fangs to get you to go out with me, I would have shown you mine.
I actually squealed a little bit as Grayson Sloane closed in on me. Where the hell had he come from? He bore down on me and I saw Liv take a step back. Sloane put a big arm around my shoulder and faced the street. He shot the vampire the finger.
"Try again, Varanus,"
he shouted. Even without the telephoto lens, I could see the vampire's face fall briefly, and then that mask he'd been wearing slipped back into place. Whatever odd connection we'd had shut down entirely, and I felt its loss. He turned without a backward glance and walked into the club. I slapped at Sloane's big chest. That was rude. That might have been my only chance to get in that club. Sloane's blue eyes were hard as flint.
You aren't going anywhere. Consider yourself in protective custody, sweetheart.
What? I practically screeched the question. Sloane held up an 8x10 black and white photo. It was a picture of me walking across the SMU campus earlier today. It was lovingly captioned in red ink with the words, "Keep that bitch out of our game, Sloane." I sighed. It wasn't ink, I guessed. It was more than likely blood. So you mentioned something about dinner? I asked, because if I was going to get my ass hauled into protective custody, I was at least going to get dinner out of it. Chapter 5. I stared across the elegant table at my captor. I thought of Grayson Sloane that way since I'd been told in no uncertain terms that I was off my case and I wouldn't be going home. Liv had been told to take a hike. Sloane used kinder words than that, but it was basically the same thing. After he informed me of my sad state, I'd been hauled to an expensive steakhouse on Lemon Avenue. I felt underdressed, but it was the kind of place where if you walked in, they expected you had money. Texans with money didn't take kindly to being told how to dress. The hostess at the front acted like Sloane had planned the evening out. Despite the full waiting area and bar, she greeted him by name, immediately showing us to a private dining room. "How did you find me?" I asked the question calmly, because I wasn't one to turn down a meal. If I'd gone home, I likely would have stopped at some fast food place and gotten the El Cheapo special of the day. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Liv used a locator spell. Did they train the Rangers in the dark arts? The light in the room was low, and there was a candle on the table between us. It was a romantic setting, complete with elegant glasses and china. This place didn't scream working dinner to me. It kind of whispered, "Get your lover in bed." My eyes got big as I checked out the price tags on the menu.
Nothing so exotic.
The hulking Texas Ranger, who had only an hour ago verbally shot down a vampire and taken me into custody, radiated uncertainty as he watched me.
I turned on the GPS locator in your phone.
You can do that? Maybe I should check into doing that to Joanne Taylor's cell phone. It would make missing person cases so much easier to deal with. He shrugged.
Yes, when the occasion warrants it. Law enforcement is allowed to work with the phone company to track down missing people.
I nodded and decided on the petite filet. It was reasonable. The price wasn't. The price was ridiculous, but considering the rest of the menu, it was reasonable. Besides, petite sounded dainty and feminine. It probably wouldn't fill me up. I set the menu down. You could have called. It might have been simpler. His eyes gleamed in the low light, and I was struck again by how hot the man was.
You wouldn't have answered. You would have taken one look at the number and ignored the call. I would have gotten your voicemail all night long. You're scared of me.
I snorted. I couldn't have him thinking he had the upper hand like that. Yeah, I'm real scared of you. Except, I kind of was scared of him, though not in a physical sense. Being around him made me antsy in a boy-girl, he'll never like me the way I'll like him way. And I really hated that. I really hate feeling vulnerable. I'm annoyed by you, but you're not exactly terrifying.
Look, Kelsey. We got off on the wrong foot.
His eyes were coaxing, and his hand started to reach for mine before he realized what he was doing and pulled back. Which foot is that, Sloane? I will admit that I enjoyed having him on the ropes for a change. He was being so careful with me that it was easy to needle him. Is that the foot you put in your mouth when you tried to tempt me away from my alcoholic lifestyle? Or the one you shoved up my ass when you threatened to toss me in jail if I didn't come with you? He stared blankly at me for a moment, and I think I had shocked him. Then he threw back his head and laughter filled the small, private dining room. He laughed for a good long time, and even the waitress was smiling when she brought the wine Sloane had ordered. "Lieutenant Sloane, your wine." She poured a small amount into a glass, and he was grinning as he took a deep whiff, and then tasted it. "Excellent," he pronounced, and she proceeded to pour each of us a glass. "Try this, sweetheart. I'm finding this Pinot pairs well with the taste of my foot in my mouth." He ordered the center-cut filet, a loaded potato, and a glazed carrot. I gave the waitress my order. It was the ladies' filet with broccoli, and I hoped it filled me up. Despite my tacos from earlier, I was already hungry again. I've always had a ridiculously high metabolism. Liv keeps telling me it's going to catch up to me. But 26 years in, I can still eat whatever I want and maintain my size 6. I was kind of worried about looking like a total pig in front of the hot guy across from me. It tends to weird the guy out when I eat twice what they eat, and I won't even get into how much I can drink. Guys really get intimidated on my 5th beer. Any dates I had usually ended up being spectacular failures. Not that this was a date, because it totally wasn't. It was more like a kidnapping. But I still didn't want to look bad in front of him. I smoothed down my t-shirt and wished it was at least new. It was an old concert t-shirt from my college days, with the name of a punk band splashed across it. He shook his head when I finished my order and had the waitress stop. "Why don't you bring us a couple of lobsters, too?" She nodded and walked off. He stared at me seriously. "What was that about?" "Dinner, I thought." Had I burped and not noticed it? That could happen. "Kelsey, I've been friends with your brother for a couple of years. Do you seriously believe I haven't heard stories of your legendary appetite?" "I don't eat that much." I was going to kick Jamie's ass the next time I saw him. What did he do? Did he go around advertising that his sister was a complete freak? Did he have a stand-up routine focused on how weird I was? "Hey," Gray said softly, and this time he let his hand find mine. He covered it with his big one and squeezed a little. I should have pulled away, but I enjoyed his warmth too much. "I wasn't insulting you. You're different. It's nothing to be ashamed of. It's one of the reasons I'm interested in you." Did you really ask Jamie to set us up? Not that I was going to go out with him on a date that didn't involve some form of kidnapping. I was simply curious. In our last year of high school, and the first 2 of college, I tended to date friends of guys who wanted to date Liv. Since then, the pickings had been slim. He smiled, and it lit up his face. It took him from brooding to gorgeous with one little tug of his lips. "I've been bugging your brother to give me your number for about a year and a half." I whistled, because that was a long time to wait. "And it never occurred to you to look me up in the phone book? I'm pretty sure if you can turn on the GPS in my phone, you can find my number." "I respect your brother, Kelsey. He said you weren't ready.
so I backed off. You should know, though, that I had planned to require your investigative services in a couple of weeks if I couldn't get Jamie to come around. I was tired of waiting.
What was I going to help you with?
His smile turned rueful, and he looked younger than his 30 years. It softened the hard lines of his face and made my heart melt a little. I don't know. I was going to come up with something. I was going to show up on your doorstep sooner or later, Kelsey Atwood. He took a drink of his wine and sat back. I tried the ruby red liquid. I was really more of a beer girl, but I wasn't going to let it go to waste. It tasted rich on my tongue, and I vowed to expand my horizons. Well, now you can really use my services. Tell me about the missing girls. And just like that, he clammed up. Kelsey, it's an ongoing case. He tried smoothly. I'm not at liberty to talk about it. I huffed a little and sat back. I wondered briefly if Jamie was forever going to be the only man who believed I could get a damn thing right. I should have taken my chances with the vampire. At least he would have been honest about what he wanted. Sloane tried to tell me he was interested in me, but then didn't want to talk about my work or his work. We were single people in our late 20s, early 30s. We were our work. I took a long drink of the wine and focused on something other than the man across from me. I needed to find a vampire, possibly one named Alexander. I wondered if I showed up at the club at sundown tomorrow night, if this Varanus person would be there. He'd seemed willing enough to talk with me. At least he'd seemed flattered by my attention. I wondered if it proved once and for all that I had a death wish, that I was a little excited about the thought of meeting a strange vampire. I don't like that look, Gray said quietly. I drummed my fingers on the table. It really doesn't matter, Sloane. You won't have to put up with it for long. So are you going to call Jamie? Or do you want me to? His handsome face was a mask of confusion. Why would we call Jamie? To come get me. Did you expect me to walk home? You made me leave my car. I had been willing to come with him because I thought we were going to discuss the case and that photograph of me. I was not willing to buy whatever he was selling without some sort of explanation. His jaw tensed, forming a stubborn line. I told you, you're not going home. He knows who you are. Then I'll stay with Jamie. You can't expect me to sleep in some flea-bag motel until you solve this case. That's completely unrealistic. Jamie could protect me when I couldn't protect myself. I wasn't planning on mentioning anything at all to Nate. He would have me in a jail cell with a phalanx of armed guards, and then he might sleep well for the first time in over a decade. He swallowed once, and then decided to plow through. You're staying with me. My house is secure. Yeah, I bet it is. Now I knew his game, and I wondered briefly if he'd set this whole thing up himself. He must be really hard up if he had to go through all of this just to get laid. He should do what I did. He should prowl a skanky bar, get really plastered, and lower his expectations. It worked every time. I have a room for you. Gray frowned my way. I'm not going to jump you the minute I get you home. If it would make you feel better, you can ask your mother to join us. Or your friend, Olivia. Both of whom would be shoving me into the ranger's arms as fast as they could. No, thank you. I'm not staying with you. You can't force me to. If you insist, then I'll take the motel. Why?
He was looking down at his hands. They were big hands. His voice was grave, and when his eyes finally found mine, I saw a wealth of pain in his deep blue eyes. It made me stop my sarcastic inner commentary.
I wouldn't hurt you, Kelsey. I would try hard to never change around you. I have excellent control over my form. You wouldn't have to see that side of me.
Now I was confused. I didn't think you would hurt me physically, Sloane.
My name is Gray,
he insisted. What do you change into, Gray? Why would you be afraid of hurting me? I was really interested, and on more than a personal level. I have excellent instincts, and while I knew that Gray wasn't entirely human, I couldn't tell what he was. It bugged me. Gray's eyes went stubborn, as though he knew he'd made the wrong move, and wasn't sure how to take it back.
I thought Jimmy told you, and that was why you didn't want to be alone with me.
I gazed deeply into his eyes. He wasn't a vampire, obviously, but he also wasn't a werewolf, or a shifter. He didn't have the right energy. I couldn't put my finger on it. If he was a witch, then he wouldn't have talked about changing. Hags could change, but they were exclusively female. Fey creatures didn't shift form either. They used magic to affect glamours, but they didn't change their essential forms. I could only think of one other species with the power to change forms, and the very real potential to hurt someone they liked. The room turned cold around me as I realized the truth. Please tell me you're only half demon. He seemed to retreat, everything about him becoming smaller somehow. His shoulders hunched, his head drooping a bit, and his eyes slid away from mine.
My father was a demon. My mother was an ambitious human. I'm a halfling. I seem to be more human than demon, though. I have the physical strength of a demon, and I can change my form. But I don't want to kill everyone I see, or cause chaos for no reason. No one ever believes me on that, so don't even try to pretend. I know the spiel. A demon's a demon. We're evil.
A full demon was. I agreed with him wholeheartedly on that count. But I had grown up in the supernatural world. My mother had talked to me about a halfling friend of my grandfather's all the time. They'd worked for the council together on several jobs. He'd had a wife and kids, and he'd always been a loyal friend. The way my mother told it, halflings came in two kinds. The kind that took after the demon part, and the kind that stayed true to their human souls. Though she'd said that even that kind could be assholes too. Assholiness, according to my mother, was not limited to demon DNA. Sloane pushed his chair back.
I'll call your brother. He'll watch out for you. As long as you stay away from this particular case, I think this perp will leave you alone. He seems to want to keep this between me and him. Don't worry about the check. I'll get it. I'll catch this guy, Kelsey. I promise you that.
He turned to go, and the easiest thing in the world would have been to let him. Let him think I don't want to have anything to do with a half-demon, and I wouldn't have to ache at the thought of his pain. I didn't like caring about someone I'd just met. I didn't like anything I felt when I thought about Grayson Sloane. Why me? I couldn't let him walk out like that. Why this sudden pursuit of me? He turned back around, and I could see he really didn't want to walk out either.
It wasn't sudden. At least, it wasn't for me. I've wanted you since I went to your mom's for dinner with Jamie. And I saw a picture of you. And I knew I'd finally found you.
Found me? He laughed a little, and weariness overcame his handsome face. I had the most insane urge to force him to sit down, to massage the back of his neck, and kiss his forehead until his troubles went away.
I was never going to tell you this. I was going to pretend we just met through Jamie. Well, it doesn't matter. My father, one of his powers, is prophecy. He can see certain futures and determine outcomes and often change it. I don't do any of that, but every now and then, I get a flash of the future. It's a little movie in my head. I'll touch something or walk into some place and it triggers the power in me.
The room seemed quiet, and I was aware that we were alone. It was intimate, and not at all scary. Where did you see me?
I spent the night in a hotel in Dallas.
His voice was rich, and I got the feeling he enjoyed the story he told. He might be thinking twice about telling it, but it was close to his heart.
I'm from Houston originally, but the job I was interviewing for was here in Dallas. My family had money, and I inherited it when I was 16, so I kind of waste it as much as I can. I took the bridal suite because it was the only suite left. I always spring for the best. It's a game, in a way. Let's see how much of my mother's money I can waste. Anyway, I interviewed, and it went great. I spent some time in the bar, but something compelled me to go back to my room alone. The minute I laid down on the bed, I saw you.
What was I doing? He smiled, and it was sweet and carnal.
Me, honey. You were doing me. It was our wedding night, and I was so happy. I remember feeling happier and more complete than I've ever felt my whole life. I was with my wife. She was beautiful and difficult. And mine. I thought about how hard you were on the outside, and what a stunningly giving woman you were on the inside. I saw your entire fucked up, gorgeous soul, and it melded with mine. I tried that whole weekend to see it again, but it was gone after that first night. I didn't see you again until 2 years later, when I walked into your mother's house. I told myself I had to wait until the time was right. I told myself not to fuck this up. Of course, I still managed it.
I felt my whole face go red with emotion, and I tried hard to force the tears that threatened back. But he said it with such great longing that I couldn't argue with him. He believed in this, and that made me want to believe too. Who didn't want to believe that there was one person out there who could complete them? Who didn't feel lonely enough to want that? He stood there and looked down at me with such deep desire. It went past anything sexual, and I wished I could have seen what he saw that day. His eyes were filled with regret.
Look, I know I screwed everything up, so I can be honest with you. I love you. I know that sounds ridiculous, and it's too soon to say anything like that. But you're the other half of me. You always have been. You always will be. If you need anything, I'll get it for you. All you have to do is call me.
He stared at me for another second. In that weird time, I felt like I saw myself through his eyes. And it was a revelation. I was fucked up, and yet I was still beautiful to him. For one stupid moment, I felt radiant and couldn't let it go. I jumped out of my chair, and my hand was on his arm. He turned, and the minute he saw my face, I was in his arms. They caged me, and I felt safe and small and feminine in a way I hadn't up to that point. I lifted my face, and he kissed me. It was gentle at first, a meshing of lips as he lowered his mouth almost reverently to mine. He had to bend over to press our lips together. The moment our mouths met, something seemed to open up inside me. He gently ate at my lips, his tongue barely a whisper. But I felt it there, almost begging entry. And I softened against him. I'd had sex before. My experience wasn't vast. It wasn't non-existent either. My sexual history up to Grayson Sloane consisted of seeking a way out. I indulged in sex for the same reason I drank that last tequila shot I didn't need. I wanted to get out of myself for a while and not think about anything. Gray's kiss didn't simply take me away. It was so much more than a meeting of lips that led to something else. I was more myself than I had ever been in my life. I didn't want to be anywhere but right where I was, in his arms. I let my hands trail up his body, feeling the strength of him. He was all muscle, from his lean waist to a chest that felt like a well-made statue against my hands. Pressing my body against his, I sighed and opened my mouth. His hands tangled in my hair, and I had no idea how much time passed as his tongue danced with mine. When he groaned, I felt it deep in my own body, and everything that was female inside me answered him. He pulled me close, his hands dangerously near my ass, and I felt how much I affected him. His erection rocked firmly against me, not trying to hide what he wanted. His cock was hard against my stomach, and I went up on my toes, trying to get it where it belonged. It belonged at the center of me. He belonged inside me. The door to the private room opened, and I was pulled roughly from my little slice of nirvana as the waitstaff entered carrying trays of food. Gray let me go, his hand shaking as he steadied me against his chest. He laughed, a nervous sound, and I couldn't help but lean against him and laugh too. The waitstaff was professional and pretended like they hadn't interrupted a serious makeout session. I felt like I was 16 and my mom had caught me with my boyfriend. It was silly and innocent, and I felt younger than I had in years.
Kelsey,
Gray said, achingly. And when I looked into his eyes, I saw such devotion in them. It scared me, but I decided to try a little bravery. Gray, I don't know about the whole love thing, I said honestly, because it was all too fast for me. But how about we start with dinner? He smiled.
All right, sweetheart.
So who was the vampire you appeared to have a distinct dislike for? I polished off the last of my excellent lobster. I drowned it in butter. We'd spent the majority of dinner on safe topics. He talked about being a Texas Ranger and how obnoxious it was when people called him Walker. I talked about the weird parts of growing up with two ridiculously overprotective brothers. We stayed far away from anything too emotional. We'd had that portion of the evening, and it was nice to laugh. Now I was ready to push him on the professional level. He smiled as he finished his steak.
His name is Marcus Varanus. Until tonight, I really didn't have a problem with him. He's fairly easy to deal with and almost always reasonable. I didn't like him looking at you, though. He seemed interested.
He felt old. I ignored his possessiveness. I wasn't used to anyone feeling that way about me. But I couldn't forget that odd connection I'd had with Varanus. I played with his name in my mind, rolling it around and letting it run through my brain.
He is old, sweetheart,
Gray said, and I was getting used to the endearment.
He's roughly 2,000 years old. He was born in ancient Rome. As far as anyone can tell, since the coup Donovan led, Varanus is the world's oldest walking vampire.
He seemed sad. I could still see his face when he realized Gray was there. He'd been smiling before, and then I'd watched it all go a polite blank. I wondered what it must be like to be so unique in the world, to remember a time no one else could recall, to have seen so many people he undoubtedly cared about grow old and leave him. Gray made a choking sound.
I don't know what the guy has to be sad about. According to my research, he's worth about $1 billion, has an important seat on the council, and the king's ear. He backed Donovan in the fight, and Donovan won. He's one of the most influential individuals in the supernatural world.
He was sad, I reiterated. Money didn't fix all your troubles, and power sometimes caused more. I'd felt his weariness. Even with the distance between us, I'd felt as though I'd bumped against his soul. Gray considered me for a moment.
What did you get off him? If you had to guess, what class of vampire would you say he was?
He was testing me. I didn't mind. I was actually kind of happy he wasn't treating me like a China doll the way he had before. I had no desire to be anyone's sweet little princess. I wouldn't be good in the role. If you forced me to guess, I would say he's an academic. He's not physically strong, but he has mental powers. The other vampires walked right into the club, but not him. He knew I was there. He felt me. And I'd felt him. Gray's lips turned up in an approving smile.
If I'd had you, I wouldn't have needed 6 months' worth of research to tell me that. Varanus is an academic. He's also an intensely powerful persuasive, which is why it's a damn good thing I was there tonight. He was trying to pull you to him.
I sat back. I didn't think so. He'd asked me politely at that. He'd felt my interest in him and replied with an invitation. I hadn't felt like he was taking my will. The push to go to him had come from inside me and not some outside force. As attracted as I was to Gray, I'd felt something for the vampire, too. He'd felt like a kindred spirit. I let that image go as Gray continued talking.
There are some people who believe Varanus was the one behind the coup. It makes sense in some ways. Donovan was a king, but it seems hard to believe a kid a couple of years out of college could pull off something like taking down the Vampire Council. He had to put together a powerful group to back him.
This Donovan guy is the king? I tried to wrap my brain around the fact that the entire supernatural world had changed while I'd been hiding. Gray poured himself another glass of wine.
Yes, He is. And he's dangerous. Do you understand what the term king means in reference to a vampire?
It's a technical term. A vampire king would be stronger, faster than other vampires, I responded. He would be able to kill other vampires with ease. Genetically, they're extremely rare. He's a super predator.
Yes. I think that's a good way to describe Donovan.
Gray's hand toyed idly with mine as he spoke.
You should know that one of the first things he did when he took the throne was to break off all contact with demon kind. The only reason he allows me an audience is my status with the Rangers.
That was news. Vampires and demons had a decent relationship for as long as anyone could remember. Their alliance was tightly bound by contracts, and law ruled their actions. From what I understood, they met once a decade or so and renewed their treaties. Did the king break their contracts?
Not exactly. He follows the letter of them, but he refused demons a seat on the council.
Gray explained.
The rumors are true that he'd promised them one, and then turned his back on them when the time came. He also refuses demon kind when they request an audience. The current contract had a 10-year term, with an extra 4 years built in to cover anything that would come up. Like if the demons found themselves involved in a war, or the vampires couldn't make it to the negotiating table. They have 4 years from the end of the contract before it's void. We're on year 2 of that extension.
Donovan refuses to negotiate? What happens if he never comes back to the table? Demons could be controlled with contracts. Without one, I didn't like to think about what they would do.
We'll find out in 2 years. Some say Donovan's simply playing hardball. But I think there's something personal behind it. There are some of us who fear Donovan is going to let his distaste for demon kind push this plane into war. He hates them.
You keep saying they, I pointed out, wanting to understand Gray. You don't refer to demons as we. He leaned forward, his mouth a flat line.
I'm a halfling, Kelsey. I'm actually stronger than most full-blooded demons. But it doesn't matter when it comes to this. Contracts are written in very specific language. The agreements between vampires and demon kind are only for full-bloods. Donovan doesn't have to follow any law but his own when it comes to me.
The waitress walked into the room after hesitantly opening the door. I hid a grin because I thought she was trying to make sure she didn't walk in on us throwing down on the table. Since that kiss, Gray had been sweet and not at all handsy. The waitress set down the check and thanked us. Whether she was thanking us for coming in or for keeping our clothes on throughout the entire meal, I wasn't sure. Gray pulled out a credit card and shoved it in the bill. The waitress strode off to run the card, and I thought about what Gray had told me about the new vampire order. Liv said the king was looking for a sheriff. Gray laughed, the sound bitter.
Donovan has no respect for any law he didn't make himself. Don't think for a minute he's trying to do something noble, sweetheart. He was a criminal before he was a king. And that partner of his, I won't even go into him. If there were any way to pin something on him, I would arrest him in a heartbeat. The king is playing with words when he says he wants a sheriff. He's trying to pretend he isn't as bad as the last council.
I'd heard the last council wanted to enslave the supernatural world, so this dude must be a real winner. If he doesn't want a sheriff, what does he want?
The technical term is nex apparatus. It means death machine. He wants someone to do his dirty work, so his hands stay marginally clean.
I'd heard the term before. It gave me an icky feeling. He wants an assassin. Why doesn't he appoint a vampire? An ex-apparatus is always a vampire. The waitress brought the check back, and Gray signed it with a flourish.
That's the thing about Donovan. He's a tricky one. If he thinks it will help him politically to have a non-vampire death machine, then he'll find that man. And when he does, he'll use his talents to his own betterment. Come on, sweetheart. I want to get you home.
I stubbornly sat back and ignored the hand he offered to help me up. I cocked an eyebrow and waited. We had settled the fact that I was willing to explore this attraction I had for him. I was willing to look past his demon half. Actually, he didn't know it yet, but I kind of wanted to see those fangs of his. What we hadn't settled was his refusal to talk about our case. And there was no question, it was our case. He sighed, and I saw the weariness in his eyes.
Can we talk about this at home, Kelsey? Please.
I didn't like the idea of giving in, but I let him help me up and lead me out of the restaurant, his big hand on the small of my back. I was going to have to deal with my newfound weakness when it came to Gray. As we waited for the valet to bring the truck around, I was already thinking about maybe playing around with him when we got to his house. Would it be a really bad move? The man already claimed he loved me. In his weird brain, we were already married. So why shouldn't I? I didn't have to promise him anything beyond a night together. I was thinking about making a move on him in the car when he tensed beside me.
What's taking him so long?
Gray asked, annoyed. Then I felt it. It was an instinct, like a bug creeping up my spine. We weren't alone. Not even close. I surveyed the buildings around us, trying to find the eyes that watched us.
What is it, Kelsey?
Gray asked, his voice quiet and dead serious. There are eyes on us. I knew they were there. 2, maybe 3 people were watching from a distance, their attentions focused on us. The street itself was empty. Far too empty for the time of night. This wasn't some residential part of Dallas. There were always cars here, always people walking about. And yet there was a hush over the place. Wards, most likely. A good witch, and I'm talking about skill, not intent, can ward a building or even a piece of land. The wards would make humans attempt to avoid the space. They wouldn't even realize why they changed direction. They simply took a turn they hadn't been planning because that ward whispered to them. I peered down the street, and sure enough, every car coming our way turned.
You carrying?
Gray's Colt automatic was in his hand, and he flicked off the safety. I eased my hand into my bag and felt for my little .38. I pulled it out and nodded at Gray. He frowned down with a shake of his head. What the hell is that? That won't hurt a puppy, much less a soup. Are you planning on giving them a splinter with that thing? Does that even have silver ordnance in it? I narrowed my eyes in irritation. No, I wasn't planning on getting into a firefight with a bunch of soups. I was planning on spending the night quietly staking out that club. And why would I carry silver bullets? I only own a gun in case one of my divorce cases goes bad. Trust me, my .38 gives Johnny Cheats a lot something to think about. He growled at me, and I smiled, because it was kind of sexy.
Come on. Stay behind me. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm going to get you out of here. We're going to the truck. I have a 12 gauge in there you can use, and I can call for backup if this gets too hot. Usually a bunch of police sirens scares these things away.
Gray stayed close to the wall and started to move toward the side of the building. There was a small parking lot between the restaurant and the building next to it. His free hand reached out for mine, and he tugged me close to his big body. I had the distinct feeling he intended to place himself between me and anything that might be coming our way. I'd never had real backup before. I'd been in a few tight spots, but I was always alone. And this felt different. It made me squeeze his hand tightly and vow not to let him get hurt for me. "Do you think this is about the case?" I asked.
I have to assume he's after you. He's been playing games with me for almost a month. I don't think he likes you poking around. I promise, I'll tell you all about it if you get in the truck and let me handle this.
He brought my hand to his mouth and kissed it sweetly.
It would be even better if you would get in the truck and drive as fast and far as you could. Drive until you get to Jamie's house and tell him what's going on, okay?
Yeah. Oh, that's not gonna happen. I might never have had a partner before, but I was fairly certain one of the rules of backup was not driving off and leaving them behind. He sighed.
Well, I can try. Stay close.
Gray turned the corner, and I heard his shocked gasp. I ran into the back of him, but I managed to take a peek around his shoulder. Pure terror gripped me as I got a look at what was waiting for us. I took in the sight of the dismembered corpse that used to be our valet. 20 wolves growled and twitched around it, their heads coming up in unison as they realized they weren't alone. They moved forward, almost as if they were one entity. They were out for blood. Ours. Chapter 6.
Run, Kelsey,
Gray commanded, as he started firing into the nearest wolf. The wolf's body bucked with the impact of the large-caliber bullet. He slammed into the brick wall across from us, and his body slumped down with a whine. Ignoring Gray's orders, I selected a smaller brown wolf. Or rather, he selected me, because he roared toward me at a breakneck speed. I aimed and fired, and managed to hit the wolf right between the eyes. I was proud of myself for staying cool and accurate under pressure, and as the wolf's head whipped back, I opened my mouth to make a crack to Gray about splinters working pretty well when you lodge them in someone's brain. Yes, I was about to point out Gray's mistake in underestimating my little no-silver-bullets .38 special, when the brown wolf got back up and growled my way. He seemed more annoyed than dead, so maybe the time had come to follow orders. Gray wanted me to get help. He was a Texas Ranger after all. He probably knew what he was doing.
Kelsey, I'm fucking serious,
Gray growled as he fired his pistol into the throng of wolves coming for him. They were starting to surround him.
Get your ass out of here. Get back in the restaurant and call the Dallas PD for some backup, or we're going to die out here. Move it!
He kicked out at the black wolf running for him. His booted foot connected with the wolf's jaw, and the sound cracked through the air as it broke. Gray moved with a fluid grace that spoke of long training sessions and an innate ability to fight. I started to back up, because I didn't have any real training in this type of confrontation at all. I avoided it, and I would only end up being someone Gray had to save. As he was twisting to get another shot off, I saw that his eyes were changing. They were a deep purple, but hints of red were starting to form.
"Please, Kelsey,"
he practically begged, and I realized that he really needed to change in order to properly fight. And he didn't want me to see him that way. He would rather lose than allow me to see that part of him. I backed up, hating the fact that I was going to leave him, but I didn't see what else I could do. I couldn't physically fight off 20 wolves. I glanced around and wondered if I had miscalculated. There were so many. "I'll make the call," I shouted over the howls, growls, and moans of pain. "You hold on." I turned, sick at my stomach because they were so ferocious. Even as I rushed out of the alley, I saw the image of Gray in the middle of all those teeth and claws, and I started to run. The sooner I heard those sirens coming, the faster I could get back to Gray. He said he had all the strength of a demon. I had to hope he healed like one, too. I had to hope that without me around, he would give in and change and get some fangs and claws of his own. My mind was racing with all those thoughts, so it took me a moment to register the fact that my path was blocked. I stopped on a dime and just avoided falling on my ass as I backed away from the men walking toward me. I dropped my gun, but then it had proven fairly useless, so I left it as I tried to back away from the men coming at me. They weren't tourists out for a late-night stroll. The two men walking with purpose toward me were werewolves. They hadn't fully changed yet, but then they needed opposable thumbs to drag me back to the fight. There were two of them, one dark-haired, and the other a blonde with icy eyes. He strode forward, fully confident in his ability to handle me.
"You're not going anywhere, honey,"
the blonde said with a little smile. He had almost platinum hair, and it curled, making him look a bit angelic in the face. His hands were already sharp claws, those icy eyes predatory. He might have been good-looking if he didn't seem like he was going to kill me at any moment. My heart pounded. They pressed in, herding me back toward the alley. There was nowhere else to go. If I ran, they would catch me, and then I wouldn't be any good for Gray. I turned and called out for Gray, and then I didn't care about who was behind me. Big, strong Gray was being held down by 4 wolves who had taken their human forms again. They pinned him, each with one of his limbs in their claws. Blood welled up from where those vicious claws sank in. He struggled, trying to buck them off, but a 5th wolf walked up, changing in mid-stride from a big gray wolf on 4 feet to a bulky man on 2 powerful legs in the blink of an eye. He looked straight at me, as though he wanted to communicate something. He dropped to one knee and took Gray's neck in his powerful hands. The threat was right there, unmistakable. He would twist Gray's neck until the spinal column snapped, and there was no coming back from that, no matter how good his healing powers were. It was a neat, bloodless form of decapitation.
"Kelsey!"
Gray fought harder as he realized I wasn't where he had hoped I would be. He shouted at the men holding him down.
"You leave her out of this."
I got my glimpse of his fangs as he snarled at his captors, stark white and curved slightly inward. Those fangs were substantial. They weren't meant for a feeding. They were meant to tear and destroy. I could see he desperately wanted to use those fangs on his captors, but there were too many of them. He couldn't get in a decent position to fight. He was completely helpless, and my heart ached to see him that way.
"Please,"
he said, when he realized he couldn't win. I could tell he was used to the fangs in his mouth because they didn't change the way he spoke at all. His voice was still deep and solid.
She's a human. She can't hurt you. Let her go, and I'll do whatever you want me to do.
Calm down, demon. The blonde seemed to be the only one talking. He never glanced down at Gray. He only seemed to have eyes for me.
This isn't about you. It's always been about her. And we seriously doubt she's just a human.
I didn't have time to ponder the wolf's statement because I found myself in the center of the alley, and the wolves were prowling. Their big tails twitched around me, and harsh growls filled the space. Those guttural growls reverberated off the walls until they filled my whole world. I turned, and then twisted again, my panic movements forming a circle because I didn't want to lose track of them, didn't want them attacking my back. The task became impossible. I couldn't keep them all in my sights. They were everywhere. And I saw no way out. Before that moment when the wolves started to circle me, I would have told anyone who asked that I would welcome a chance like this. Death wish. My brothers always said the words with a shake of their heads. I'd been looking for it for a long time. And now that it was here, all I could think about was Gray. I'd just met him, and I wouldn't be able to see if it could work. I knew deep down that it probably wouldn't, but I wanted that shot to see if I could be happy with him, even for a little while. I was so pissed off that chance was being taken away from me. But I didn't see a way out. Maybe this was all for the best, since I knew why they were here. My past had finally caught up to me. I couldn't fight them all off.
You can fight them.
A voice whispered in my head. It was oddly familiar, and it came from deep in my brain. It wasn't my subconscious. My subconscious voice was definitely more feminine and sarcastic than the deeply masculine authority speaking in my brain. This was an outside influence. It had to be whoever was watching. The wolves prowled around, but I stopped and looked at the building behind me. It was the only one with a view to where I stood, the only place from which to watch this complete clusterfuck of a scene play out. I saw nothing, not even a shadow.
Calm down and open your senses,
the voice commanded. So familiar. Through the haze of my fear, I tried to place it. It was like trying to remember some character actor you see in movies all the time, but never know the name.
Kelsey, you can do this,
the voice said calmly.
They're just wolves. They're not even alphas. You can handle them. You simply have to stop fighting your instincts.
I don't have any fucking instincts, I shouted to the faceless idiot in my head. Who gave a damn that they weren't alphas? They outweighed me each by 70 pounds at minimum, and I didn't even have my crappy firearm anymore. But you do, something said. And this little voice was all me. You have those instincts. Don't you remember that day? Your father didn't run away because he was tired of his family. He ran because he was afraid, Kelsey. He was afraid of you. After what you did, can you blame him? My hand shook as the wolves moved closer. This was why I hid. This was why I stayed away from this world for 10 years. This was why I ruthlessly controlled my temper with alcohol and sarcasm. and pushing away anyone who might challenge me. I avoided confrontation and remained calm at all times to avoid that beast that always seems so close to the surface. There was nowhere to run. I felt something build in me. It started in my gut and radiated until it filled me. "Yes, Kelsey," the voice in my head said. I could practically feel his satisfaction. "Don't fight your instincts. Let it flow." Abruptly, I realized I didn't want that son of a bitch in my head, and I shoved him out. I felt his surprise as I threw down a wall between us, and he couldn't talk to me anymore. I didn't need the peanut gallery telling me how to fight. I knew how to fight. I crouched down and let that instinct flow over me like a warm, angry blanket. I denied it so long that it was a drug invading my veins. It burned through me, and I felt a little high. It felt good to not deny it any longer. I closed my eyes and knew where every wolf was and exactly how he would try to strike me. I knew how I would react. I saw the moves in my head and knew I could and would win. This wasn't the instinct that told me when I wasn't alone, or the one that let me know when someone was lying. This instinct was base and primal. It told me to kill. The first wolf struck, seeming to know that I was ready to play. I kicked out, using my position to shove up and catch him under his snout. Though I'd never fought a wolf like this, I knew where to hit him and how much pressure to apply. When he went down, I crushed his jaw with a strong downward kick, feeling it break against my foot. He might be able to heal that, but it would take a while. He wouldn't be any good for the rest of this fight. He was down, and that was good enough. I could finish him off later when it was quiet, and I had the time to do it right. I dodged the two wolves who attacked next. I rolled to the left and hit the side of the brick wall. Something cold hit my hand, and I found a nice long piece of rebar someone had conveniently left behind for me. It was slender, but strong, and would work beautifully if enough pressure was applied. I bounced up and landed on my feet, twirling my newfound weapon as the wolves tried to surround me again. I let them. A neat little circle would make them easier to kill. That dark voice that was all mine said. When the circle tightened, I swung the metal staff around and brought it down on the wolf in front of me as I kicked out and caught the one behind me. They both went down, and I continued the successful move as I turned and took them down 2 by 2, my blood pumping in a satisfying way it never had before. I didn't think. I acted and reacted, my body a tool of the instincts riding me. I brought the rebar down on the last wolf, and for good measure, I stood over that big black canine and shoved the rebar through his torso. I did it with a vicious sort of glee, enjoying the sounds and the way the blood spurted out of the wound I caused. Maybe Gray should be more afraid of me than I was of him. Gray wasn't the only one with pieces of himself he wanted to hide. That was when I knew something was distinctly wrong with this whole scenario. The 4 men holding Gray were the problem. They held him down, but their faces were expressionless. It didn't make sense. There should have been something in their eyes. Rage, bloodlust, anything. Packs are close-knit. I'd killed most of their pack, but they did their jobs with blank looks and bland eyes. Definitely wrong. I looked down at the wolf at my feet with rebar sticking out of his chest. He lay there, and while everything seemed right on the surface, something was off. I pulled the rebar out and it felt weird. It came out too easily. It slid out like a hot knife cutting through butter. But this was flesh. I should have had to use force to get that weapon back out. There was another roar from the far side of the alley. A second wave had gathered. Another 10 wolves moved toward me. But I wasn't buying it. I held the bloody rebar at my side and relaxed, letting the night air rush across my senses. It told me everything I needed to know. No smell. I couldn't smell blood, or wolves, or anything but the faintest whiff of whatever aftershave Gray used. The wolves were big, their claws enormous, and yet they didn't scratch along the concrete. I could only hear Gray breathing and then yelling, "Kelsey, look out!" I opened my eyes, and there was a huge brown wolf leaping through the air to attack me. His mouth was open, and it was full of snapping, snarling teeth waiting to rip me apart. His claws were long, and they would sink into my flesh as he started to eat me. Or they would if he was real. The wolf attacked, and I walked straight through the illusion. Shit. I heard a new voice curse from the back of the alley. Now we were getting somewhere. Whoever was pulling the strings knew I wasn't going to play anymore. Gray still struggled hard against his illusionary captors. Whoever was pulling this magic was damn good. Gray really believed they were stronger than him. He held his own body in a very awkward position, with all 4 limbs off the ground, because he truly believed there were men restraining him. "It's an illusion, babe," I said matter-of-factly. "You can get up." He fought his captors, still captured by the magic. He stared at the men holding him, pulling his own limbs in a desperate attempt to get away. "What are you talking about? Kelsey, they're going to get you. Please." Another 2 wolves were attacking, but I could see how insubstantial they were. As they bore down, I swiped a hand through them, and they disappeared like a wisp of a cloud. "They're not real, Gray," I said calmly, as I sensed something that was. I smiled as I pointed my little staff down to the end of the alley, where a man stood. I hadn't seen him before, and maybe I wasn't supposed to see him, but he was there all the same. He was a goth god in leather and denim. His long black hair hung around his face. He really was a lovely man. A bit pale, but he had potential. Note, I said had potential, because I was about to kill the son of a bitch, though not until he answered a few questions. I raised my voice so Gray could hear me, but I didn't take my eyes off the man behind the curtain. "Nothing has been real since we stepped into this alley. Nothing except him." The goth god's mouth turned down, and his hands were on his hips. "How the hell can you see me?" I shrugged. "Dude, you're just standing there. I'm not sure how you expect me not to see you." I noted he had black polish on his nails as he pointed back at Gray. "He can't see me." "Then he needs glasses," I shot back. "Now whatever the hell you are, we're going to have a talk." "Not on your life, sister. I think we have what we need." He winked and took off running. Not happening. Gray continued to plead with me, but I was confident he would be all right. I took off after the witch, or whatever could pull that kind of magic. I wasn't really thinking too much about his species as I chased him up the street. He was fast, really fast, but I turned it on. I didn't question the fact that I'd never run so fast, or that I wasn't even breathing hard as I continued my chase. I sidestepped pedestrians without even thinking. If they even realized I was there, I didn't notice. All I saw was that black leather jacket trying to get away from me, and I thrilled at the fact that it was getting closer. I was going to catch him. He crossed a street, and I registered in my peripheral vision that a car was coming. I jumped, landed on the hood, and sprang forward, not missing a beat. The goth boy had caught that move, and he stopped, his mouth hanging open. He'd finally realized he could run, but I would catch him in the end.
What are you?
He stood there in the middle of the sidewalk. He didn't seem to care that people were walking all around him. They didn't see him there. They altered their paths to avoid him, not one meeting his eyes. I was about to ask you the same question. I steeled myself. I was going to get answers out of him one way or another. Who are you? And why are you testing me? What do you want from me? He shook his head, black hair moving around his pale face. He kept his hands at his sides, but I saw a glint of metal.
Damn it. My master's gonna kill me.
Then he lifted a gun and shot me. I registered the bullet hitting my chest. But it was weird. It didn't go completely in, and there was a strange hissing sound. I pulled it out and threw it to the ground as a fog started to develop in my head. Even with the fuzziness, I moved forward. I needed to get my hands around him. He was my prey, and he was right there. All I had to do was reach out and grab him. Another shot, and another hiss. I staggered forward, unwilling to give up. The goth guy shook his head as I inched ever closer to him. He shot again, and this time I was going down. My knees hit the pavement with a painful thud, and then I fell forward, not even able to move my arms to brace the fall. I caught a glimpse of the man who'd tricked me and then shot me as he loomed over me.
God, I hope I didn't kill you,
he muttered. And then he was gone. Somewhere, as the world was getting darker, I registered the pounding of feet racing toward me, and Gray's desperate voice. It was calling 911, barking orders for assistance. A warm hand enfolded mine. It was so nice to feel someone, I thought, as I started to float. I tried to squeeze his hand so he could maybe keep me tethered to the ground. But I was already flying.
Hold on, sweetheart,
he said.
Please, hold on.
I was already gone.
3 hours, Gray,
I heard, as I started to come out of the fog. I squeezed my hands into fists to get the circulation back in them. I registered that I was lying on a bed. The world seemed way too bright as I opened my eyes. I had to stop myself from shivering, and there was an awful antiseptic smell coating my nose. There was the steady hum of several machines, and the sound of Jamie's voice.
She was with you, in your care, for roughly 3 hours, and she's in the hospital.
Yep. I was in hell, and hell was a hospital.
Well, I didn't plan it that way, Jamie.
Gray's voice sounded ragged, like he'd been yelling for hours, and he was going to give out soon.
Do you think I wanted her hurt? I fought like hell. You were supposed to take her to a nice dinner.
Even without seeing Jamie, I could tell his teeth were grinding together as he spoke, and his fists were at his sides.
You were supposed to treat her like a lady and be gentle with her. Damn it, you promised you would be good to her. You were not supposed to get her involved in your little war with dear old Dad. I don't think it had anything to do with demons.
Gray tried to explain.
I don't give a shit who was involved. My sister is in a coma. What are you going to do about it? If you don't have anyone who can help, then I'll call Nathan and have him bring some of his friends in. We'll see what they can do." "Don't you dare," Gray growled. It was time to force myself up before my potential boy toy and my eldest brother tried to kill each other. I wasn't going to be allowed to languish in the so not comfy bed. I pulled out the IV in my arm and sat up. I don't like IVs. Tell me I'm not in a hospital. Tell me this is some back alley clinic that will take payment in sexual favors. I couldn't afford a hospital. The world still seemed a little gauzy, as Gray was at my side before I could form another sentence. Why am I in a coma? "Call the doctor," Gray ordered, as he framed my cheeks with his hands. His handsome face gave me something to focus on, and I wondered, briefly, if I'd finally managed to get to a state of alcohol poisoning. My mouth was so dry, and I couldn't remember a damn thing. How had I gotten to a hospital? Where am I? I forced the words out of my mouth. Gray ran a hand soothingly across my forehead, and then his fingers massaged my scalp. I sighed because it felt so nice. "You're in Parkland, sweetheart. We're in the ER, but they're moving you up to a private room soon. God, Kelsey, I thought you were going to die. The doctor said you might never wake up. You took 3 doses of ketamine, 1 almost in your freaking heart. If I ever find that fucking piece of shit witch, I'm gonna take him apart limb from limb." Why would someone shoot me with horse tranquilizer? I asked, after searching my addled brain for what ketamine was. "Get my neck." It was so sore. My whole body ached, and it felt like I'd been hit by a truck. Gray's hands moved obediently down to my neck and started rubbing the muscles there. I sighed and felt him relax as well as his strong fingers worked from my neck to my bunched-up shoulders. "I don't know exactly what was going on. You don't remember? You don't remember the wolves and the man in black with the gun? You chased him, and he shot you so he could get away. I would have followed him, but I couldn't leave you. God, I couldn't leave you there." I was so tired, but I could feel my strength starting to come back. I had the feeling back in my extremities, and my mind was starting to get sharp again. Tell me what happened. Maybe it'll jog my memory. "What's the last thing you remember clearly, Kels?" Jamie asked, looking at me over Gray's shoulder. "I remember the restaurant." I let my mind wander over the evening. Thankfully, it was coming back into focus. I ordered too small a steak because I didn't want Gray to think I was a big old pig, but then he told me that you had already told him I was one, so I went ahead and I ate a lobster. "2 lobsters, honey," Gray said, chuckling. "You ate mine, too." Jamie was not amused with our banter. "After the restaurant, what do you remember after that?" I sat up, and Gray moved in behind me. I should have been annoyed. The man was invading my space, but it was nice to lean against him. It was nice to feel his strong chest against my back, and I wondered how I'd gone so damn long without the feeling of warmth surrounding me. It made it easier to concentrate. Wolves. I'd been surrounded by wolves, and there had been a voice in my head that wasn't my own. I killed a bunch of werewolves. I could feel the staff in my hand, the weight welcome. I could kill them all with that little piece of metal, I remembered thinking.
They'd been stupid to send in these wolves. These wolves weren't even alphas. I shivered at the thoughts running through my head. Someone had been there watching me. He'd talked to me, his voice deep inside my brain. He wanted me to kill the wolves, but the wolves weren't real. I remember the magician. The word seemed to fit him. I could see him, though not clearly. He'd had dark eyes and long black hair. He'd worn leather and jeans and black motorcycle boots. He'd been standing at the back of the alley, and everything I fought had come straight from his brain. The magician ran, and I chased him. He talked about his master.
Well, that's the ketamine talking, all right.
A middle-aged, briskly efficient-looking doctor said. Her hair was pulled back in a neat bun. I was reprimanded harshly for pulling out my IV, but then told it wasn't completely unexpected, as ketamine could have hallucinatory effects. It often made people act irrationally. I didn't mention I made it a habit to act irrationally all on my own. The doctor checked my eyes and frowned at Gray, who was on the bed with me, but he ignored her. The doctor surveyed my chart like she needed to read it twice to believe it.
The surprise is that you're awake at all. You should still be in a coma. If you asked me, I would have bet against you. I would have said you wouldn't wake up. You're a lucky girl. According to the latest blood tests, you've metabolized the drugs completely. I can't find a reason to keep you. I'd rather you stayed overnight for observation, but all your vitals are perfectly normal. Your eyes are clear. You're breathing fine. I'm not sure at this point that we didn't misdiagnose you. Perhaps our toxicology results were wrong. Otherwise, this is a flat-out miracle. If you want to go home, I'll let you. But you need someone with you tonight in case there's a delayed reaction.
I'll take care of her, Gray said. The doctor shook her head and gave me a sisterly smile.
I thought he'd say that. The lieutenant has been throwing some serious weight around tonight. The whole hospital has been jumping trying to handle your case. There's something about a Texas Ranger flashing his badge and barking orders that commands respect. It didn't hurt that he threatened to call the governor.
The ranger in question shrugged, as though it wasn't a big deal. I did some work at the governor's mansion a few months back. He owes me. Big time. The doctor promised to get a nurse started on my discharge paperwork. The minute the doctor left the room, my brother rounded on Gray.
I'll take her home with me.
Jamie stared down at Gray. It was the only time he could look down on the taller man. Gray was big and had a powerful build. Jamie was lanky, with a much smaller but deceptively strong frame.
You're obviously more involved in your father's business than I thought you were. Kelsey, get dressed. I'll have Nathan pick up your car.
They weren't coming after Gray, I insisted, rolling my eyes at Jamie's father act. He didn't do it often, but there were times he used the 6 years between us as a blunt object with which to beat me about the head and shoulders. Jamie crossed his arms over his chest, as Gray chose to smartly withdraw. The ranger moved from behind me and started gathering everything I would need to get out of here.
And how would you know that, Kelsey Jean Atwood?
Jamie asked.
You were hit by some asshole with 3, count them, 3 veterinary doses of ketamine. Did you note I said veterinary doses? There was so much of that shit in your system you should be dead. There was no mistake in the tox reports. He shot you with enough of that stuff to kill a horse, much less a 120-pound woman. What the hell have you done that would constitute someone wanting revenge like that?
I'm annoying? A thought occurred to me. Maybe I ran out on a bar tab. Jamie wasn't in the mood.
Damn it, Kelsey. Don't you joke about this.
Fine, I said with a sigh. But it wasn't about Gray. It was about me. Someone was testing me. There was this voice in my head. He was telling me to relax and let my instincts take over. He seemed to think I could do all these fighting things. I'm not explaining this well.
I don't know about the voice in your head, sweetheart.
Gray brought over my jeans, t-shirt, and bra. God, I wondered who had taken off my bra. Gray set the clothes down on the bed.
But you could fight. She was amazing, Jamie. She moved like I've never seen a human move before. You said she was a badass, but I didn't believe you until I saw her fight. Maybe you got hit with that shit too, Gray,
Jamie said, disbelief evident in his posture.
My sister doesn't fight. She sure as hell does,
Gray replied with admiration.
If tonight was any indication, she's had a lot of training. You said it yourself. She has excellent instincts. They were on full display.
Jamie's green eyes lit with frustration.
I meant she's a badass investigator. She has great instincts when it comes to sizing people up and finding things. My sister isn't some street fighter. She has absolutely no training. Our father didn't train Kelsey the way he did me and Nate. He mostly ignored her. Except when he needed bait.
Jamie's face was savage, and I heard Gray's startled hiss behind me. His hand came up on my shoulder as Jamie continued his tirade.
I swear to God, if I find out you're using my sister that way, I'll send you to the hell plane myself. Do you understand?
I sat up straight and was surprised to find I was very steady. Any weakness was gone. Back off, Jamie. He isn't using me. He tried to protect me. He tried to get me to run and leave him alone with a pack of hungry wolves. He was ready to do whatever it took, so I got out of there. I don't know exactly what happened in that alley, but I know it was about me, and I trust Gray to watch my back. I'm going home with him, and you have to deal with it. Gray's satisfaction was practically tactile as he put a protective arm around my shoulders.
I'll take care of her, Jamie. I promised you that. I mean to keep that promise. You know what he is?
Jamie asked shortly. He obviously didn't want to go into it. I could tell it was a hard subject for him, but he needed to make sure I was up to date. He told me, I replied. Jamie shook his head and smoothed back his fashionably shaggy hair.
All right. You're an adult. If you know what you're getting into, I'll back off.
He walked over and kissed me on the forehead.
I love you, little sister. You call me if he steps out of line.
He strode to the door.
And Kels, I'm neglecting to mention this incident to Nate since it involved actual drugs. I want to know where his paranoid brain would go. See that you keep your mouth shut.
I nodded, because I didn't want to think about Nathan riding herd on me. That would be embarrassing. The door closed, and I was alone with Gray, and wearing nothing but a thin hospital gown and a pair of zebra-striped cotton underwear. Gray sat down on the bed beside me.
Are you really feeling all right? You can stay here tonight if you feel the slightest bit weak. I'll stay with you.
No way. I got to my feet. I wanted to be ready when the nurse had the paperwork done. I'm sure this place charges by the hour, and I don't have insurance. I need to run before they figure that out. I had my clothes in my hands when Gray pulled me back.
I already took care of the bill, Kelsey. You don't have to worry about it.
His eyes registered surprise, so I'm pretty sure my face was a decent reflection of the rage I felt at that statement. I can handle my own bills.
Okay,
he allowed calmly, proving he wanted to live.
I know you can, but...
His brain was working a mile a minute as I watched as he selected and discarded several scenarios in which I would reasonably accept his financial assistance. I waited patiently, and a pleased smile finally came over his face.
It's a work-related expense. You've been on the clock since I picked you up earlier tonight. Don't you normally bill your clients for stuff like this?
Smooth bastard. I had to give it to him. He was smart. Fine. But if we're partners, I need to know everything. My smile was sweet, since it felt a little like victory. Gray was intelligent enough to know when he'd lost.
I'll go over everything with you in the morning. Now let me help you get dressed.
I laughed as I opened the bathroom door. Not on your life, mister. His blue eyes were hot as he looked at me, and he had the confidence of a man who was sure of the woman he was with.
I'll just see it later, sweetheart. I mean to have you naked soon.
Good luck with that. Even after everything that had happened, I could feel the heat building between us. It scared me more than the magician. He invaded my space, his big hands on my waist, and he hauled me close. His lips hovered above mine.
Look, has nothing to do with it.
He lowered his head, and there was nothing of the previous gentleness in his kiss. He plundered. His tongue mated with mine, showing me exactly what he wanted our private parts to be doing later on tonight. He was rapacious. He was sultry. He was very persuasive. When he finally let me go, I was ready to do him on the hospital bed and damn any nurse who walked in for the show. No man I'd ever met could get me as hot, as fast as Grayson Sloane could. My knees were weak, and it had nothing to do with my previous tangle with horse sedatives.
Go get dressed, sweetheart,
Gray said, amused at the look on my face.
I've decided to wait until I can do something about your nudity. Otherwise, it's too damn tempting.
I let out a deep breath and cleared my head. I walked into the bathroom and started to untie the gown. I needed to get this relationship back to somewhere safe. So, Sloane, I said through the door. I hooked my bra and went to work on the jeans. Why have you been so scared to bring me into this case? Are you afraid I'll screw it up?
I'm not afraid of you. I believe Jamie when he says you're good.
I'm damn good. I smoothed the t-shirt down. I wish I'd brought in a bag so I could gloss up. I settled for finger combing my hair. So what's the trouble?
It isn't you.
His face was grim as I opened the door between us, and I knew I was finally getting somewhere with him.
I don't know many men who would want the woman they love involved in a case with Jack the Ripper.
Chapter 7. I woke up alone in the middle of Gray's enormous 4-poster bed, the light of day forcing its way through cracks in the curtains and sending filmy light through the room. The night before came back to me in a totally embarrassing flash. I'd fallen asleep in the cab of Gray's big black pickup. The hum of the road had sort of lulled me to sleep after all the stress of the night. I vaguely remember Gray lifting me from the cab and carrying me inside his house. I snuggled against his warm body and hadn't bothered to try to hold on. I'd been so tired I'd woken, saw it was Gray carrying me, and went back to sleep. I sat up in bed and shook my head at the thought of it. I was a loner. I liked being alone. Except that now I had to accept the fact that it wasn't preference that kept me alone. It was fear and habit. I'd pulled back so harshly after that night when I was 16 that I'd convinced myself I didn't need anything from a man but a quick occasional lay. I trusted Gray on a fundamental level, and I didn't really know him. I had to consider something I never had before. Maybe this was what they meant by finding the one. Maybe there actually was a one. I liked Gray. I really liked Gray. Like, super liked. Maybe one day would think about the other four-letter L word like. I grinned goofily, and then forced the dippy smile off my face. Liv would be beside herself at the thought of me even thinking the words true and love in the same sentence, which I wasn't. But even thinking I liked a guy was kind of a big frickin' deal. Of course my potential soulmate wasn't here now. I touched the indentation in the bed where his body had lain against mine. I didn't remember it, but I instinctively knew it was true. Gray would have cuddled me, pulling me into his arms. He might have been somewhat happy I was unconscious and unable to fight him, but I was going to prove less stubborn than he imagined. The night before had been enough to make me rethink the whole playing hard to get thing. Life was really frickin' short, and you never knew when some weird magician witch is going to try to kill you by running some crazy test that ends with horse tranks. Oh, I wasn't saying anything yet about love or commitment. I was still too wary to put myself out there like that, but I hadn't felt this way about anyone before. And it felt good. If Gray really wanted a partner, I was willing to give it all a try. Liv was right. It was far past time to move forward. What had Dan said to me? He told me he'd embraced possibilities, and he'd seemed ridiculously happy to have done so. Was I really so less deserving? Stretched out in the warmth of Gray's bed, smelling the glorious evidence of bacon frying, I had to wonder if I didn't deserve a little happiness. I didn't bother with my clothes from the night before. At some point in time, Gray had undressed me and slipped one of his t-shirts over my head. It hung to my knees and covered everything I needed it to. More than that, it was comfy, and I liked being comfy. I got out of bed and let my bare feet find the hardwood floors. I wandered into the bathroom. Gray hadn't been kidding about his family's money. Most of my house could fit in this bathroom, and I was pretty sure he hadn't been forced to buy his sinks and faucets when Lowe's had a sale. And that tub. I was already thinking about what we could do in that tub. It was built for two, or more. I cleaned up, and then went looking for Gray. I crept almost silently through the house that seemed far too big for one person. It was elegantly decorated, and it didn't seem much like Gray. It had been done in tasteful neutrals, and I figured a designer had furnished this place. Except for the den. I walked through the small room that was obviously used for entertainment, and I smiled. Everything else about the house was designed with a nod to exquisite taste, but this room was all about comfort. There was a large screen TV that dominated the room, and a big leather couch with a lazy boy. I could see Gray there yelling at a Cowboys game on a Sunday afternoon, beer in one hand. "I'm in the kitchen, sweetheart," I heard him yell across the house. "Okay," I said, more to myself than him, because he shouldn't have been able to hear me. Demonic hearing is pretty sharp. I shrugged and followed the sound of his voice. The kitchen was as well designed as the rest of the house. The cabinets were a deep, rich cherry. and the countertops were marble. Gray worked efficiently over a top-of-the-line stove. Pancakes were already stacked neatly on the small breakfast table. There was a carafe of orange juice and 2 place settings. It was intimate, and I realized I had 0 experience with relationships. I had never, in my 26 years, had breakfast with a man. I hadn't really slept with one either, not in the sleeping close, arms wrapped around each other sense. What the hell was I doing here? I asked myself with a sense of panic.
Drink some coffee,
Gray ordered with a knowing frown.
It's only breakfast. It's not an engagement ring.
But that would come if Gray had his way. He thought we would get married and fulfill his little psychic flash. I couldn't see myself in a fluffy white dress walking down the aisle of a church. Gray laughed, and I saw the utter ridiculousness of my panic. I didn't care what his vision said. I had control of whether or not I got married. This was just breakfast, and I was frickin' hungry. I took a drink of coffee and forced myself to relax. Sorry, I've never done the whole breakfast thing with a man before.
Of course you have,
Gray pointed out in his calm Texas drawl.
We had breakfast yesterday.
I shook my head and took a seat on one of the bar stools so I could talk to him as he cracked open a couple of eggs. That was different. My brothers were there, and I was recovering.
Not so different. Your brothers are blissfully absent today, but you're still recovering. How do you feel this morning?
Surprisingly good. I didn't seem to have any ill effects from the drugs that goth asshole had pumped into me. How are you?
Beyond my heinous sexual frustration, I'm fine,
he said with a wink. Yeah, sorry about that. It probably didn't bode well for the relationship that I fell asleep on our first night together. Gray reached across the bar to tenderly brush the hair out of my face.
You needed rest more than me last night. I'm glad you could sleep. I was happy you were willing to come home with me. After I failed you with the wolves, I thought you might want to go home with your brother.
He doesn't cook like you do. Jamie microwaved everything.
Well, breakfast is about the limit of my talents,
Gray admitted.
Get used to bacon and eggs.
And you didn't fail me. You couldn't see through the illusion. I couldn't for a while. Whoever that witch was, he was damn good. Gray didn't seem to agree with me, but he moved on.
I already put out some feelers. I'll figure out who the fucker is. I didn't get a great look at him. He was running away when I made it to the scene. Do you remember what he looked like? I could bring in a sketch artist.
I tried. I really did. But all I could get was black hair and a pale face. I could remember a lot about that night. I remembered the wolves and the men who chased me back into the alley. But when I tried to picture his face, my mind went a little fuzzy. It was likely one of his powers. I think his eyes were dark. Can we ask some of your underworld contacts? A guy with talent like that wouldn't go unnoticed. Gray sighed as he plated the rest of the food, and I followed him to the table. He held the chair out for me, and I sat.
We should talk about that, actually. I don't have a lot of contacts. I'm not well-liked.
I frowned as I stabbed one pancake and then another, dragging them onto my plate. Why? Because you're half demon? That seems a little hypocritical. You can't help who your father is. He laughed, but it was hollow.
No, I think my father is the least of my worries in this case. I'm law enforcement.
I dug into the excellent pancakes. So? The king is supposedly looking for his own law enforcement. Shouldn't you all work together? Gray laughed at my naivete.
It can be hard for soups to function in the real world. An awful lot of them are criminals. Don't get me wrong, there are soups in the police department, of course. I'm just different. I don't discriminate. If a soup steps out of line, I don't send him to the council for a slap on the wrist. I bring them to trial if I can, and I put them down if I have to.
That sounded reasonable to me. And the king doesn't think that soups should have to follow the laws of the regular world?
No, he doesn't. He believes soups should rule themselves, and the only real law is to stay hidden. Donovan and I have had a few run-ins. The last was when I lawfully arrested a group of wolves for running an illegal gambling den. He used his influence to get them out on bail, and then, of course, they disappeared. I had linked that group to drug running, but they were gone before I could prove anything.
I was a little outraged at the thought. Maybe this Donovan person was involved.
I doubt that,
Gray said evenly.
He was a thief at one time, but he's been careful to stay away from drugs. More than likely, he handled the situation himself, but I don't have any proof. So you can see, it can be hard for me to function sometimes. They don't exactly want to talk to me. I've been getting stonewalled on this case.
I perked up because it was morning, and he had to talk to me. I would expect they would want to help you figure out who's killing their daughters. Maybe they'd also like to know who's prostituting their daughters out.
Figured that out, did you?
Gray sat back in his chair.
I can tell you who's doing that, sweetheart. But I doubt he's involved in the deaths. He's an asshole of epic proportions. But he's hardly a killer. Well, not the serial kind. I've heard stories of what happens when you cross him. But then women never cross him.
Why?
He's a fertility god. So believe me when I say he has a way with women. He runs a club downtown. Everyone in the supernatural world goes there.
If you don't think he's involved in the murders, why bother with him? I reached for another pancake. Luckily, Gray seemed to have made enough for a small army.
I think that club of his gets us access to information. It's kind of the hub of that particular world, the ranger said seriously. There's only one problem. I can't get in.
Because you're law enforcement?
That. And I might have tried raiding the club about a year ago.
Gray explained with a sigh.
I also might have actually arrested the asshole before I had concrete evidence on him. He pushed me to do it. Dev Quinn is such a prick. He has a mouth on him that would make a saint crazy. I have no idea how he's still alive. Someone should have shot him for mouthing off a long time ago.
I kept my amusement to myself, since this seemed to be a serious subject for Gray. I was kind of interested in meeting anyone who made Gray that crazy. So he's banned you from the club?
Yes, he has.
Gray's expression turned ruthless. He obviously had a plan.
But there's a party there tonight. If you have an invite, you don't have to stand in line.
It was a good plan, and I could only think of one small flaw. And We're getting invited how? Gray's kissable lips turned up in a smile worthy of the Cheshire Cat.
Well, this is where you come in.
Gray walked out of the shower, and I admired the work that must have gone into that chest. I had something to tell him, but I just sort of stared and maybe drooled a little. The cell phone in my hand hung limply at my side as I ogled him. He was one rock-hard slab of man. He wore a towel wrapped low on his hips. The stark white contrasted the tan of his skin, and nothing else. His shoulders seemed even broader without the trappings of clothes, and it got better from there. Gray had a six-pack, and he was cut all over. The water clung to his skin, defining the muscles of his body. A large tattoo covered the left side of his chest. At the center lay an elaborate dragon, surrounded by what appeared to be flames and odd-looking symbols. It was strangely beautiful, and I had to force my eyes away from it. He had a smaller towel over his head as he strode out of the bathroom, and he was rubbing his hair dry when he finally noticed me enjoying the show. A slow smile curled over his sensual mouth.
I guess I can't complain. Turnabout is fair play, darling.
He'd seen me in nothing but a towel, though I seriously doubted I was as impressive a specimen as he was. I was aware of how alone we were, and how close we were to that big bed we'd slept in last night. It wouldn't take much to let my hands find his tapered waist and pull the towel off. I could push him down on the bed and do what I'd wanted to do from the moment I'd seen his blue eyes. I could strip down, and it wouldn't take long before I was ready to ride him. So why wasn't I doing that? Why was I standing there, breathless, and the tiniest bit afraid? When did I get to be so damn shy? Liv says okay. I blurted out what I'd come in here to tell him in the first place. Gray gave his head one last rub, and then tossed the smaller towel back into the bathroom.
She's got the invite?
I nodded, wishing it were that easy for me to do my hair. 2 minutes of rubbing, and Gray's hair was dry. I had to dry my hair for an hour, or it frizzed, which was why I usually walked around with frizzy hair. The only reason I didn't cut it was because I was worried it was the only thing about me that was pretty and feminine. It was really lovely when I paid it proper attention. Now it was in its normal ponytail. I felt plain next to Gray's godlike attractiveness. Yeah, she was invited. Apparently this person is in her coven. It's her birthday, so they have some sort of VIP room reserved. Liv said it would be easy to get you in because the invite is for her and Scott, but it's 99-cent wing night at Kirby's Hot Wings, so he can't go. That caught Gray off guard.
Seriously? His girlfriend's got a big party to go to, and he's going to sit in a bar and eat hot wings?
I nodded. It's his way. I'm sure Alan will be sitting beside him, drinking cheap beer and commenting on the waitress's ass. Alan's a shifter, and his best friend. I think secretly they're in love, but afraid of deciding who gets to pitch and who gets to catch. Gray's hands were on his lean hips as he radiated outrage.
You should know that won't be happening with us. I'm sure as hell not about to let my woman waltz off to some fancy party looking hot as hell while I stare at some 18-year-old's ass. If you're going to a party where a bunch of men are going to be drooling all over you, I'll be beside you, ready to kick the ass of the first one who does more than look.
I laughed, but there wasn't a whole lot of humor behind it. You'll have a long time waiting for a fight then, Gray. I'm afraid I'm not a fancy party kind of girl. I don't know what line of bullshit Jamie's been feeding you, but I don't date much. And the truth is, I haven't had to turn many men down. I don't get asked out. Any sex I've had in the last couple of years, and there hasn't been much of it, has been men I picked up in bars, and trust me, they weren't choosy. I'm not the girl who guys fight over. Gray moved in close, and I could smell the soap on his skin. His hands cupped my shoulders, warming me.
You would be surprised how many men want you. They're just intimidated. You're a little prickly, but I see through it. And God, Kelsey, don't you dare even think I don't want you.
He pulled me close, and I could feel how much he wanted me. His erection pressed against my belly. It seemed to be built along the same lines as the rest of him. Extra large. Heat flashed through my system, sizzling along my skin. My hands went around his back, feeling the softness of his skin, in contrast to the thick, corded muscles there. I breathed in his scent, letting it fill my little world. He smelled like soap, an aftershave, and some unique spice that was gray. I'd never let myself revel in the closeness of another human body. Even with my brothers, our affection was more along the lines of punching each other in the arm than hugs. I was pierced by the sweetness of another warm body against mine. A strong hand running along the curve of my spine. I wanted him so much in that moment. But not for just sex. I wanted to lose myself in his care. I wanted to put my head against his chest and hear his heartbeat, let my own beat in time with his. I longed for him to tell me again that he loved me. I wanted to believe it so much that it scared me. I pulled away, and Gray sighed. He let me go, though. I could tell he wanted to push the issue.
Go on, Kelsey. I need to get dressed and make a few calls. Why don't you wait for me in the den? I won't be long, and then we can go over what we're looking for tonight.
I was out of the room before he'd finished the last sentence. I hated my cowardice and wondered what it would cost me this time. But Gray seemed like a big old fire I was close to getting really burned by. I forced my heart to stop racing as I made my way to the den. I had to relax around the man and decide what the hell I wanted. He was going to start thinking my name was synonymous with cold shower if I didn't stop running away or falling asleep every time he got a hard-on. My mouth was still dry, the only lingering effects from the night before, so I walked through the den and into the kitchen. I opened the door to the stainless steel fridge and pulled out a bottle of water. Gray's fridge was well stocked. It was totally different than mine, which usually only held days-old takeout containers and beer. Gray was acquainted with grocery stores.
Is there anything I can help you with, ma'am?
A soft voice asked, and I nearly dropped the water as I turned. I needed to get my head out of my ass because I was tired of getting snuck up on. The small man who stood before me was at least an inch shorter than me, and probably weighed 10 pounds less. He was dressed smartly in a severe black suit and dark silk tie, and appeared to be a courtly gentleman of around 60 years. But there was something wrong with him, something about him that made me look twice, and then again. He continued speaking as I tried to put my finger on it.
I must say, I am surprised to see a female here. The master usually stays with his female dates, rather than bringing them back to his home. I should warn you, my master rarely stays more than one night with any female. If you'll leave your address on the bar, I will send you the requisite bouquet and thank you for your sexual services."
I laughed outright at that because it was so awkward. I knew I was supposed to be horribly embarrassed and outraged at the thought, but it struck me as funny. What can I say? I have an awfully dark sense of humor. It was obvious that the servant didn't approve of Gray's sexual conquests, so I had to needle him a little. It was all part of my perverse personality. "Don't worry about the flowers. I already got the cash, buddy. Your boss was generous with the tip." I gave the shocked servant a saucy little wink.
"My master has brought a prostitute back to his home? This is the home where he's supposed to one day bring my mistress. How dare he?"
The little man drew himself to his full height, and as he turned, I caught the slightest glimpse of red eyes before they flashed back to dull brown.
"I shall speak to Master Grayson immediately. You should prepare to leave. Your services are no longer needed."
"You're a demon." Now that I really looked at him, I could see the faintest outline of haze around his body, like the lines were softer where his flesh met his clothes. "Are you wearing a glamour?" He turned back to me, his eyes flaring, and a little look of wonder coming onto his face.
"You're the hunter."
I think I was happier when he thought I was a hooker. Hookers make people happy. "I'm not a hunter. I don't do that." The older man's smile was sly.
"That isn't what I meant, miss. Hunter is what you are, not what you do. I apologize sincerely for mistaking you for less. I am Syl. It is my honor to welcome you into my master's home. If you do not mind, I will dispense with the glamour. I prefer my own skin, though if it offends you, I will of course suffer through."
His face was sour, as though he expected me to choose whichever option caused him the most discomfort. I shrugged and opened the bottle of water. I was glad we weren't going to talk about my father's profession. "Do what you like. It won't bother me."
"And a kind mistress at that,"
the demon purred, and the old man was gone, replaced by a red-skinned demon with tiny horns. The dimensions of the demon didn't change. He was still shorter than me, and his clothes were exactly the same, except for the shoes. Goat-like feet poked out from his trousers. See, that's freaky. I took a long drink. A single shoulder came up in a gesture that told me he'd heard it all before.
"It's normal where I come from. Your pale skin seems a little freaky to me."
"I can live with that," I said, slowly digesting the fact that my almost lover had a demonic housekeeper. "So you work for Gray?"
"I do indeed."
He went about putting the kitchen to rights, gathering dishes and wiping down countertops. He poured a glass of orange juice and set it in front of me.
"I have been Master Gray's familiar since his birth. I was a gift from his father. Here, drink this. It's freshly squeezed. It has to be better than bland water. Or would you prefer coffee? I can make anything you like."
I took the drink because I wanted to get back to the topic at hand. "His familiar? Like a witch's familiar?" I asked, confused by the terminology. I ignored the fact that he'd been given a person, bipedal humanoid, as a gift for his birthday. My father had been concerned with werewolves. I knew next to nothing about demons. The orange juice was sweet, though it had the slightest hint of peppermint. Interesting. I took another drink, the juice cool on my tongue.
"In a sense."
Syl took off his suit coat and rolled up his sleeves with practiced grace, further exposing inches of red skin. I could be the focal point for his talents, if only he could be persuaded to use them. He prefers to pretend they do not exist, so they flash on him at the oddest times. I slid onto the bar stool and watched the little demon toil. He seemed perfectly comfortable talking to me now that he had ascertained I wasn't a working girl. He was efficient and quick, and within minutes I couldn't tell that Gray had cooked breakfast at all. Are you talking about his prophecy powers? The red eyes widened, and a big grin came across his face, showing off his small, curved fangs. He has already told you of his gifts. I thought he would play it more coyly. This is exciting. And you accept his parentage? Many would not. I didn't like it. It was creepy to think that Gray had a father working his mojo on the hell plane. But then, I wasn't exactly blessed in the fatherhood department. I couldn't expect Gray to overlook a crappy dad on my side if I wasn't willing to do the same for him. We don't get to pick our parents. No, we do not, Syl agreed. I suspect my master would have selected a different sire had he been given the choice. He rarely speaks with his father. The master only acknowledges the Hell Lord when he forces the issue. I probably don't want to know how a Hell Lord forces the issue. Jamie had said something about Gray being at war with his father. Syl shook his head sharply. No, miss, you do not. It would be easier on my master if he simply took the call in the first place. He is a stubborn boy. Perhaps he is coming around, though. We all learn in the end. What are you doing here, Syl? Gray's harsh question broke the quiet little repartee Syl and I had established. Gray walked in from the den, and he'd changed into jeans and a black t-shirt. His eyes were on Syl, his whole face tense. I told you to stay away today. I called you last night. The demon dropped his head and submissively bowed. I apologize, my lord. I did not check my voicemail. I was merely attempting to clean the kitchen and to see if there was any way possible I could help the lovely female you brought home to mate with last night. I choked on my drink as laughter bubbled up. But Gray didn't see the comedy. You will keep your mouth shut about her, Syl, Gray ordered, his face hard as granite as he bore down on the servant. Now go. You can stay in the guest house or wherever. I don't care. But I don't want you around her, do you understand? You tell the rest of them to stay away from her, too. The demon refused to look Gray in the eyes as he slid by and slunk toward the door leading to the patio. There was a pool in the backyard and a small structure that must be the guest house Gray was talking about. Syl stopped at the door, though he didn't turn around. I apologize if I offended you with my presence, miss. I wasn't upset at all. I felt sorry for the little guy. He slunk away quietly, and I turned to Gray. Don't, Kelsey, Gray said immediately. Don't you let him in an inch. That's what they do. He's a demon. A full-blood. He seemed perfectly nice. I finished off my juice. He made a mean, fresh-squeezed juice. But Gray didn't seem to want to hear praise for his staff. That's how they trap you. Do you think they'd ever get anyone to sign a contract if they came at you with fangs bared? They come off as charming and quirky. And then, when you think they couldn't possibly be so bad, that's when they get you. I was a little offended that he seemed to think I couldn't handle one small demon. He'd been the one who couldn't see through an illusion. I'd known right away there was something wrong with Sil. He hadn't fooled me. I'll try to not let him get me then. He wasn't trying to get me to sign a contract, Gray. He was offended at the thought that you brought a hooker back to the place where you should only enjoy marital bliss. I was rewarded with Gray's mouth hanging open in complete shock. He stared at me for a moment before giving in to the urge and laughing until the force of it shook his whole body.
He thought you were a hooker?
Gray managed to wheeze.
How the hell would he think you were a hooker? I've never been to a hooker in my life.
He did seem surprised. I had to fess up. I might have mentioned you were a great tipper. Gray shook his head, and I felt compelled to explain. He told me you never spent more than one night with any female.
That's bullshit, Kelsey,
Gray said, sitting on the bar stool beside me.
I've had girlfriends before. They were never serious, but then I'm only 30, and I've been looking for you for the last several years, so I think I can be forgiven for not settling down.
He reached out and grabbed my hand.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Sil? He's a constant reminder of a life I've tried to leave behind. I've tried to get rid of him on many occasions. When I fire him and refuse to let him work, he causes trouble. Lots of trouble. It's better that I let him do a little work and ignore him for the most part.
You said something about the rest of them, I asked, remembering that he told Sil to tell the rest of them to stay away from me. I wondered if there was an army of neat freak demons waiting to dust Gray's bookshelves. His thumb rubbed across my palm, as though he deeply enjoyed the contact.
My father is insistent. He sends messengers and servants. They're really spies. He tries to keep tabs on me. He'll know about you. Sil tells him everything. I would have preferred to keep you off his radar.
I laced my fingers with his. Gray, I don't think that's going to be possible unless you plan on a short or very private relationship. Were you planning on keeping me hidden?
No, I'm not. I've already announced my intentions to your brother. I don't intend to hide them. We'll deal with my father.
He sighed and smiled.
Now how about I turn your attention away from my truly awful family with something even more awful?
If you're ready to explain the case to me, then I'm beyond ready to listen, I said, steeling myself to get down to work. Gray gracefully stepped down from the bar stool and helped me down as well.
All right. But don't forget, I warned you. I would rather keep you out of this, but damn it, I need your help. I'm at a loss. I've never dealt with anything like this.
I let him lead me to a small room behind the kitchen, just before the door to the garage. He opened it, and I walked into his nightmare. The room was an elegant, masculine office with a big desk, computer, printer, all the things one would expect from a well-organized investigator. There was a large whiteboard covered with notes and photos. My eyes went straight there, past the carefully written notations and the neatly drawn lines, and right to the photos. Oh my God. I took a deep breath and thanked the universe for my formidably strong stomach. I'd expected to see post-mortem photographs, but this was something completely different. There's something distant about the pictures crime scene investigators take, as though the person taking the photo can step back and make the scene emotionless, logical. If that was true, then the person taking these photos wanted to show the true horror of death. These weren't taken by the police.
No. He's been sending them to me for a month.
Gray stood behind me, and it was hard for me not to reach back for his hand. The pictures were black and white, and I was grateful for it. I don't think I could have stood it if they were in color. Even without the color, I could almost feel the rage from the photos. Rage and useless, meaningless death. I forced myself to stare at the first one. It took a moment to truly understand what I was looking at used to be a female. The body was torn and cut. But it wasn't an animal attack. This was a focused form of torture. I noticed that her hands were over her head, wrists shackled together. He uses silver, I said, trying to banish the tears that threatened. I needed to be cold and professional. I didn't need to think about the indignity these women had been put through. I didn't need to feel the pain and torture someone had inflicted on them. I needed to see what was there. I needed to look at it without emotion.
Yes,
Gray replied quietly.
He uses silver, either cuffs or chains or rope to hold them down. His victims so far have been either wolves or shifters. He has to hold them down in some fashion. These aren't women who would go down without a fight.
How many? I moved to the next, forcing myself to see, really see each photograph.
5 victims so far. I've only managed to ID the second one.
He pointed to a series of photos on the far side of the office.
Her name is Lauren Nesson. She's a wolf from the Fort Worth pack. It's smaller than Dallas, but not insubstantial. The only reason I managed to ID her is from an arrest record. She was arrested for DUI 2 years ago and has a juvenile rap sheet a mile long.
I moved down the line, taking in what I could of the women's faces. And then my heart fell. I'd seen the last face. She'd been smiling, her whole life ahead of her in the photo I'd seen. I was going to have to tell Helen Taylor that her precious daughter was gone. She would have to survive another unthinkable loss. Tears blurred the picture before me, but I forced myself to point. I can ID that one. Her name is Joanne Taylor. She's my missing person. Her pretty blonde hair was matted with blood, and she was completely naked. She'd been made as vulnerable as a female could be. All of her intelligence and hard work, all of her love meaningless against one man's hatred. Her torso had been sliced open with surgical precision, and it was obvious she'd had organs removed. I couldn't help it. I sank down to the floor, and I cried. All I could see when I looked at that wall was Joanne Taylor's smiling face. She was young and ripe and ready for the world, and the world had eaten her up. She was her mother's darling, and I was the one who had to tell her mother she was gone forever because she'd lost her fucking scholarship. Such a simple thing. $20,000 shouldn't be the price of a life. But I knew deep down, many were cheaper even than Joanne's. Gray knelt beside me, his arms enveloping me. I was surrounded by his warmth and sank into the comfort of it.
I'm so sorry, sweetheart,
he whispered as he rocked me gently.
I wasn't sure it was her, but I thought it might be. Is this your first murder case?
I let him hold me. If he'd apologized for showing me this, I would have pushed him away. I would have stood up and been the professional I knew I should be. But Gray was smarter than that. He let me cry, and he didn't make me feel stupid for doing it. After a long while, I nodded as an answer to his question. "It's hard," he said. I looked into his face and saw a wealth of compassion there. "Your first murder is always hard, especially when it didn't start out as a murder case. You thought you could find her and be the hero and put a family back together. But now you have to tell a mother that her baby's dead. It's horrible. I won't lie to you. I'll come with you, love. I'll help you talk to her. But I'm going to ask you to give me until tomorrow. This is the worst of the worst, honey. This is a serial case, and it sucks. But you can help me. You figured out in 24 hours what it took me weeks to get. I took forever to piece together that the girls were working at that vampire club. I need you. I need you to look at all the evidence and tell me what I'm missing. I need you to go into ether with me tonight and get people talking. They don't want to talk to me, but I think they'll talk to you." I nodded, unsure why he thought people would talk to me, but I was willing to try. I was willing to do anything to figure out who this asswipe was. I sniffled and let Gray help me up. He handed me a tissue as I forced myself to look at the pictures again. Gray had them grouped by victim and timeline. I noticed that beside the photos, there were a few letters taped to the board. I read the first one, noting the bad handwriting. "Dear Boss, allow me to introduce myself again. I am an artist who has not worked in years. I give you this, my work. I don't like whores, as I've stated before, and the town is full of them. I'll rip 'em till they're gone. Catch me if you can. No one has yet. JTR." He's pretending to be Jack the Ripper. I'd read enough and seen enough movies to recognize the drama. "Oh, yes. He seems obsessed with the Ripper," Gray replied seriously. "He has good intel, though. I'm the only one who received the letters. The press hasn't been informed of anything. I have to believe this guy's a soup, or he wouldn't know to send his art to me." "Have you found any bodies?" "I figured out the first 3 were killed in a warehouse in South Dallas." He pointed to one of the pictures. "See, he got part of a logo in the shot. It took me a couple of days, but I tracked down the warehouse. It was abandoned, but I found some silver chains and some blankets. He was using it as his workshop. I staked it out, but he didn't come back, and I got that letter a day later." "Boss, clever, but I see you. You can't catch me 'cause my work is powerful good for the world. I'll move my studio, but I won't stop till you nab me." I enjoyed this last one very much. She went down nice, and just cried a lot. I like it when they know it's time to go. I've moved all the bodies to a proper location, though they'll be soup by the time you find them. If you find them. JTR. "You think he's a hunter?" I said quietly, because I was thinking the same thing. Gray didn't take his eyes off the wall. I knew he'd memorized the pictures. He would carry them around with him, and the vision might never go away. "The thought has crossed my mind. I also wondered if it wasn't a vampire." "Why waste the blood?" It was obvious the women hadn't been drained before he sliced them up. The vampires tended to be practical creatures. Of course, if he was looking for attention, then it would have been a lot easier to get it by killing human prostitutes. He could dump the bodies and get all the press he wanted. If a hunter was trying to expose the underworld, he would dump the bodies where they would be found before they disintegrated. "It's a soup, Not a hunter. This person respects the rules in one fashion. He's making sure humans aren't involved. He hides the bodies somewhere they will be allowed to disintegrate, and he's only pulled you in. You're the legal authority. Are we sure he hasn't contacted anyone in the council? No, Gray replied. That's one of the things I'd like to ascertain tonight. I can't get into the vampire club itself. There's no way to sneak in. I tried. It didn't go well. These girls tend to start their night at Ether and then move on to the vampire club. We get in with Liv's help and try to figure out who our other 3 victims are. Gray went to a large file cabinet. He pulled out a handful of pictures. They were close-ups on the faces in the killer's art. Gray had tried to make them as normal as possible, but I'd seen the complete picture, and I was still disturbed. And we look for a vampire named Alexander, I said. He was one of Joanne's regulars. Gray nodded and pulled me against his chest. I was getting used to his spontaneous affection. I think that was the point of it. Instead of being shy, I let my arms go around his waist to enjoy the feel of him. Instead of holding myself back, I let my head rest against his chest. I was being drugged into trusting him, and I seemed helpless against it. His hand rubbed up and down my back. I'll look through my files and see what I have, he said. You need to get ready for the party. I called Liv myself, and she'll be over here in an hour. She says it will take all day to get you ready. Now my head shot up in surprise, because I didn't like the sound of that. Why? I thought it was going to be easy with the engraved invitation. The invitation is for Liv and her boyfriend, Gray explained. I'll be playing the role of Scott this evening, at least until we get through the door. You can't get in on the invite, so we have to go a different route. I know Dev Quinn, and if there's one thing he lacks in his clubs, it's beautiful women in beautiful clothes. He might be married, but he's not blind. A gorgeous girl can walk into Ether with absolutely no wait time. Liv's working up a charm that will make the bouncers believe you're a witch. I would go along with the charm, but there was one thing I wasn't sure about. I cringed at the thought. Am I going to have to wear heels? Chapter 8. Stop being such a baby, Liv whispered in my ear as she smiled at a handsome werewolf who walked by. She gave me a little nudge as if to say, smile. Though there was a party going on all around me, I didn't feel like smiling. Ether was stunning, but my mind was preoccupied with my feet. They hurt. They're gorgeous, and they're only 3-inch heels. Liv shot back. They're practically flats. I'm wearing 4.5-inch heels, and you don't hear me complaining. What did you expect me to do? Those Converse of yours don't go with a little black dress. I shifted, trying to get used to my size 7.5 red torture devices, and got my first look around Ether. I stood at the bar waiting for Gray to get back from dropping off our coats. Liv had worked some serious magic on me, and I wasn't only talking about the charm I wore like an anklet. I looked damn good in a tight black dress with a plunging neckline. Liv had insisted I didn't need a bra, and my breasts were firm, and the skin creamy against the black fabric. She'd forced my hair into curlers, and the dark brown locks flowed down my back in waves. I'd complained bitterly at the half hour she played around with makeup, but I couldn't argue with the results. The hair and makeup gave me the illusion of being feminine and soft. It had been worth it to watch Gray's mouth drop when I walked into the room. I would never do it on a regular basis, but it might be fun to dress up every now and then. And it had totally gotten me into the club. I hadn't even waited in line. What do you know about the guy who owns this place? I asked, curious about Gray's nemesis. Liv sighed. I haven't actually met him, but I saw him at open house. He's the dad of the little fertility god. He's a big fertility god. So I take it he's hot? An unattractive fertility god would likely be ineffective. Oh, Kels. She stopped and sighed, a blush making her cheeks pink. He is the definition of hot. If you Google the word hot, you get summer temperatures in Texas and a big picture of Devin Shea Quinn. He sucks on 2 legs. I couldn't take my eyes off the man. It was good to know she could still act like a teen at a boy band concert. Gray thinks he's a criminal. Liv humphed and frowned. I don't think so. I can't imagine that. He certainly doesn't need the money. The man bought us a new gym, not gave a donation, just wrote a check. He owns a bunch of clubs and has some corporation in the human world. He's an actual fairy prince. His mother is the Sealy Queen. I wasn't convinced. Gray seemed adamant about the fairy prince being a bad guy. Liv's crush wasn't exactly a good reason to overlook a Texas Ranger's experience and instincts. The club was something, though. It was hopping. It seemed like everyone in the supernatural world was spending their Saturday night here. The dance floor was full of life, and the whole club was filled with a pulsating beat. It was unlike any place I'd ever been in. I spent my time in rundown bars, where the goal was to get drunk as fast as possible. This was a place to meet friends and have fun. Hey, don't look. But that guy is checking you out, Liv said with a little grin. She is stunning, so I was sure she was the one being checked out. I looked across the trendy bar area and over at the edge of the dance floor, where a brown-haired man stood. He was dressed in slacks and a dark silk shirt. He was definitely looking at me, though I didn't get a sexual vibe off him. He seemed more curious than anything else. His head cocked to the side, and his eyes narrowed. But the dude was checking out my face, and not my boobs. He took a deep whiff of the air around him. He was a wolf, no doubt about it. His eyes closed, and stopped for a moment, as though he needed all his faculties to assess that smell. They snapped back open, and even across the distance, I could see that they had darkened, taking on a more wolf-like characteristic. He stared directly my way, and then made a beeline for me. Oh, Gray is gonna be pissed, Liv said. It looks like you have more than one suitor tonight. I kind of thought about running, because that was one determined man. He pushed his way through the crowd. Liv didn't seem to sense the predatory nature of the man. He's cute and all, but I think Gray's hotter. He looks too much like you. You would only look like brother and sister. But it'll do Gray good to know he isn't the only interested party. Do I know you? The man stopped in front of me. He was a little taller than me, but the heels did give me a few inches. He was built on lean lines for a wolf, but I wouldn't underestimate his strength. What pack are you from? Are you from Nevada? I shook my head. No extra suitors here, just a big case of mistaken identity. I've never been to Nevada. Sorry, I'm not from any pack. I'm not a wolf. I'm a witch. I kept to my cover story, but he didn't look like he was buying it. What was keeping Gray? He was going to be pissed, all right. He was going to be pissed I was drawing attention to myself. I noticed several people watched us. The bar seemed to buzz with people talking behind their hands as they took in our little scene. No, you're not a witch. His hand came out quickly, grasping my wrist, and then his nose ran along my bare arm up to my shoulder. I tried to pull away, but he held me tight. You're not a wolf, but you smell like someone I knew. Are you sure you've never been to Vegas? What was your father's name? Was he a drifter? I pulled back firmly, unwilling to answer his questions. I had been in the place for exactly 10 minutes, and I was already confronted with my father. The bastard never let me be. Let me go. Hey, she's from Texas. Liv tried to get between us, and I bet she was ready to give that wolf a taste of an actual witch. Her dad was from Arkansas, and he was a mechanic. Let her go, or I'll call security. The werewolf let go, but he didn't back away. I'm sorry to be so pushy, but this is important. My nose doesn't lie. Hey, Zach, I need your help. Have you seen the Munchkins? I'm supposed to be watching them, but the little suckers got away from me. Z will kill me if they burn down the club, a new voice said, and I found myself staring at another werewolf. The place was thick with them tonight. Good. I can use your help, too. Smell her, the guy named Zach demanded. I don't want to be smelled. I tried to back up. The bar stopped me. I ran flat up against it. Leave her alone. Liv pushed at the wolf with brown hair. The new wolf was taking a whiff. Hey, Zach, she smells like... You! I shouted, not caring who was looking, because the new wolf was startlingly familiar. Much of the night before might still be foggy, but I recognized that platinum blonde hair. Familiar light blue eyes looked at me. I'd stared at them as he'd stalked me, and thought about how icy cold they were. Tonight, they weren't as arctic, but I knew them all the same. The blonde wolf gave me a huge smile and a wink. Yes. Do you recognize me from my career as a male model, or did I break your heart in a past life because you loved me, and I love boys? I wasn't about to joke with the little fucker. I poked him right on his hard chest. I remember you from the time you tried to kill me. The wolf went completely pale, and Zach stepped in, trying to protect his friend. You must be mistaken. Neil wouldn't try to kill a girl. Neil frowned. I wouldn't put anything past me, but I don't remember trying to kill this one. I've never seen you before, honey. I growled, because when surrounded by wolves, it seemed the right thing to do. It wasn't really you. It was an illusion. Obviously, that damn witch knows you because he has you down. You look exactly like he projected. I'm sorry. There's some mistake. We don't hang out with witches, Zach said patiently. We're wolves. We don't do the whole magic thing, so I'm afraid we won't know anyone who could do that. Hello? What about Chad? Neil said, looking at Zach like he was a dumbass. Now Zach was the one growling, and Neil took that pretty damn seriously. Those baby blue eyes got wide, and they appeared to have a silent argument. It was obvious who won. Neil looked like he wanted to tuck his tail between his legs and run. Who's Chad? I asked, in my most threatening voice. It didn't help that I kind of tottered on my heels. No idea. Zach had all the smooth confidence of a born liar. He used his thumb to indicate his cohort. And I wouldn't listen to him. He's slow, if you know what I mean. I forced every bit of my intimidation powers on the weak link. I'll ask again. Who's Chad? I don't know what you're talking about, the blonde wolf said, and there was something a little desperate in his eyes. He's lying, Liv said, as though it was a hard-fought and won revelation. You think? I shot back, because Blondie was starting to sweat. I decided to test a theory. Goth Boy had known this wolf, and given the fact that his illusion had been the brightest, most real of the bunch, I had drawn a conclusion. You're telling me you don't know a man, probably 25 or so, Stringy black hair, goth black nail polish. He was kind of fat.
There isn't an ounce of fat on his body, Neil said righteously. And his hair isn't stringy. It's perfect. Zach sighed and shook his head. You're such a dumbass, Neil. I pounced quickly. You tell me where I can find him. We have a few things to work out. Tell him he sure as hell better bring more than tranquilizer darts if he wants to take my ass down. I fully intend to beat the shit out of him once I figure out what he wanted from me. Well, I would tell him all that if I had any idea what gorgeous, sweet, loving guy with a ridiculously low body fat percentage you're talking about, Neil said with a toss of his blonde head. He turned to Zach. No one ever tells me anything. I can't think why not. Zach deadpanned. Now I have to figure out a way to tell everyone I screwed up some weird plan concerning some strange chick who smells like a wolf but isn't, that I didn't even know about. Well, I can think about it while I'm tracking down the Destructo twins. Maybe they'll have mercy on me and make the club explode. I doubt anyone will be able to yell at all my blown-up bits. I'd had enough out of that drama queen. Look here, I'll take you apart if you don't. Oh shit, Kels. Liv pulled on my arm. She pointed up, and I saw Gray being dragged along by two big bouncers. He was yelling at them as they started to lead him up the stairs. I was torn. I really wanted to force that damn wolf to talk. I could do it, too. Oh, I wasn't so sure about the brown-haired wolf. He seemed like a pretty solid liar to me. But that blonde wolf would wilt like an orchid under a heat lamp once I started in on him. I glanced back up at my sort of boyfriend. He was so pissed, I knew he was going to get into big trouble, and then we wouldn't learn a thing. Damn it, I swore under my breath, glaring back at Neil. We're not done. Count yourself lucky that my escort is an idiot, but don't think this is through. Not by a long shot, I heard Zach swear as I walked away. I cut across the bar area to the small set of stairs on the far side of the club. It probably led to some damn security office, and Gray had been made as a cop. It was the haircut. I was sure of it. No one in the supernatural world had a military cut. It screamed authority figure. Ma'am, a deep voice at the bottom of the stairs said. That floor is employees only. Please step away. I couldn't get around him. He was really freaking big. I had to settle for yelling from the bottom of the stairs. Gray! Liv ran to catch up. That's her boyfriend. Where exactly are they taking him? What did he do? The big wolf snorted. He pissed off the boss. That's what he did. If you don't want to piss off the boss, I suggest you head your pretty little selves back to the bar and enjoy the rest of your night. If the boss kills your ride, let me know, and I'll arrange a limo to take you back. It's all part of the service. I just about decided to see if my heels could be used as some form of weapon when Zach's voice cut through the thick tension. I'll vouch for her, Len, Zach said, and Len immediately backed off. Zach's eyes were guarded as he studied me. He nodded toward the top of the stairs where Gray disappeared into the open door. You know the asshole cop? I could feel my mouth tighten. I know the lieutenant. He gently grabbed my elbow and started up the stairs. Keep your eyes on the witch, Len. It's obvious we're gonna have trouble with the whole group. I followed the werewolf, climbing the stairs as fast as my 3-inch heels would allow me. Where are you taking me? I was grateful I'd been paranoid enough to strap one of Gray's .45s around my thigh. Weapons were not allowed in the club, but while the bouncers had searched Gray, they hadn't bothered with me or Liv. I felt the comforting weight of it on my leg,
and knew it would be loaded with silver ordnance. Gray had prepped it for me. I wasn't going for it yet, but if I had to shoot our way out of this, I would.
We're going up to the office, so we can figure a few things out.
Zach pivoted when we reached the top step.
I won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. I just have a few questions.
Doesn't seem fair for you to expect me to answer your questions when you won't answer mine, I grumbled as he slid a keycard through the door, and it opened.
I've answered every one of your questions,
he replied with an enigmatic smile. You lied. I was escorted into a small, intimate room.
Prove it.
The wolf laughed, and I got the feeling he was enjoying this. He kept breathing deeply, as though he liked the smells around him and wanted to fully appreciate them. Gray sat sullenly in a chair that was placed in front of a big desk.
I'm sorry, Kelsey. They nabbed me the minute I walked past the bar. Apparently the staff was given a lecture on how important it was to keep me out. There's a picture of him in the security office. They throw darts at it.
Zach waved to the two bouncers.
Thanks, guys. Let payroll know I'll sign to pay out the bounty.
Bounty? I looked from Zach to Gray. The bouncers left, closing the door behind them, and I was struck that someone thought this Zach person could handle both Gray and me. I was confused, because he didn't seem like an alpha to me, but he had a lot of wolves following his orders.
What did you expect, Sloan? Dev doesn't like being arrested. You hauled him out of here last time in front of the entire club.
Zach pointed out.
He's gonna like you even less in a few minutes. I believe you'll find you've interrupted some alone time with his wife. They had the whole condo to themselves tonight. You'll be lucky if he doesn't shoot you. Now tell me what her name is, and where you found her. Is this some kind of game you're playing, Sloan? I'm here on an investigation.
Gray shook his head.
I'm not playing any games. Kelsey is a contractor. She's a PI who's working with me. You should let her go. She doesn't have anything to do with Quinn's arrest. Your name is Kelsey.
Zach said my name slowly, as though tasting it. Yes. I wondered who the hell I resembled that the werewolf would be so concerned with who I was. I'm Kelsey Atwood. I pulled a card out of the purse I'd fought Liv on carrying. The tiny clutch she'd sworn went with the dress couldn't hold anything more than a cell, some gloss, and my cards. Zach studied the card.
Atwood. Any relation to Nathan?
He's my brother. I hoped I wasn't about to get Nate in serious trouble. Zach started to say something when twin doors slid open, revealing an elevator that led directly into the cozy office. The lights in the office were dim, giving the entire place an intimate glow. But the elevator lights rushed in, and I got my first glimpse of the notorious Devonshire Quinn. He radiated anger as he strode out of the elevator, still buttoning his white dress shirt. Black slacks hung low on his ridiculously muscled hips. Gray had definitely interrupted something. I swallowed once, and then twice. Dark hair, emerald eyes, the most perfectly masculine body I'd ever seen in my life. The man practically had a fucking halo around his hips, and by hips, I meant his goddamn cock. It had a halo. He was stunning. And it wasn't simply the gorgeous body or the next to perfect face. It was something about him. You looked at the man, and you just knew he could take care of you. And I meant that in the dirtiest possible way. Liv had described him as a fertility god, but he was a sex god. There was no other way to describe him.
You can close your mouth, Kelsey.
Gray said harshly. A deep flush crashed through me. I was going to apologize for staring, but the sex god had a few things to say to my date.
You motherfucker.
That glorious bit of masculinity spewed as he faced off with the bigger, way more demonic man. It didn't seem to faze him.
How dare you show your face in my club? I told you what would happen if I ever caught you on one of my properties again. Bring it on, Quinn.
Gray snarled back.
You have any idea how long I've waited for you to give me a reason to take you down?
Gray stood and faced the club owner over his desk. The men were inches from each other, and I worried Gray was going to kill the man. It didn't seem like it would be anywhere close to a fair fight. Gray had all the power and strength of a demon, and the fairy was, well, he was a fairy with an awfully dirty mouth.
Oh, you sad sack piece of shit demon. You couldn't take me down if you tried.
His green eyes lit with a vicious sort of glee.
Oh, wait. You did try. Didn't fucking work out for you, did it? How was your suspension, Lieutenant? Hope you had a good vacation. You cost me a month,
Gray admitted.
Did you visit Daddy?
Quinn asked, sarcasm dripping.
How was the hell plane? Did it feel like home? Clock's ticking for you, isn't it?
Gray's eyes narrowed.
I spent the whole time investigating you. I don't care who you sleep with. I'm going to prove all of it. I'm going to prove the illegal gambling, the gun running, the mob connections. You're dirty as hell, and I'm going to bring your whole house down.
The sex god practically vibrated with rage.
You come anywhere near my family, and I will make the hell plane seem like a good hiding place. I swear you lay one fucking hand on my wife or my children, and I'll take you apart piece by piece.
Gray's face was tight, his eyes faintly cruel, as he got in the other man's space.
I note you don't try to protect your other lover.
Quinn rolled his eyes, his disdain plain.
Daniel can handle himself. Maybe it's time I let him handle you, Sloane. You've become a nuisance. Zach, show the lieutenant to the door. Make sure he doesn't come back. I don't want to see this fucker again. Fine, boss. But I want to know about her first, Zach said, and I could hear the willpower in his voice. You leave her out of this.
Gray strode over to take my hand. It appeared we were going to make a hasty retreat. My heart dropped at the thought of not being able to use this opportunity. Tomorrow I had to inform Helen Taylor her daughter had been murdered, and I couldn't even tell her I'd made any headway on who had done it. I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt, if I could convince Devonshire Quinn to take me seriously, that he could get other people to talk to me. I was certain deep down that our perp was a soup, so this was his world. If Gray wasn't effective here, then I had to step up to the plate. Mr. Quinn, my name is Kelsey Atwood. I used my most polite and even voice as I pulled away from Gray. Gray was pissed, but I had to salvage this. Just because he was getting his ass kicked out didn't mean I had to get mine tossed too. He'd asked for my help. I hoped he wasn't too angry at how he got it. I'm investigating a series of murders, and I could really use your help. The fairy turned his attention to me, as though he was surprised to see someone else was in the room. All of his anger and attention had been focused on Gray. He stared for a moment, and I thought he was going to tell Zach to chuck me out. He sighed, as though resolving himself to something.
You have 10 minutes, Ms. Atwood.
Gray reached for my hand again, this time yanking me toward him.
No, Kelsey. If you think I'm leaving you alone with him, you're crazy. He hates me. You have no idea what he's capable of.
He's capable of answering my questions. I needed him to understand. He held my hand in a firm grip, and when I tried to pull away, he tightened around me.
No,
Gray said, implacably.
Hey.
Zach tried to get between us. His eyes changed colors, and I saw the beginnings of claws flash from his hands.
You're hurting her. Let her go. She's mine,
Gray insisted, with intent in his eyes. He would fight this Zach guy if he stepped between us. It looked like my lawman had a little caveman thrown in for good measure.
She comes with me.
Quinn sank back into his chair, and there was a deep weariness in his eyes as he regarded the scene playing out in front of him.
Shouldn't that be up to Ms. Atwood? Do you intend to force a female against her will, Sloane? It would be in your character, I suppose.
Gray dropped my hand immediately.
I'm asking you to come with me, Kelsey.
My stomach nodded, because I was about to make a huge mistake. But I couldn't help myself. I wasn't going to side with Quinn. I wasn't betraying Gray. I was being true to our case. He was a ranger. He would understand when he gave it a little thought. I backed up just enough to let him know I was staying. I'm sorry. I only want to ask him a couple of questions. We need those IDs. I'll come downstairs when I'm done, and we can go back to your place. His face hardened, his eyes turning to stone.
Don't bother.
His gaze slid across me, and I saw the rage there.
You made your choice. I'll show myself out, Quinn.
Gray turned and strode out the door. It was all I could do not to rush after him and beg him to forgive me. I felt his physical absence keenly. It was like all the warmth had left the room. I banished the tears that threatened and turned to Dev Quinn, because Gray was right. The choice had been made, and I had to live with it. I'd chosen my job over Gray, though at the time, I'd really thought I was saving the situation. Do you mind if I sit? He indicated the chair in front of his desk and turned to the wall behind him. He pushed the panel and revealed a small refrigerator. He pulled out a frosty bottle, snagged 2 glasses, and sat down behind his desk.
Dev?
Zach asked. The fairy shook his head.
Talk to your master, Zach.
Come on, Zach said, exasperated. Green eyes gave away nothing.
You have to talk to him. I can't give you anything. Please, go make sure the lieutenant doesn't cause any more trouble tonight. She's perfectly safe here. Your nose knows the truth, so you know damn well I won't harm her.
The werewolf turned, and he seemed as irritated as Gray had been as he walked out of the room. Quinn poured the cold liquid into the shot glasses with practiced skill.
Please, join me, Miss Atwood. I'll be perfectly pleasant, I promise. I'm afraid the lieutenant brings out the worst in me. I have issues with authority. My wife thinks I should go into therapy to deal with the problem, but I'm perfectly comfortable with it.
I sank down into the chair and tried to banish the horrible feeling that I'd lost something important. Had I been wrong to not blindly follow him? Sure.
It's for the best,
Quinn said, holding out a glass to me.
I can see plainly you have feelings for him, but he is what he is. He can't change his fate, and he'll drag you down with him.
He's only half demon. I took the glass in my hand and shot it back. It was vodka, and it was so smooth it was practically water. Maybe if I had another 10 shots or so, I could forget that look in Gray's eyes. Quinn poured 2 more shots. He seemed familiar with the process.
Do you know what I am?
You're a fertility god. His eyes bled to a startlingly deep green. It filled his entire eye and left no white. It was beautiful. A person could get seriously lost in those eyes. His voice was deeper and held a hint of an Irish accent when he spoke again.
I am indeed, Miss Atwood. It's one of my talents to be able to see what a person needs and wants sexually. It's something of a portal into a person's soul. You seek comfort, love, caring. You haven't found them yet. I can see that you and the lieutenant are well matched on that front. Sex with him will be exciting, and it will feel like heaven. But he needs more than you can give him, more than any woman can give him. You will love him, and he will break your heart. What would you say if I told you I could offer you a viable alternative? I know a man who can give you the things you crave, while taking only what you are willing to give. The relationship won't be as intense as the one with Grace and Sloane, but neither will it be as painful. It would be a loving friendship between kindred spirits.
Mr. Quinn, I didn't come here for your advice on my love life. I didn't want to hear what he had to say. As far as I could tell, it didn't matter anymore. Gray seemed to be done with me the moment I caused him trouble. I was a whole shit ton of trouble, so it was better to know at the beginning. If I only have 10 minutes of your time, I would prefer to use it on work. His eyes were back to normal, and so was his voice, as he took another shot. The boy could drink.
Again, I apologize. I certainly have no intentions to kick you out when the 10 minutes are up. Trust me, this is the most interesting thing I'll be doing for the rest of the evening.
I matched him drink for drink. It was starting to loosen me up. I got the distinct impression we'd interrupted something interesting when Greg got hauled up here. He smiled, and it lit up the room. It might be easy to see where Greg could dislike this man when he was shooting obscenities, but when he poured on the charm, it was impossible to not smile with him.
It was getting somewhere,
he said with an intimate laugh.
Unfortunately, I'm certain that's over. My goddess was yawning even as I walked out the door. She's asleep by now, and I won't wake her up. Our daughter is teething and getting over an ear infection. The last few days have been rough. While Evangeline might be feeling better today, my wife is still recovering. Daniel took the baby with him. How he manages to play games with her, I don't know. I hope she doesn't chew up the boards. Those games are surprisingly expensive.
Evangeline. Are you talking about Evan? Dan had mentioned he brought his kid with him to game nights. I guess I was looking at the possibility Dan had embraced. Quinn shuddered. Only Daniel calls her that. Well, he and all the wolves. It's a terrible nickname for my beautiful little girl. And Dan is your... I asked, and then realized what a rude question it was. Never mind. That's none of my business. Quinn took his time with the vodka, savoring it. I'm not offended, Kelsey. Daniel is my partner. We're best friends, business partners, closer than brothers. We share a wife and our children. It's a common relationship where I come from, but it's looked down on in this plane. The good lieutenant certainly looks down on it. My wife is hurt most by the prejudice. Daniel and I don't care what people think of us. Well, I've seen you both, and I'd just high-five her, I said without thinking about it. Crap. Did I say that out loud? Quinn threw back his head and laughed. Yes, you did. But don't worry about it. I find you quite charming, Kelsey. More charming than your... well, than I would have expected Sloane to score. Now, what is this case you're investigating? I pulled out my phone. I'd scanned the files and pictures into it when I realized Liv wasn't going to let me bring my bag. I need to know if you recognize any of these girls. I passed him my phone with the pictures queued up, wanting to see if he could ID them all. He ran a finger along the screen, and his face sobered up quickly. These girls are dead? Yes, they are. I watched his face, but all I saw there was sympathy. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I know this one's name. She's Joanne Taylor. Damn it. I recognize the rest of them, but I cannot place their names. I'm sorry. I can find out for you. Are you the one who got them their... work? It was a delicate question, and I tried to keep it professional. He sat back. Obviously, you know they were prostitutes, though I doubt they would have considered themselves such. They were mostly college girls who needed a little money and didn't mind spending some time with vampires. Some of them had sex with their dates, and others simply fed them. I didn't directly get them work in the club, though I set up the system. Because the king freed the slaves. That was certainly part of the problem, Quinn admitted. The world changed quickly, and we're all scrambling to keep up with it. It seems a smarter idea to use willing females than to tell the unattached vampires to fend for themselves. Put like that, it made a whole lot of sense. Quinn's fist came down on the desk. Damn it. When this gets out, the wolves and the shifters will blame the vampires. Is there any way to keep this quiet while we find out who's committing these crimes? Our alliances are still fragile. There are many in the werewolf community especially who think it was wrong to join with the vampires. Something like this could start a civil war. I gnawed on my lip while I thought about that. I hadn't considered the ramifications outside the obvious one. I don't intend to give any interviews or anything, but people are going to notice their daughters are missing. I have to tell my client that her daughter is dead. I can't lie to her. I understand, the fertility god said. I wouldn't wish for her to not know. However, if there is any way to keep the investigation quiet, it would help keep the peace. How can I help you? If Helen is your client, she can't be paying you much. It's fine. She paid me to find out what happened to her daughter. I'm not going to stop because she doesn't have the money for me long term. I need to catch this guy, Mr. Quinn. Even if Gray refuses to help me after this, I'll stay on. Quinn opened the top drawer of his desk and pulled out a checkbook. He quickly wrote out a check and passed it to me. Will that help your efforts? As it was more money than I made in the last several months combined, I had to nod. I was thinking of all the things I could buy with that money. I could upgrade my laptop. I could walk through the gadget stores and buy all the cool little things that would make my job so much easier, because I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I wanted to take on more interesting cases. Images of night vision gear played around in my head. Excellent. Then consider me your client. That's your retainer. Please let me know if you need more. You'll need to get into the Vampire Club. I tore my eyes away from the ridiculously large check. Yes, I need access to the club. Can you tell them to expect me? You'll need an escort. I can't send you in alone, whether or not the lieutenant is reasonable. I can't have him in the club. He looked thoughtful for a moment. I'll have a vampire take you through the club. I know just the man. People will talk to you around him. You'll find him helpful. Also, if you find yourself in need of a tracker, feel free to contact me, and I'll let you use Zach. He has an excellent nose, as his master is bound to discover tonight. The door to the office opened, and I turned to see a small boy cautiously entering the room. He had a mop of dark hair that fell almost in his eyes. He had on sweatpants that were nearly worn through at the knees, a Spider-Man t-shirt, and sneakers that needed to be tied. He looked like he was maybe 8 or 9, and there was no question who his father was. Lee, Quinn said, and it was obvious he had gone into father mode. You were supposed to spend the evening with your Uncle Neil. The boy let the door close behind him and approached his father with big brown eyes that seemed to seriously consider the question. He got lost, Papa. Did he? Quinn asked suspiciously. And your brother? Did Reese get lost as well? The tops of Lee's shoes suddenly seemed very interesting to the boy. I need to talk to Daddy. Daddy is out, Quinn said firmly. He had a meeting to go to. You'll have to deal with me. Maybe I can wait for Daddy to get home. Or we could call your mother. That came out more as a threat than an alternative. I'll tell you. Apparently, Daddy was the first choice, but Mama was the last. You don't have to bother Mama. There was a long pause. Lee, I'm waiting. We were just playing, Lee started. I watched as the fertility god swallowed in fear. I could have sworn the man went pale. What were you playing, Lee? Hide and seek, the boy answered. Me and Reese were hiding, and Uncle Neil was seeking. Did Uncle Neil know he was seeking? The boy shrugged. I think so. I heard him yelling a lot. He's not real good at it. And where did you decide to hide, you little hoodlum? The armory, Lee said. Quinn's mouth fell open, and I could practically see his heart begin to pound. How did you get into the armory? It's locked down. You have to have a key card. Well, Lee started to explain. Granddad told me I should practice, so I stole Uncle Zach's key, and he didn't even notice. But then I got hungry, so I left it with Reese, and the door closed, and I can't get him to come out. Quinn was quickly on his feet. Oh, goddess. He'll think the C4 is Play-Doh. He scooped up his son. We are never telling your mother about this. That's what Daddy always says, Lee replied. Quinn started to carry his son to the door. I apologize, Ms. Atwood. If you don't mind waiting, I can send your escort up in a moment. He can show you around Ether, and you can ask your questions. I'll arrange for you to meet with the management at the Vampire Club tomorrow night. Thank you, I said, trying to not look too amused. I was far less intimidated by the harried father than I had been by the ruthless club owner. As for you, Quinn was saying as he hurried out, you may never be left alone with your grandfather again. He turned to me. If you hear a loud boom, well, it'll be too late then. Never mind. The door slammed on his way out, and I was surprised at how quiet the room was. Right outside the door, a huge party was going on, but up here it was peaceful. Too peaceful. I wondered where Gray was. Had he already stormed off? Was he home yet? Was he still cursing my name? I had been an idiot to think it could work. A man like Grayson Sloane needed a sweet, pretty wife. He needed one of those women who would support him and help his career. I would drag him down. I would go to a social function and be a complete moron. I wouldn't know which spoon to use or when to stop drinking. I shook my head to banish the self-pitying thoughts. It had been a pipe dream. Nothing more. It should teach me a lesson. I should have slept with him before he knew me well enough to dump me. I reached over and poured myself another shot of vodka. Quinn had left it behind, and he'd kind of been the one to cost me the possibilities Gray had represented, so I figured he owed me. I slammed the vodka and poured another. I sipped this one, as I checked out what a fertility god viewed as a good workspace. It wasn't what I would have guessed. There was a corner with a comfy chair and a bookshelf. A big portrait adorned the wall opposite the desk. It was what Dev Quinn wanted to see when he glanced up from whatever he was doing. I moved to it, studying it carefully. It was a family portrait, the one unlike any I'd seen before. A bright, smiling redhead sat in a field of green grass. She sat between two men, smiling at the camera. I recognized the vampire Daniel and the man I'd just met. They were all dressed in white, making a stunning contrast to the deep green of the grass. Each man had a boy in his lap. They were twins, and I recognized Lee, though Reese seemed to have his father's green eyes. Lee's eyes were unique. A small, toothless baby girl was in the woman's arms, her baby hands outstretched toward Daniel. She had a cap of red hair and was her mother's mini-me. Happiness. It was the only word to describe that picture. I felt my eyes prick with tears at the thought that I would never have anything as good as that picture. I turned quickly as the door opened and took a deep breath. My vampire escort was here. Chapter 9.
They make a beautiful family,
A soft, accented voice said from the doorway. He was backlit from the blue light coming from the club, and I only saw his silhouette. I turned quickly, hoping he wouldn't catch me crying. Yes, they are lovely. 1 minute he was behind me, and the next he was right in front of me, his hand cupping my jaw. His thumb gently rubbed across my cheek, sweeping away the tear caught there. I should have backed away, but I was too surprised to move. Vampires are fast.
Did Devonshire make you cry?
The vampire asked, with a melodic accent. Italian, I realized, as I recognized the man from last night.
He can be rude, though not usually with a woman. Should I talk to him?
Marcus Varenus. His name came out as a breathy revelation. In the dim light of the office, I saw a smile break over the vampire's face. It tugged his lips up and caused his dark eyes to crinkle appealingly. It took him from a gorgeous work of art to something far more dangerous. He was simply a handsome, approachable man when he smiled.
You're the girl from the club.
He looked me over with appreciative eyes. I am. Sorry about the other night. He stepped back and dropped his hand, wariness taking over.
You came to look for me?
No. I wish I could lie to him. I'm a private investigator. I'm here on a murder case. Mr. Quinn kind of became my new client. He said I needed an escort, so I suppose he picked you. I wasn't stalking you or anything. I was staking the place out, and you happened to be there. He leaned back against the desk.
An investigator. Very interesting. You must be a good investigator, since you already know my name. Why don't you tell me yours?
Kelsey Atwood. I wondered if the universe was having fun kicking the shit out of me. I'd just gotten dumped by one guy out of my league. Now I stood alone in a room with another too beautiful for me man, and I was determined not to make an idiot of myself over this one.
Kelsey. An interesting name for an interesting girl,
the vampire said.
It used to be a surname. Old English, I believe.
I have no idea, I admitted. My mom liked the sound of it. Are you really 2,000 years old? I would guess he wasn't older than 35. His head moved ever so slightly, an aristocratic gesture in the negative.
Not quite. If you include the 22 years I walked the plane as a human, I have 1,959 years.
The enormity of that number really hit me.
Tell me, Kelsey.
His mouth turned down as he stared back at me.
Give me the first thought you had when I told you how old I am.
I thought that was a lot of time for regrets. He was in my space again, though he didn't actually touch me.
Almost all humans have a different reaction. They say how much I must have seen, and how amazing it must be to never have to die.
I guess it says something about me. I wish I'd given him a less than honest answer. I think about what you must have lost along the way. How many people you would have cared for, only to have them die on you. I wondered if you shut down after a while, and you don't care anymore, or if it was important enough to keep some edge of humanity so you let yourself ache. I don't think I'd want to be immortal.
I do a bit of both. I choose who I ache for carefully, but I never want to be so distant that I can't feel passion and love. It's the only reason to walk the earth.
He didn't touch me, but I could feel his presence.
Do you belong to the demon, little Kelsey?
No, I said quietly. He doesn't want me now.
But you want him.
All I had to do was say no, and the vampire would offer himself to me. We had a strange connection, Marcus Varenus and I, and if I hadn't met Gray when I did, I would have been all over him. But I had met Gray, and even though he'd walked out on me, it seemed too soon to consider anyone else. Yes.
He is a fool.
The vampire backed up again. His face was once more pleasant, but without the emotion that lit him previously. This was Marcus Varanus as he wanted the world to see him, cool and regal, distant. But then, aren't we all? I thought for a moment that Devonshire was doing me a favor. I thought perhaps I was reading too much into our situation. I see he is still playing a game with me. The vampire sounded bitter, and I hated the fact that I'd made him feel that way. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying.
It isn't your fault, dear girl. You must be careful around the fertility god. He always knows what he's doing when he puts two people in an intimate situation. He knew I would be attracted to you. He knew you're precisely the type of female to pique my interest. He also knew that you are involved with another man. This is his way of telling me it's time to go home, that there is nothing here for me.
A second wave of loss hit me, and I'd only just met this male. I'd been looking forward to his company, but I didn't want to hurt him further. He seemed sad enough as it was, as though the world had turned on him. I didn't want to add to his trouble. I'll ask Mr. Quinn for another escort. I'm sorry to have taken up your time. I'll wait here for him. I'm sure he'll be back. I sat down again in the chair where I'd talked to Quinn, and tried to hold myself with as much dignity as I could muster. I prayed the next vampire he sent me was obnoxious and unattractive. Marcus kneeled at my side.
I'm sorry, Kelsey. I should not have tried to drag you into my troubles with Devonshire and Daniel. My only excuse is that I've been thinking of you ever since I saw you last night. I may be tired of wanting women I cannot have.
Now I was the bitter one. Then you should stick by my side, Varanus. I can assure you after you spend a little time with me, you'll change your mind. They all do after I pull a gun on them or yell too much. And this ain't me. I gestured to the dress and shoes. This is someone else's magic. I'm a jeans and t-shirts kind of gal, and I don't do relationships well, obviously. I drink too much, cuss too much, and can be unpleasant to be around. I think you'll discover your heart is perfectly safe around me if you give me the chance to annoy you. Marcus's eyes closed with a shake of his head.
He knows me so well.
When he opened them again, he was perfectly smooth and polite. He stood and moved to sit across from me.
Let's forget this portion of the evening and begin again. I'm Marcus Varanus, your escort. Consider me your knight and your guide. So tell me, how may I aid you? I am entirely at your service.
A deep gratitude swept over me. Varanus gave me exactly what I needed to get on solid ground again. I pulled out my phone and spent the next 20 minutes going over what I knew with the vampire. As he was an academic, he was quick and gave me several tips. He pointed out the small streak of sunlight in one of the photos that I had missed. Laura Nesson had been killed during the day, or at least photographed.
There are only a few vampires I know who can daywalk,
Varanus explained.
Myself and the king among them. This particular killing occurred when?
I enlarged the picture, pointing to the bottom of the photo where the date was visible. The photos were taken with a digital camera that recorded the date. Last week. I believe that was a Thursday. He nodded his regal head.
I thought so. The king and I were attending a meeting in London that day. I can show you the ticket from my flight and give you any number of witnesses to my whereabouts. The king, well, he prefers to fly on his own. I assure you he was with me that day. I was already making progress. I thought it couldn't be a vampire, and this was proof. Vampires don't hide during daylight hours. They sleep, and they don't have a choice about it. Unless they can daywalk, as Marcus and the king can. They were stuck. My first instinct was right. This was a human, or another type of soup. Marcus stared at the photos, flipping through them. He studied them with a clinical detachment Quinn hadn't been able to produce. These girls all look vaguely alike. I would say they're all within 3 years of each other in age. Serial killers tend to have a type. Do you recognize any of them? Oh, yes, Kelsey. He ran a long finger across the screen. I've fed from all of them at one time or another. I've had sex with some of them as well. I stared openly at him. Don't judge me, little one. He cocked a dark eyebrow and let his cheek rest against his right hand. I'm a vampire. I feed off blood and sexual energy. It's my nature. Have you ever been beaten? No. I hoped I wasn't blushing. The intimate atmosphere of the room did nothing to take away from his attractiveness. The soft light seemed to cocoon us, and his accent was so melodic, I wondered if there wasn't some magic behind it. I really wondered what it would feel like to feed Marcus Varanus. Well, it's difficult to feed one appetite, and not the other. Varanus explained even the most salacious acts with a simplicity that made it seem normal. He was practical and forgiving of even his own foibles. It made him easy to talk to. In order not to harm our partners, it's necessary to use a bit of magic to pull them in. This makes the bite intense and pleasurable. It's only natural to follow the taking of blood with the taking of the body. The orgasm is much sharper after a feed. When the connection is right, I've found a bond can be formed. Only a vampire with a disciplined mind is capable of feeding without sexual intercourse. It's an instinct. You said you fed from all of them, but you only had sex with a few, I pointed out. Let me correct myself then. Only a disciplined vampire, or one who is terribly bored with it all, can walk away. Marcus said. I have no mistress currently. I haven't had one for a long time. When I have no feelings for the woman beneath me, I prefer that she have no feelings for me, either. For me especially, the bond can be intense. I do not wish to form such an intimate connection with a woman I might not like on a fundamental level. For me, there must be an intellectual liking as much as a physical draw. I use the prostitutes because there is nothing there but an exchange. At times, the instinct is too much, and I must take a woman. But I make sure she gets something out of it as well. Cash. Yes, he replied. It's what they need. The door to the office opened, and Quinn walked in, preceded by 2 subdued boys. The boys stopped and stared at us, but Quinn was having none of it. You two, march. Both of you. Quinn barked at his sons, pointing at the elevator at the back of the office. You get in that elevator, and be glad that I'm more terrified of what your mother would say than I am angry with you. You're grounded. I'll come up with some less dangerous reason why to explain the grounding to your mother." The one with the brown eyes looked sullen and like he wasn't going to take being grounded well. There was rebellion in that one's eyes. The green-eyed boy, who must be Reese, seemed untouched by his father's anger. His t-shirt was covered in black stuff, and I wondered if he'd been rolling around in gun oil. He simply smiled and waved at me as his father punched the button for the elevator.
"Hello," he said. "You're pretty. I'm Reese."
"Hi," I said, unable to not smile back.
"Are you going to kiss my Uncle Marcus?"
Reese asked. I heard Marcus sigh beside me and knew this wasn't the first time Reese had embarrassed his uncle in front of a woman.
Lee rolled his eyes. "No, dummy. Uncle Marcus wants to kiss Mommy, but he's too late."
Reese nodded wisely, and he shoved his thick black hair out of his eyes.
"Yes, it's sad. Girls are only allowed 2 husbands, and they should only kiss their husbands. Do you already have 2 husbands?"
"I don't have any." I wondered what surreal world I'd fallen into.
"Then you can kiss Uncle Marcus. I would say you should wait for me and Lee, because you're really pretty. But Lee's gonna marry Mia, and he says he doesn't want for Mia to kiss anyone but him."
Reese leaned over and whispered loudly,
"He's weird."
I bit my lip to keep from laughing.
"Hey, you could kiss my Uncle Declan."
Reese's small face was completely open, and he smiled like that was the best idea in the whole world.
"He's from Fairy, and he's gonna be a king, so he can have 2 wives. He says he wants his next wife to be the kind of girl who doesn't shove a hot poker up his ass every time he opens his mouth."
"Reese!" Quinn shouted. Reese looked around, wondering what he'd said to offend his father.
"Well, she doesn't look like she has a hot poker." "Reese said a bad word," Lee pointed out. "I get in trouble when I say bad words." "No, I didn't. Uncle Deck said a bad word. He said ass."
Reese realized what had come out of his mouth. His small hands quickly covered his mouth like he could push the words back in. Quinn frowned down at Reese, his head shaking. "What is wrong with you? Haven't I taught you any manners?" "What am I saying? Hasn't Daddy taught you any manners?" The elevator door opened, and Quinn hustled his sons into it. "You go upstairs where Albert is waiting to put you to bed." The doors were almost closed when Lee poked his little head out.
"Reese was right. You are pretty."
He ducked back in as the doors closed, and they were gone. Quinn stood staring at the elevator doors. After a second, he looked back at me. "You'll have to forgive them. They're precocious, to say the very least." I smiled, because the boys were really fun. "They seem sweet." "They seem that way, yes. That's usually when something falls on my head." Quinn's eyes narrowed cautiously as he took in the scene. "You're happy with Marcus as an escort?" Marcus frowned, but I nodded. I was happy with him. Talking to Marcus was easy, and I felt comfortable with him. He wasn't at all what I had expected a vampire to be like. He was funny and polite. He put me at ease because I sensed he would accept me as I was. "Yes, thank you. He's been very helpful." Quinn's face turned faintly cruel as he looked from me to the vampire. "And you, Marcus? Are you willing to show Ms. Atwood around? Or do you prefer to sit about and sulk over things you can never have?" The way he said it pissed me off. Before thinking about the fact that I didn't really know these people, I got up in Quinn's face. I didn't care how hot he was,
or how much cash he could offer me. He had a bad habit of insulting men I liked. I got up and faced the fertility god, making damn sure my shoes were planted firmly. I didn't want to wobble. "Look, Mr. Quinn, if you're using me in some way to hurt him, then you can take your cash and go to hell. I'll find another way into the club. Maybe you think I'm some fluffy idiot you can point in whatever direction you choose, but I assure you, I'll figure out what your little plot is, and I'll turn it around on you. You gave me Marcus, and I consider him my partner. Back off." Quinn watched me quietly. Every word I said forced his lips into a wider smile. I was beginning to think I'd just kept falling further into whatever trap the fertility god had planted.
"I'm sorry, Ms. Atwood. Marcus and I have some issues, but I won't bring you into them, and I certainly believe he's the best partner you could have in this endeavor. I hope we can have a good relationship. I could use an investigator on call. Things seem to go awry around here a lot."
Marcus stood and offered me his arm. It was an old-world gesture. Gathering my things quickly, I slipped my hand through his arm.
"Come, Kelsey. I will show you around the club,"
the vampire said shortly.
"You'll take care of her, Marcus?" Quinn asked, as the vampire opened the door, and the sounds of ether assaulted me.
The vampire turned, his eyes narrowed on the fairy.
"You knew I would."
As the door closed behind us, I noted the look of satisfaction on Devonshire Quinn's face. Marcus's face was tight, and I could feel the rage pouring off him. I turned to him before we started down the first step. I had no idea what was between the fertility god and the vampire, but I had a feeling I'd made things more difficult for Marcus. "Did I do something wrong?" I asked over the noise of the dance floor. Marcus took a deep breath, and when he glanced back at me, there was a calm look on his face. Marcus Varanus did not wear his emotions on the surface. He kept them deeply hidden, and I wondered how close you had to be before he shed the polite mask he wore.
"Not at all, Kelsey. The prince and I are at odds. It's nothing to concern yourself with. I promise. It won't affect my ability to aid you in your investigation. Allow me to show you around."
I thought about the gorgeous redhead in the picture. She was obviously Devonshire Quinn's wife. The boys had mentioned that Marcus wanted to kiss her. He had a thing for the fairy's wife, and it didn't look like the fairy wanted to share more than he already did. Marcus mentioned problems with Daniel as well. I wondered if he'd had an affair with the woman in the picture. She was everything I wasn't. Polished and beautiful and sunny. She had a centerfold body and a stunning face. She probably wore beautiful clothes and didn't complain because they were made for her. It occurred to me she was precisely the type of woman Gray needed. "Kelsey!" Liv was practically on top of me the minute I hit the bottom of the stairs. She threw her arms around me and pulled me away from Marcus. "What's going on? First you disappear, then Gray storms off, and he wouldn't tell me anything except to talk to Quinn, because you chose him." "I didn't choose Quinn." Gray had lost his damn mind. You would think I tossed off my clothes and begged the fertility god to take me. I stayed behind to ask him some questions. I did what we came here to do. He stormed off because he hates Quinn, but we need him. "Kelsey, we need to go," Liv said. "I don't think it's safe for you here. Gray said that guy might be after you. Without Gray, I think we should leave."
"Your friend is perfectly safe."
Marcus stepped up to stand beside me.
"I will escort her around and allow her to ask her questions. No one will bother her."
Liv put one hand on her hip and eyed the Italian. And who will protect her from you? Liv, I said, rolling my eyes. Marcus bowed formally.
I give you my word as a gentleman that she will come to no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Marcus Varanus.
Liv's eyes got big. Councilman Varanus?
At your service,
He offered with a courtly nod.
You must be Olivia Carey. Devonshire explained you are here with Kelsey. He promised he would speak with you about Kelsey, so you wouldn't be worried.
A delicate blush stained Liv's face. He talked to me, all right, but I kind of watched him. His mouth was moving. I was thinking about other things. Nice, Liv. I laughed. Your hormones kick in at the worst times. Well, he's just so... You know, Liv said, willing me to agree with her. Oh, he's hot, but I kind of agree with Gray on this one. He's a dick. Not that I let that fact get in the way of taking his money. I sighed. Gray wouldn't like me taking the fairy's money, but at least I didn't have to fight him on it. Why don't you go back to your party, Liv? The councilman will show me around, and then we can call a cab. Marcus waved off the suggestion.
I'll take you home, Kelsey. I promised to escort you tonight, and a ride home is all part of the service. I would be happy to take Miss Carey wherever she needs to go.
About that, Liv said with a frown. I need to go. Scott and Alan are too drunk to drive home. Mr. Hot Fairy has a driver waiting. I got that much from our conversation. Are you sure you'll be okay? I said all the right things to make Liv believe I was going to survive the night, and she was off. Marcus began to politely show me around Ether. He explained the procedures and protocols for how the club worked. We walked the perimeter of the club, with him showing me some of the security features. Ether, he explained to me, was considered a place of peace. I enjoyed my time with him. I sat and had a glass of wine, and he told me stories about his time here. We fell into an easy friendship, and I had to wonder if he was the man the fertility god had spoken of, the alternative to Gray. There was no question of our chemistry, but it was an almost familiar thing, like I'd known Marcus for a long time. Eventually, I forced myself to get back to work.
The girls would begin their evening here,
Marcus explained, as he pointed out the bar and the VIP room. Finally, I was making some progress. Why here, and not the Vampire Club? Marcus shrugged.
This is an excellent place to meet for many. I prefer to see it as purely a business transaction, but some would rather have a different experience.
The girlfriend experience. I'd heard the term before. Rather than simple sex, some Johns wanted to date their prostitutes.
For many, this is the way they find female companionship,
Marcus explained.
In the past, slaves would be taken or human lovers would be found.
I stared at the throng on the dance floor. They were carefree and young, and it was Saturday night. I didn't think I'd had many Saturday nights like this. So why don't the vampires take human lovers anymore? It would make things easier.
And when the humans decide to leave? In the past, when a vampire took a human lover, the woman or man in question became the property of all vampire. It's one of the ways a slave was made. The slave was never allowed to leave. Another place for the human would be found if the relationship became tenuous. But once you entered our world, you did not leave.
No wonder the king was having trouble. He'd upset the entire foundation of the vampire world when he freed the slaves. So a vampire can't take a human?
It must be approved by the council, Marcus replied. The vampire cannot reveal his secret to the human until he or she has been approved, and that approval is hard to come by. There are, of course, some who know the truth. It's easier to get those approved. If a woman is in this club, then she is considered fair game. She knows our world and is a part of it. This is why it's dangerous for you to go about unescorted. You're beautiful and vibrant, and any number of vampires would love to drag you away and to make you theirs.
I laughed at the thought of some vamp dragging me off by my hair. So they're going to think I've already been claimed since I'm with you?
Yes. They will assume I have taken you as my lover. Since I'm on the council, they will believe the relationship has been improved. You're under my protection.
And who is supposed to protect the girls who work the club? We walked around the dance floor and into a smaller room. People here were playing cards and talking quietly. It was a lounge, and it was much easier to have a discussion here. The vampire quickly found an empty couch and indicated a place for me to sit.
A woman, a former slave, runs the vampire club you saw me at last night, Marcus explained. Her name is Stacy Sears. I'll introduce you tomorrow. She and Davenshay set up this system, and she'll be able to give you the names of the women in the photos. I'll make sure she answers all of your questions.
He said it like he was going to have to use force. Tomorrow was going to be very interesting.
Varanus.
A low growl came from the doorway to the lounge. Marcus and I turned to see a huge hulking man inhabiting the doorway. He quickly stalked over to meet his prey. He moved with a fluid grace that had only one word to describe it: werewolf. Marcus didn't seem to be at all intimidated by the wolf, but he moved closer to me. He put his arm around the back of the couch above my shoulders. It told the wolf that Marcus had already laid his claim. I doubted it was necessary. Wolves didn't tend to have relationships with non-wolves for anything more than an occasional one-night stand.
Joseph.
Marcus acknowledged the wolf with a slight nod.
We have a problem, and you're the only one who can solve it.
The wolf didn't sit, preferring to stare down at the vampire.
Well, I'll do whatever I can to help,
Marcus offered graciously.
Kelsey, this is Joseph Castle. He's the local alpha for the werewolves.
The alpha looked me over.
Kelsey Atwood? You the girl Trent told me about? You the one he warned my son to stay away from?
I suppose so, though I have no idea who Trent is. I could see the similarities between Joseph and his son, Darren. They were both tall, dark, and completely annoying.
Trent is the head of the Queen's security. My boy can be an idiot sometimes, Joseph said with a sigh. He was telling everyone who would listen how he scared the hell out of you and sent you running. I told him it wasn't something to brag about, scaring a woman.
I think I held my ground well enough, Mr. Castle, I said with a smile. Darren had been telling tales. Joseph's eyes went from me to Marcus, taking in how close we were. I could easily see he was making the deductions Marcus wanted him to make.
I don't think my boy knows you have powerful friends. You should be careful around vampires, miss. Lots of girls seem to be missing lately.
Marcus's arm came down around my shoulder and curled softly. It was a request, I kept my mouth shut, because sometimes I can get my questions answered without ever saying a word.
Which girls?
Marcus asked, without a hint of deception. He was good.
Patty Kincaid and Brittany Miles,
Joseph said.
Neither one has been seen or heard from in a couple of weeks. Both of those girls were pretty wild. It isn't the first time Patty's up and left, and Brittany was having trouble with her mom. Darren tells me this doe he's been friends with is missing too. She's the girl you're looking for, right?
He was looking directly at me, and I answered him. Yes, she is. I was hired to find her by her mother.
You got anything yet?
I had to prevaricate. I'm meeting with my client tomorrow to go over the investigation.
Yeah. Well, they probably don't have anything to do with each other,
the Alpha said.
I don't know why Darren wasted his time on some prey animal when he should be finding a mate. Those deer always end up in trouble when they leave their own. Look, Varanus, here's the real problem. Some of my pack is talking about the fact that those two girls were known to, well, to hang around vampires.
You mean they accepted money to feed the vampires?
I was beginning to realize Marcus didn't hesitate to say things plainly when he needed to. Joseph frowned, and I could see he didn't approve of the practice.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some of my people are saying that this whole thing is a subtle way of forcing us into serving the vampires. The council is just a front.
Marcus sat up and stared at the wolf.
That is ridiculous, and you know it. Those women are not forced into anything. They choose to work. And the king has done everything he can to ensure the wolves are heard on the council. Your leader holds a seat and a vote, and he doesn't hesitate to bully everyone he can into making laws preferable to your kind.
I heard the wolf growl low in his chest, and Marcus stood up. It was clear the vampire didn't intend to show the wolf any signs of submission.
Our women whoring themselves to your kind isn't preferable to me, Varanus.
Joseph's eyes turned distinctly predatory. Marcus was smaller than the werewolf, but he held his ground, even as the larger man crowded him. The lounge got quiet, as though everyone was waiting and watching the two men to see if they would come to blows. Castle's hands were twitching like Darren's had. A need for anger management ran in the family.
You need to back away from me, Castle.
Marcus's accent deepened as the air became charged with the potential for violence.
I know all about what goes on in that vampire club.
Castle didn't follow the vampire's advice. If anything, he got closer, towering over Varanus.
I know how you use our women. How many of our potential mates have you fucked?
Several, I'm sure,
Marcus replied simply. His fangs were out, and I needed to take control of this situation. I let my hand drift up my thigh and carefully unsnapped the holster that held the .45. I palmed the gun and clicked off the safety. Gray had taught me how to use this particular gun, and I hoped I remembered everything he'd said.
Tam, maybe my son is right. Maybe we've given up our pride and our souls for a bigger slice of the pie. Maybe we've sold ourselves out to the vampires.
Castle turned and gestured to me.
You like to fuck our women so much, Varanus? Maybe we should return the favor and screw some of your bitches. How would you like that, councilman? You want to share?
I felt the charge off Marcus and knew he was about to do something really awful. I stood quickly, quicker than the werewolf could respond to, and I shoved the barrel of the .45 against his chest. "How about I share my toys with you, Castle?" I asked with a smile on my face. Someone had seen my illegal weapon and was running for security. Damn it, I was going to get tossed out on my ass after all. But not until the wolf and I had come to an understanding. "Tell you what, I'll give you one of these sweet little silver bullets, and we can call ourselves even. I'll even do you the favor of lodging it firmly in your heart. Back off the vampire. And I swear, if you refer to me as a bitch again, nothing and no one is going to stop me from hurting you. Do you understand?"
"Is there a problem, Castle?"
I looked to the doorway and saw Zach was standing there with 4 security guards.
"Yeah. There's a problem, Owens."
Castle all but snarled.
"Your security is lax. Marcus's girl here got a gun on me. Thought this was a place of peace, but apparently any old girl can waltz in with a gun."
Zach crossed his arms and walked into the room. He didn't seem to be rushing to the Alpha's aid. It didn't make sense to me. Zach wasn't an Alpha, so he should have been submissive to the obvious Alpha. Yet Zach stared him down.
"I think you'll find Miss Atwood is in Quinn's employ. It's perfectly legal for her to have her firearm. And apparently, she needs it. Kelsey, you can let the wolf go. He won't try anything."
Marcus nodded my way, and I let the gun come down to my side. Marcus quickly gripped my hand and pulled me to his side. Castle looked me over with a grudging kind of respect.
"You're fast, girl. You sure you're human?"
I didn't answer, and the wolf turned his vitriol on the vampire again.
"You tell all those vamps to watch themselves. We find out they're hurting our daughters, and the king will have a real problem on his hands."
Castle turned and left the room. Marcus seemed in control once more, and I wondered if it bothered him I'd stepped up. Some men didn't like a woman defending them. It struck at their pride, and since Marcus was the epitome of old world, I'd probably made a huge mistake trying to save him. I tried to step back, but Marcus held my hand firmly in his. I wondered if I was about to get a stern lecture on letting him handle his business, when he pulled my hand to his mouth and placed a fervent kiss there.
"Dove sei stato per tutta la mia vita?"
he asked, his dark eyes warm, and his lips curling into a smile meant strictly for me. I had no idea what he was saying, but I liked the way he said it.
"What the hell was that about, Marcus?"
Zach asked, though he was still looking at me. Marcus curled my arm around his. He shrugged negligently.
"The wolf and I had a small difference of opinion. You should tell your master that the wolves are getting restless. He will have problems with them."
"And you? Were you intending to let that wolf tear you apart?"
Zach asked.
"He would not have been allowed to do so,"
Marcus said, in a low, seductive voice.
"Kelsey would never have allowed the big, bad wolf to harm me. I was perfectly safe."
Zach's eyes narrowed as he looked at us.
"Yes. I think she can hold her own. You're lucky you took that check from Dev, or I'd be forced to kick your butt for carrying in here. As long as you're working for the boss, you'll be allowed a gun in the club. Now I think it's late. I've been informed to call Stacy at the club and make arrangements for you to meet with her tomorrow night." Zach held out his hand. "Let me have your cell. I'll program my number in,
and you can call me if you need anything."
I reached in my bag and pulled the phone out. The wolf quickly entered his numbers and handed it back.
"I need to get home. My wife is going to have my head staying out so late. My daughter won't go to sleep until I kiss her goodnight, so Lisa's dealing with one cranky baby girl. Why don't you escort Miss Atwood home? She has a big day ahead of her tomorrow." "It would be my pleasure," Marcus said. "Come along, Kelsey."
I was tired, and I'd gotten everything I was going to get out of tonight. I had 4 of 5 girls ID'd, and an invitation to get into the club. It was probably time to call it a night. Do I get to ride in the Bentley? That was one sweet car.
"If that is your preference, then certainly."
He led me out of the lounge. It was getting late, and the crowd was starting to thin out. I wondered if Gray had already gone to bed, if he'd already forgotten about me. Maybe he'd called up an old girlfriend.
"You are thinking of the demon."
Marcus's face was a polite mask once more. "No," I lied. "I was thinking about the case. Maybe Quinn is wrong, and I should talk openly about it. Maybe if the wolves knew it couldn't be a vampire, they would back off."
"I doubt it,"
the vampire replied, patting my arm.
"That small faction of wolves wouldn't be swayed by your evidence. If they discovered there had been murders, and they had been conducted during daylight hours, they would simply accuse me or the king himself."
I thought about what I hadn't told the vampire. Maybe it was time for full disclosure. What if they knew the murders were being committed by a copycat? Marcus stopped.
"Who is the murderer copying?"
"This is so cliché," I said with a sigh. "He could try being a little more original. He seems to like his murders old school, this guy. He's gone back to the original, if you know what I mean. He's pretending to be Jack the Ripper." Any color Marcus had drained quickly. "That's bad?"
"Oh, Kelsey,"
Marcus said with a shake of his head.
"That's bad for all of us. I doubt he is performing the killings himself, since some have been in daylight. But if he isn't involved, it will be a miracle."
"Who are you talking about?"
"His name is Alexander Sharp."
Joanne met with an Alexander on a couple of occasions. I got that thrill that came with knowing I was on the right track.
"I'm sure she did."
"Why are you so sure he's involved?"
"Because Alexander Sharp was Jack the Ripper,"
Marcus replied simply.
"Now, he is a vampire. He might also be the one who brings down the king."
Chapter 10. Seriously? I stopped almost in the middle of the dance floor. Jack the Ripper is a vampire? Marcus gave me a stern look and pulled me along.
"Keep your voice down, Kelsey. There are always ears listening here. We can talk about this in the car. Wait for me at the bar. I must go and retrieve my keys. Try not to cause trouble."
"I didn't try to cause trouble before," I said, aware of the grumpiness in my attitude. The vampire ran his index finger along the curve of my cheek.
"You don't have to try, Bella. I'm certain that trouble simply follows you."
Well, I hid from it for about 10 years, so maybe it's making up for lost time, I replied with a sad smile. Marcus ordered the bartender to attend to me with an imperious wave of his hand.
Give my bella ragazza anything she would like. I will return shortly.
I managed to hop up on the bar stool with minimum effort. I'd practiced the move a lot. How about a cup of coffee? What can I say? I was trying to do what the vampire wanted of me. I was trying to be good. Something about Marcus Varanus calmed me. I wanted my head perfectly clear for our ride home, and not because I worried he would try something. I enjoyed talking to him. He seemed to accept that I was a hot mess, and perversely, it made me less of one. The bartender poured a cup, and I let the smell wash over me as I tugged off my heels. I let my poor toes breathe for the first time in hours.
Hello?
A deep voice caught my attention. I looked up as a man slid onto the stool beside me. I took a quick sip of coffee. The new guy sent a smile my way. The bartender didn't even try to offer him anything. I wondered if we were getting close to last call. Hi.
I'm Michael.
Good for you. I pulled out my phone. It was almost 3 a.m. No wonder I was tired.
I haven't seen you around here before.
His voice was all kinds of dark chocolate deep, and I sensed his infinite patience.
A pretty girl like you. I would have noticed. Are you from out of town?
I'm from suburbia. I was a little shocked by the growing revelation that I was getting hit on. When it rained, it poured. I turned to the newcomer and took him in. He appeared to be roughly 25, with naturally wholesome good looks. His hair was a medium brown, and his eyes green. He was pretty, and if I hadn't been surrounded by manly men like Gray and Marcus, I likely would have been totally taken in. Vampire?
Only if you like vampires, honey,
came his sure reply.
Why don't you let me buy you a drink, and we can discuss the situation.
Yep. He was a vampire, all right. I was all about the vamp tonight. I'm pretty sure my escort would have a problem with that.
Escort, huh? You're definitely new here,
Michael said with a satisfied smile.
As I happen to know, no one's managed to get through the approval process lately. You're fair game.
I felt a warm rush across my skin.
Let's go back to my place. I'll take care of you. You'll like me, honey.
I could hear his voice inside my head. It whispered to me and told me all the ways he would care for me. Surprisingly, sex was only a part of it. He wanted to take care of me, to see to my needs, and ensure my happiness. I wouldn't have to do anything but allow him to make me happy. His magic was warm and soothing. And I wasn't having it. Remembering how I'd shoved the guy out of my head before, I mentally threw up a wall, and the whispering stopped. Michael jerked back.
How did you do that?
Before I could answer, Michael was out of his bar stool and being tossed across 2 sets of tables. Luckily, the place was close to empty, and Michael hit the ground yards from where he'd started. Marcus bore down on him like a hawk after a bunny.
You think to take what I've claimed? Filio di puttana.
Michael had the good sense to try to placate the enraged vampire. His hands were out defensively as he got to his feet.
I'm so sorry, Marcus. I didn't know you had taken a lover. And my Kelsey did not mention this fact to you.
His tightly controlled body turned to me, and I was really glad I could answer him with complete honesty. I told him my escort would be mad. I didn't bother getting out of my chair. Marcus had this one handled. The vampire shook his head, like I'd explained something.
You'll have to excuse my mistress. She's new, and has not had time to fully understand our ways. I will, of course, tutor her."
"What did I do wrong?" I asked, curious because Marcus's rage was deflating.
"An escort is merely a date."
Marcus smoothed out the lines of suit. He walked over to me and helped me down. Without my heels, I was significantly shorter than the vampire. With the shoes, we'd been almost evenly matched. But now he looked down on me, and I got the feeling he liked being taller.
"The proper word to explain my relationship to you is master."
I couldn't help it. I snorted. It was not an attractive sound. As if. Marcus's lips curled up in what I took for a sign of his amusement.
"It's a euphemism, of course. Everyone knows who the true master in the relationship is."
Michael had picked himself up and looked like a kicked puppy.
"Sorry. I thought... You thought she was alone," Marcus allowed. "You thought she was soft and beautiful. And if she was here and alone, then she was looking."
I thought I'd hit the jackpot,"
Michael said with a sad shrug.
"Guess I'll go to the club for dinner. I hate that damn club."
"What do I have to do, Marcus? I've tried 3 times to get women approved, and I get turned down. I'm sick of being alone."
Marcus looked at the younger vampire, compassion in his dark eyes.
"I understand. I'll talk to the king tomorrow. I have several females in my employ back in Venice. They would love to have a vampire for their lover. Their families have served me for centuries. Would you like to meet one of them?"
Michael perked up fast.
"Seriously? You would do that for me?"
"I would, if only to keep your eyes off my lovely Kelsey,"
Marcus said with a slight bow. Michael grinned and nodded my way.
"Well, I can look at her all I like, but I promise I won't try persuasion on her anymore. She kicked me out of her head faster than I could start my proposal. What is she? Is she a witch? She's damn powerful."
"Yes, she is,"
Marcus murmured, and he quickly assured Michael he would get back to him about the woman, and led me off. He strode toward the door of the club, sweeping me along in my bare feet. The doorman nodded as Marcus hurried through. I jogged to keep up with him. "Are you upset with me?" He was suddenly in a big hurry to end our evening. I pulled back. Maybe he'd figured out how bad traffic could be, and he didn't want to drive 30 to 45 minutes to take me home. "Look, Varenus, I'll call a cab if it's too much trouble." He continued on, not looking back at me, and I'd had enough. I planted both feet and ceased moving. The vampire turned, his eyes flaring with anger. I pulled my hand out of his. What did I do? Where had I gone wrong this time? At least I understood how I pissed Gray off. Was Marcus that upset that I'd gotten some words wrong? It didn't seem like that would make him mad, but I didn't understand protocol.
"I'm not an idiot, Miss Atwood."
The vampire's eyes seemed to rake over me, and there was no admiration in them.
"Perhaps I am, since I spent the evening mooning over a piccola puttana. Tell Devonshire his plan did not work."
What does that mean? I pulled away from the man I'd been becoming friends with. I should have walked away, but I wanted to know what he'd called me. I had a sneaking suspicion, and it made my heart hurt. Stupid that I'd gotten so close to him in the course of a few hours. "If you want to insult me, At least do it in a language I understand. Be a man. What did you call me?
Little whore.
I'd wanted to see what he was like when his guard was down, and I was getting it in full measure now. I reached out and slapped him full on across the face, enjoying the satisfying crack of flesh against flesh. I pulled myself up to my full height and really wished I'd worn something other than a stupid dress. I'd have felt less vulnerable if I'd worn jeans and a t-shirt. I would have been myself, and I would have remembered to not trust people. I'd stared at myself in the mirror at Gray's place and thought that looking pretty made me pretty. But it didn't. I was still my father's daughter, and I still couldn't find someone to accept me as I was. "Fuck you, vampire," I said, with all the anger I could manage through the hurt. When the hell was I going to learn? I tried to stalk past him. I would get to the garage with as much dignity as I had left, and I would call a cab. I hoped I had enough cash. I doubted they would take my IOU until I could cash the fairy's check.
"Tell me you are not working for the prince."
Marcus grabbed my arm. "I'm not telling you anything except goodbye."
"You seriously expect me to believe that you are innocent? That you aren't working with him?"
"I don't give a shit what you believe. Let me go." I managed to get my arm out of his hold.
"You're a witch, with the power to avoid persuasion,"
the vampire accused.
"Persuasion is my talent, but you know that. You're the perfect person to send to me. You can tell your boss that until I hear the words from the king, I won't leave. If the king wants me gone, then I'll go. But Devonshire can't trick me into doing something to get me banished. You'll have to try something else."
"I'm not a witch, asshole." I pulled off the little anklet charm Liv had made for me. I held it up, pointing it Marcus's way. "I'm a piddling human who has no idea what you mean by avoiding persuasion. If you mean I won't let some fucker in my head tell me what to do, then I guess I'm guilty. If you don't mind, I'll get the fuck out of your line of fire." I started toward the elevator.
"Merda."
I heard the vampire curse. I might not know what it meant, but I knew a dirty word when I heard it. I didn't turn around. I kept walking. I made it to the elevator and pushed the button. The doors opened and I got inside. I stared blankly at the keypad and remembered Liv had punched a bunch of numbers in like a code. I didn't remember the damn code. I'd been looking up at Gray, thinking how handsome he was in his suit. I hated men so much in that moment. I was going to have to go through the indignity of getting back off the elevator, walking past the pretend-to-be-nice guy vampire, and back into the club. I was so not doing that. I pushed a single number, thinking I'd get out of here and call Liv, and maybe she could talk me through it. I pushed the buttons randomly, but the door wouldn't close.
"You have to know the code,"
Marcus said quietly, standing in the doorway. "I'll figure it out." I let the chill I felt climb into my voice. Cold. Cold was better than hot. Hot brought tears. Cold was much more dignified.
"Tell me you are what you say you are."
There was a slight pleading in his voice.
"I no longer know what to believe. Per favore. Please."
There was no mask left on Marcus's face. He looked tired and sad, and I couldn't help but respond. I felt as tired as he looked. "I'm just a girl, Varanus. I met Devonshire Quinn a couple of hours ago. I kind of thought he was an asshole, but not nearly as big an asshole as I think you are. Please let me go home. I want to go home." The vampire said nothing as he stepped into the elevator and pressed the series of numbers that started it moving. I held myself as far from him as possible. "Take the car, Kelsey." He held his keys out. "I'll call a cab." "Please," he begged. "I've made a complete ass of myself. Just take the car. I'll send someone to retrieve it tomorrow. I would prefer if you would allow me to drive you, but I understand if you do not wish to be with me." "I just want to do my job, Varanus." I felt stupid holding my shoes, but I couldn't force myself back into them. "Of course," he said evenly. "I'll make certain everything is ready for you tomorrow. It would be best if you allowed me to go with you. By now, everyone believes you're my mistress. If I make arrangements for another vampire to escort you, it would be confusing. I swear to you that I'll be on my best behavior. I will not hurt you again." I smiled as casually as I could. Everything that came out of my mouth was a total lie. "You can't hurt me. It's fine. You and the fairy have some sort of war going. Leave me out of it. I want to close my case. And then you never have to deal with me again. I'll be professional if you will." "I will be whatever you want me to be, Kelsey. I would do anything to take back the last 10 minutes. We were becoming friends." "Yeah, well, I'm sure a councilman has enough friends. He doesn't need a 2-bit PI hanging around." The elevator stopped. "You would be so wrong, cara mia," Marcus said so achingly, I turned to him. I was about to ask what he meant when I saw Gray's truck sitting right in front of the elevator, and it seemed like all the air in the world fled. My breath caught almost painfully in my chest at the sight of him. I wondered if I would ever get used to how beautiful he was. "Kelsey," Gray said as his head came up. He was sitting in the cab with the door open. "You came back for me?" I got out of the elevator. His previously pristine suit coat was tossed aside, and his tie was gone. His shoulders were slumped as he got out of the truck. "I never left, baby. I just waited. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I was a bastard. Please, please forgive me." He came to stand right in front of me and lowered his forehead to mine. "Please, baby. Please forgive me." My shoes fell to the concrete floor as my arms wound around his waist, and I leaned into his warmth. I knew I should tell both men to go to hell and sink back into the shell I'd spent years perfecting. But I wanted what Gray had to offer so much. He'd lost his temper. It wasn't like I hadn't done that before. I got pissed off and said things I didn't mean all the time. I let my head rest against his chest and felt the strong beat of his heart as his arms tightened around me. "Thank you for taking care of her," I heard Gray saying. At least he was trying to be polite. "It was an honor, Mr. Sloan. Our work is important. I will help her and you in any way I can. Feel free to call upon me." When I looked around to say goodbye to the vampire, he was already gone. "Let's go home, sweetheart," Gray said, weariness plain in his tone. "Did he behave himself?" He was fine. He had been for the most part, and there was a part of me that mourned the fact that he wasn't still here. The two of you have a lot in common. You both can't stand Dev Quinn. His handsome face fell, and he sighed.
I'm sorry, Kelsey. I let him get the best of me again. I should have called him and explained the situation, and asked to be allowed in to investigate. I shouldn't have tried to sneak in.
He noticed my bare feet and swung me up into his arms. I felt so small and delicate when he carried me. I suppose I was small and delicate compared to Gray. It was nice to feel feminine. Gray carried me around the truck and settled me into the cab before going back for my shoes. He handed them to me and then got into the driver's seat. As he drove, I filled him in on everything I discovered. I told him about the trouble the council was having with the wolves and the fact that one of the murders occurred during the day. I discussed the fact that apparently the actual Jack the Ripper was alive and well and living in Dallas. I didn't mention that Marcus had been sweet and kind, and up until he thought I was working with his nemesis, we'd had a real, undeniable chemistry. That was done, and probably had been more of a figment of my imagination than anything else.
Are you sure Varanus didn't try anything on you, sweetheart?
Gray asked, and I could tell he was being careful not to show his temper. He hadn't liked the fact that I'd shown up with the vampire, but he was smart enough to know that a big display of masculine jealousy wasn't going to help his cause.
It's hard for me to believe he could spend time with you and not try something. He's a powerful, persuasive. He can make you do things you don't want to do.
I know. I didn't really want to talk about that portion of the evening. For some reason, I wanted to keep my time with Marcus private. He explained it to me. I told you, Gray. He didn't try anything, and he got angry with the one vampire who did try.
What?
The question was a curt slap of the tongue. I sighed and leaned my head against the window of the truck. I must be tired, or I would have known better than to mention that incident.
Kelsey.
He wasn't going to let me off the hook. Some vamp was looking for a date, and he tried to persuade me to go with him. Marcus took exception, but he didn't have to since I'd already handled it. Gray got on the freeway, which was blissfully clear at this time of night.
How did you handle it?
I don't know. I wondered if we were going to get into another fight over this. If we were, I'd rather go to my place. I was antsy. I'd been through the emotional ringer, and all I wanted to do was sleep. I didn't think I could take another big scene. I had to hope Gray's patience wasn't wearing thin on the sexual front. I tossed him out of my head, and that was that. Gray was thoughtful as he exited the freeway and started down the road to his house. I enjoyed the silence for a moment and let the evening's events wash over me. All in all, it had been pretty crappy when I really thought about it. I'd been used by men all night. Gray tried to force me to choose between him and work. Quinn tried to use me as a pawn in his war with Marcus. The local alpha treated me like a piece of ass. Marcus, that had almost hurt even more than Gray. I expected that Gray would realize I wasn't the girl for him. I just hoped for a little more time before he figured it out. Marcus wasn't a lover. He was a friend who I thought I might not have to pretend around.
Kelsey, we're home,
Gray said softly, and I realized the truck had stopped. His hand came out to run the length of my arm.
Let's go to bed, sweetheart. We'll go over everything in the morning and figure out what to do.
He got out of the truck and was around to my side before I could open the door myself. He helped me down and hustled me into the house, locking doors and setting alarms. He nodded toward the rear of the house where his bedroom was.
Go on, sweetheart. I'll be with you in a minute. I want to check on a few things first.
When I got to the kitchen, I noticed a small tray had been left for us. Still, no doubt. I passed on the wine, preferring a bottle of water. But I took 2 of the cookies. And yes, I then turned and took another 2. I munched on the pepperminty chocolate chip cookies as I made my way to the back of the house. I turned on the shower in the bathroom and let my clothes fall to the floor. A steaming hot shower sometimes helped. I was still alone when I got out. I noticed the clothes I'd worn yesterday were clean and neatly folded on the long marble counter. Syl must have been busy while we'd been gone. When we left earlier in the evening, the bathroom looked like a girl bomb had gone off. There had been makeup, curling irons, and clothes everywhere. Though it had hurt Liv's heart to leave behind a mess, Gray had insisted we be on time. Now the bathroom was pristine. I dried off and quickly got into my panties and one of Gray's t-shirts. It was comfortable. I could lie in bed staring at the ceiling for hours in it. I heard Gray before I saw him. He was standing in the doorway, his shirt gone, his feet bare, and a look in his eyes that told me what he wanted. I caught my breath at the sight of him. He was so freaking gorgeous, with perfectly tanned skin that bespoke of hours spent working in the sun, and that thick, dark hair I wanted to run my fingers through. If I had a chance, I would convince him to grow it out so it waved and curled and went wild in the mornings. His eyes were rich and hot as he looked over me, but he didn't make a move yet. And I just knew I couldn't do it. I couldn't sleep with him when I knew it wouldn't work out between us. It would hurt too fucking much when he was gone. There must have been something in my eyes, because his whole body seemed to deflate.
I'm gonna take a shower, Kelsey. Go to bed, okay?
I hated that I'd disappointed him. But it was better this way. Where's my bedroom? He checked the flare of anger that I watched wash over him. His reply was even and controlled.
I didn't attack you last night, and I won't tonight. Get in bed. If you can't trust me enough to even sleep beside you, then I'll take the couch. But I'm not leaving you alone. Now let me take the coldest shower in the history of time so we can get some sleep.
I fled the bathroom and crawled into the big bed where we'd slept the night before. The sheets were smooth and cool against my skin, and I stared up at the darkened ceiling. I listened to the sounds of the shower and wondered why I couldn't take what little happiness I was offered. Why was I so afraid of the pain that would come? Didn't I want to feel even the tiniest bit alive? I fought back tears, and eventually the sounds of the water running and the fan overhead lulled me to sleep. I hurried to keep up with my dad, but the boots he's given me to wear are Nate's, and they're too big.
Keep up, girl,
my father says gruffly. The leaves beneath my feet crunch, and the air is cool all around me. It's winter in the Ozarks. We drove all night from Dallas to get here, and then camped during the day. Dad grew up here. I want him to take me to his old house. He took Nate and Jamie to meet his cousins, but he told me we don't have the time. He never lets me meet the people he knows. When his friends come by the house, he tells me to stay in my room, that there will be hell to pay if I come out. I don't think my dad wishes he'd ever had a girl, because as far as I know, none of his friends are even aware of my existence. He is ashamed of me.
I wish he'd given me Nate's gloves. My hands are cold, but I don't complain. He almost never takes me anywhere with him, so I don't mention my discomforts. If I do a good job, maybe he won't hate me so much. Maybe I can prove I can hunt like the boys. Dad hunts werewolves who eat people and make humans miserable. He's a hero, so it makes sense he doesn't have time for me. I have to prove my worth, and then he'll train me like he did Jamie and Nathan. I know that my brothers don't want Dad to train me, but I can do it. I know I can. My heart races as my father looks around the woods and decides this is the spot. I can see the little red river from here. It's low in this part of the woods, but cold. So cold. The woods here are isolated and filled with game. I let the cold air wash over me. And I know that my father is right. Wolves are in the woods. They're here, Dad, I say with a glimmer of excitement. I can tell they were here. That has to mean I'm a hunter. My father frowns down at me.
Don't talk too much, girl.
But I can sense them. Now my father looks downright mad, and I wonder what I said to make him that way. I try to be so good around my dad. He's only hit me once or twice, but it really hurt when he did it, so I try to avoid making him mad. When he hit me in the face, it left bruises, and then I had to skip school so I didn't have to explain.
Little freak.
My father turns away from me. He sets his pack down and starts to pull out the things he will need. Despite the cold Arkansas mountain air, I flush. I should never talk about those weird flashes I get. I thought it would make him see that I was a hunter like him, but anytime I mention how I can sense things or feel them, he gets mad and calls me a freak. I'm 16. I want to yell at him. I'm not a little girl anymore. I stand there in the chill as the moon starts to rise and realize I can never tell him about the dreams I have. At night, mostly on the nights when the moon is full, I dream of running. I'm alone in the woods, and the solitude is perfection. I run, starting on 2 legs, but ending on 4. When I change, the world is different. It's better. I can see everything with my new eyes. Smells and sounds are sharper. There is nothing in these dreams except the hunt. Well, and the brown wolf who hunts with me. But I try not to think of him. My father would not like to know that I dream sometimes that he's a wolf.
We'll put you on that tree there,
Dad says, his voice harsh. Mom says it's because he smokes too much, and there's disdain in her voice when she says it. Sometimes I think she hates my father. She always seems happy when he goes on his trips. That's when she takes my brothers and me places. When Dad is gone, we go out to eat. And when I was younger, we went to the zoo and parks. Sometimes we went to East Texas to see my granddad. I wish I'd been able to spend more time with him before he died. Do I get a gun? I ask quietly, because I have to keep my voice down. My father laughs like I said something hysterical.
No, idiot. I'm not giving you a gun.
His green eyes seem cold. They always seem that way. His gaze slides past mine. He never looks me in the eyes. I think he doesn't like brown eyes. I'm the only one in the family with dull brown eyes. He calls them muddy. I want to question him.
but that's when he usually uses his fists. He picks up a length of rope,